My mic is on, and let's see about getting myself so I can share my screen. Okay. I'm going to need your help here, Nakia. I'm down here. Good morning, everyone. I need to have Nakia's help to get my computer desktop screen being displayed. There we go, share the screen. I like share screen, thank you. All right, let me give it over to my PowerPoint. Everyone, I apologize for the delay in getting going. They had two technical errors here. One of them was definitely mine. I had forgot to turn on a program so I could get into your computer Paragon system. And the others, I had a password change that I needed to have my stuff reset so I could change it. So anyways, enough with apologies. Let me just begin our training. My name is Gary Arnett. I am a Paragon trainer, and I'm excited to be here. And we're going to be covering CMAs today. This is a 3.5-hour class, and it's scheduled to get over with at 12:45. The schedule I have shows a break at about, it's over with at 2:30. I mean, let me do this again. It's a 2.5-hour class, and it's supposed to get over with at 11:30. There we go. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about two different types of CMA. The first one we're going to talk about is called a quick CMA. That's something that I developed, okay? Now, it's using existing reports that are inside Paragon, so you don't have to create or do anything, and you just go out and find comps, use the reports, and in 5 to 10 minutes, you're ready to distribute. So that's the first thing we're going to do. There is a handout showing a workflow for it. If you're here in the classroom, it's here on the table. Nakia has an electronic copy of it, and she can make it available to all of you that are in the class today. Once we finish the quick CMA, we're going to take a break, and we'll come back and do a CMA presentation packet using the CMA button there inside Paragon. So that's what we're going to be doing for our class today. I kind of hijacked my PowerPoint, but let me just go through my PowerPoint really quickly. On the screen, you can see two different ways of contacting Paragon's customer care team. One way is to use the phone number and call them using the number of 877 MLS help. The numbered version 877-657-4357. Using the table below, note that I've highlighted Central Time Zone. So as you look at that, moving across the screen, you can see that on Monday through Friday, our hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. On Saturday, it's 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And on Sunday, it's 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. We're trying to have someone there in our call center ready to take and answer your questions during your prime business hours. You can also send them an email using the email address paragonsupport@bkfs.com. And when you send them an email, they'll get back to you the next business day. And for emails, their business days are Monday through Friday. In the upper right-hand corner of all Paragon pages, there's a help button. When you click on the help button, a new tab in your browser opens up, and you'll see this content on the page. The tiles along the first row and the first two tiles on the second row, when selected, will display a list of quick start guides related to the tile topic that you clicked on. When you open up a quick start guide, you're going to find step-by-step instructions with screenshots showing you how to use that part of Paragon. If you'd like a demonstration in using Paragon, click on the training toolbar button, Training Videos. As you do that, the page refreshes, and those tile topics are now located on the left-hand side of the screen. When you select a particular tile topic on the left, on the right-hand side of the screen is a collection of short videos, 5 to 10 minutes in length, related to the tile topic. Now, if you'd like a more complete demonstration, click on the button, down here, Current Recorded Webinars. As you click on it, the page will refresh, and now you see 3 different tabs coming across the page housing the different types of webinars that we've recorded for you. This is so you can have on-demand training. The landing page, Current Webinars, those are webinars that were designed to be 1 hour in length and cover an entire module. Many webinars, they were designed to be 30 to 45 minutes in length and a little more focused. The shorts button, when you click on that, you're going to see a collection, 59 of them to be in fact, of 20-minute videos, very focused on specific functionality within a module. Now, when you're viewing any Paragon video, we recommend you use play, pause, and practice to view the videos. So when you click on play, you can play the video to a logical point, and then you can pause it. With that video paused, we invite you to practice what we've demonstrated for you. You can always back us up as you need, and then when you're ready, you can play on. Play, pause, and practice will give you self-paced training. During our training today, be it in class here at the office or virtually, we want you to ask questions. I want you to ask questions. And when you ask a question and you're on in Zoom land, you're going to send it via chat. Nakia will see it. She'll wave her hand at me saying, hey, I got a question for you. She'll ask your question and I'll answer it for you. So when you ask a question, I'm going to give you one of three answers. One is, great question. Let's talk about it now. Second, great question. Give me a minute and we'll logically get there. And the third answer, great question. Give me a moment, or let us get to the end of the class and then I'll talk with you about it and work with you on it. Because of this, because I want to answer your questions, I don't want you leaving class today with more questions than you came in or with unanswered questions. Please ask your questions. Here's our training plan. We're first going to look at the quick CMA like I mentioned to you. And as we do this, we're going to be looking at the workflow or the handout that was distributed to the people here or that will be sent to you for those of you that are actually attending the class. We're going to search for comps. We're going to vet the comps using the spreadsheet and the report inside Paragon called CMA Quick View. Once we've vetted the properties, we're going to then choose how do we want to get the results out. Are we going to print it? Are we going to email it as a PDF? Or are we going to send it out as a hyperlink? And that decision there really depends upon what the size of the PDF file is that you want to send out to your client that you want to send a quick CMA to. If it's more than 5 megabytes in size, I highly recommend you send it as a hyperlink. There are many email accounts out there, non-business email accounts, where the maximum size of the email is 5 megabytes. And you don't want to send something out that your client may not get. And when we're looking at the reports, we're going to select, this is for all the CMA, the quick CMAs we're going to do, except for the hyperlink. We're going to click on select a report to either print or email. We're going to use the CMA Quick View, the CMA Summary, the Search Results Summary, and the Sold Price Report, and the Google Map Report, because that'll give you the details you need to let your potential seller know where the comps are located at. That way they can see it's right there close to them. And you give them details. Let me go back up here. You're going to give them details about what's going on there. Now, what we're looking at right now is the workflow for the quick CMA. If you notice at the top here, it says the goal is within 5 to 10 minutes, you're ready to distribute your quick CMA. You can either print it and make a face-to-face presentation, or you can email it and you can then send it to your potential seller. At the bottom of the page, let me get the right button there. Please note that with this quick CMA, you are not creating a subject property. The seller knows their home. You don't need to tell them about their home. I know in a lot of CMA presentations, including Paragon CMA presentation packet, we give a definition of what that subject property is. That way they understand that we know what their property is. Also, we're not naming the seller. In Paragon CMA presentation packet, you have a contact record and you identify who they are. Well, if you're face-to-face, you already know who they are. And when you email it to them, again, you know who they are. So it's not essential. And the other important thing is that we're not making any adjustments. Because we're not making any adjustments, it simplifies your process of creating the CMA. But what you need to do is do a tight definition of your searches for comps based on your CMA, on your subject property. And so with that, if you're looking for exactly 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, a particular square footage range in the same neighborhood, the need to do a lot of adjustments is gone. Is it going to be an exact CMA? No. No one's ever got an exact CMA to say, what is your market value? But it's going to give you a very close representation of what that subject property's value is. And that's what we're going to be looking at. And we're going to refer back to this periodically during our class. Now, when we do go to the CMA presentation packet training, we're going to have a break first. So we're going to give you a chance to get up, stretch, do whatever. We'll then come back and we'll go into the CMA presentation packet. And with this, we're going to be looking at an already created CMA presentation. What does it look like? We're then going to create a CMA using the CMA module wizard. So on your toolbar inside Paragon, in that center button that says CMA, we're going to click on it and follow the process there. We're going to create a subject property and assign a seller to that subject property. It can be someone that you already know, or you can create a brand new contact for them. We're going to search for comps, the comparable properties, and then we'll do adjustments with it. Now, when it comes to the adjustments, there may be two types of adjustments we can do. Calculated adjustments, where the alliance has provided with you different rooms or things to be adjusting for. Maybe it's bedrooms, maybe it's full baths, half baths, whatever. Maybe it's square footage, but you can put values in there and it automatically applies those to your comps based on the differences between the comp and the subject property. And then there's also manual adjustments. You can also go out and make manual adjustments. I forgot to turn my ringer down. There we go. All right. Then we're going to go through the report setup. What are the reports you want to use? And then we go through presentation setup, which parallels very closely to the CMA preference wizard. We'll then generate the CMA and we'll run the CMA preference wizard. So that's what we're looking at doing as we do this class. So with that as a quick look, let's go take a look at quick CMA and the CMA presentation packet. Let me stay here right for a moment. I want to be able to come back to my PowerPoint so we can look at this workflow for the quick CMA. All righty, I'm inside your Paragon system. There we go. As we're out here, I'm going to come over to do a search. Now, when we do the CMA presentation packet, after we do our break, we'll actually start here with CMA. All right, so I'm going to click on search. I'm going to come down to residential. I'm going to do a residential search. On my screen here, I want to come in and put in the criteria I want to have to find my comps for CMA. So as I look at the status field, I'm going to click on the magnifying glass on the right-hand side. And from that, I'm going to choose the statuses of all active, which includes the under contract and provisional, all sold, and all pending. As I click on save, 20,000 comps. Is that enough for your CMA? I'm guessing this is probably overkill. So what I want to do is I want to come down into your dates container here down below. As I open it up, I'm going to come over to closing date. As we're working in this field, I want you to know there's 3 different ways of adding how far back into time you want to go to pull your comps. Or in other words, you want to only go back so far. One way is putting your cursor into the field and putting in the 2-digit month, 2-digit day, 4-digit year. I'm a lousy typist. You're going to see as we go through our training today, I'm better off just picking from a list. Another option is clicking on the calendar. And now I can, if I want, I can click on like December. I can go back 6 months. So let's say that's June. Okay. And then I can choose the date. Let me say June 1st. And there we go. And by doing just that, it now has me just under 1,000 comps. Still too much, overkill, but at least it's limited down. Now, as you look at this range field between the begin date and end date, by leaving the end date open, it means up through including right now. That's what we're going to have as far as our sold property. So that's one way to limit that information. Let me come back up to the top and let me put in some other details. This is a residential house. Got it. And for the price range here, and this is where sometimes people have a problem with me. I like to put a price range in there. Some people say, just let the neighborhood drive the price. So I'm going to do that this time, let the neighborhood drive the price. I'm not going to put in the address here because if I put in an address, then I'm looking for a specific property or a group of properties on the same street. So let's come on down. I'm looking for a property that is here in Florence. There we go. It's in the city limits. Come back up. I'm going to say yes. Tab out. So I got my information there. Should just be a yes, no. Got it. And save it. So there I have my bring down. If I know the subdivision or the community name, I could put that in also. But coming on down, I have a home that has exactly 3 bedrooms. I'm going to put 3 on the low side, 3 on the high side. So I'm only looking at 3-bedroom homes. When it comes to total baths, I'm looking at 2. So I've now got it down to under 200 comps. Again, I could go in and put in other details about 3/4 baths and half baths. I'm not going to change that. I want to just let any value come up for it. Although ideally, the home I'm wanting to list has exactly 2 total baths. So as I'm moving on down, I could put in other detail like year built, living area, total acres, whatever. But let me just work with that at this point. Having got that in, I'm going to come up to my compound tab, see where it says map search. I'm going to click on it. As I do that, I've got the boundary map set up on my preferences. That way I'm showing everything that's within the parameters of my search. And there they are. I got a grouping up north. I got a grouping down south. And at this point, I want to put in an address because I want to identify my subject property. So I type in the house number. And that's all I need to put in. This address, city, and state. I do not have to have the zip code. By clicking on the magnifying glass on the side, notice that Google, our mapping vendor, has identified that property. Now, one way you could find your comps, and this is pretty traditional throughout the US, is I put in one for a 1 mile radius. I click on search the radius, and now around that property, a 1 mile radius has been drawn, and there's 28 comps. It's now down to a workable number. Let's zoom in just a minute. As I zoom in, you can see where my subject property is at, but look, it's going way out and around, probably beyond the borders or the natural neighborhood for this property. So what I like to do is I'm working with my CMAs. I like to remove that 1 mile radius. I know a lot of people like to use it and you just use it. I know there's a lot of appraisers that do that, but sometimes they're getting properties that are on the other side of the highway, the other side of the interstate, whatever, and you're getting properties that are dissimilar and trying to say that they're similar. So given where my property is at, and again, I don't know your community, let's just assume that these streets are more of a subdivision boundary. So to find that kind of area, I'm going to click on draw. I'm going to move over to polygon, and I can apply 70 different clicks on the report to identify the properties I wanted to be working with. So let me zoom back in just a little bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start clicking. I'm going to start right here. And with that, notice I'm now leaving a footprint around the area that I want to pull my comps from. And come right on over. If I was really zoomed in close, working in an actual subdivision, I could be looking at property boundary lines, and I could carve out a phase 2 out of a 4-phase subdivision because the different phases have a similar year built, have a similar type of construction, and typically a similar type price. And by doing that, we can take away, is it a different HOA? Do they have the same community amenities? Because we're pulling it all from the same area. Again, I'm just using these streets as if that is the natural boundary of my subdivision or the neighborhood. And with that, I'm going to click on run the search. As I'm looking at it, I'm excited because I got at least one active, that's the green flag. I've got one pending, that's the purple flag. And those blue flags, those are properties that have sold. Now, as I'm looking at it, I can see that there may be some different items around here when it comes to pricing. We'll look at that here in just a minute. I'm going to click on run search. And there's my results. Let me move back over to my PowerPoint. Let me show you where we're at on this workflow. We've done a search for comps based on a strict definition of the subject property. And ideally, we're drawing the map shape, so we're pulling properties from the same neighborhood. That way, we've got a lot of similar things like HOAs and community amenities and the year built and values and all. And then once we've done that search, we're now out here vetting the comps. I'm on the spreadsheet right now. And once we vetted with the spreadsheet, we're also going to go over to the CMA Quick View and vet it that way. I'm going to do 2 passes through the properties to make sure they are similar. Let me come back over to my CMA, to my spreadsheet, I should say. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and let me hide some things on the screen so I can see more of my results here. And as I'm looking at it, over here on the side, it says bedrooms 3, full baths 3. As I scroll on down, are there any that have a half bath? Oh yeah, there's others that have these. So let me check the checkbox in the upper left-hand corner. I've selected all the properties. As I come down the way, I see things that are different. Like this one here, it has a full bath and a half bath. I'm looking for full baths. So let me just deselect that property because there's a difference with it. Again, I'm trying to keep my definition as tight as possible. So this property right here has 2 baths. It has the requirement I'm looking for, but instead of all full baths, it's got a half bath there also. So having done that, I'm going to come up to my upper left-hand corner. See where it says checked? I click on it. I've now said I want those properties that have similar bedrooms and bathrooms to it. So that's part of my vetting of it. As I'm looking down my living area field, I'm going to take out anything that is way or extreme from what we were looking at. And this one right here, it has over 2,100 square feet, which is more than the others. So I'm going to take that out. And I might even want to take out the 1,800 square feet, keeping it more to a similar type number of square feet. I click on the show checked again. I'm now down to 7 comps. Ideally, as I'm working with my CMAs, I like to have 3 or more active, 3 or more pending, 3 or more sold. A lot of times I can't get that because there's just not that many properties that are in that status. But ideally, that's what I like to have, because if you've taken a statistics class, you need more than 1 point or 2 point. You need 3 or more to help establish a trend line that you're working with. So this is what we've got here. Let's assume that this is looking pretty good when it comes to these properties. Again, I can come out, total acres. This one doesn't show anything, but I'm sure there's acreage there with it to some extent. And the listing office listing, it doesn't make any difference to me. I don't care at this point. Once I've vetted it with my spreadsheet, I'm going to come up to reports. As I click on reports, I'm going to move down to the CMA button. As I click on it and scroll down, there's the CMA Quick View. I'm going to select it. As I do that, the CMA Quick View will show me 4 properties across the page. And then if we go into extra pages, it'll be on extra pages up to 4 per page. As I'm looking at this, I'm now going to look across. I'm going to scroll across the screen and say, are these similar in nature? So here we have the total rooms. We have the total bedrooms. We have the total bathrooms. This one's got 10 rooms with it. That may be reason to deselect it. Move up to the top, uncheck the select button, and I click on the next button in the upper right-hand corner. As I click on it, the page refreshes, and as I come on down, I can look across and see these details. I can see what's going on. Yes, it looks similar. Since I deselected one property, again, I'm going to click on checked, and now I'm looking at a total of 6 properties. Here's the first 4. Click on my button to go to the next 2, and there I've got my 6 comps. Let me pause right here. What I did, does it make sense? Okay, so what I've got a lady here in the classroom who says it doesn't make sense. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to say all. I'm going to get all of my comps back. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back over to my spreadsheet, and there I've got all my comps. So the question is, you did the search, whatever you went for, you did your search, you got your results, and you came over to the spreadsheet, right? Whether that's your default report, just move to the spreadsheet. Okay, are you on the spreadsheet? No. Okay, if you clicked on the CMA button, you went the wrong path. Okay, so it's a logical mistake. This happens very frequently as I'm presenting the class. People get in the mindset that we're doing CMA, so they click on the CMA button. To begin the process, I just clicked on search. And from clicking on search, I moved down to residential, and I then put in the definition of my subject property. So once you put in that definition, you're going to get a count, how many properties to match. I went up to the map button. That way I could identify where my subject property was at. I had Google place a pin on it, and I would zoomed on in so I could find the natural neighborhood. As you're looking at things, if you got to cross the highway, cross the interstate, cross a river even, or a stream, whatever, it could be totally different properties. So I'm looking for natural neighborhoods. I drew a map shape around it, and I did the polygon. That way I can use 70 different clicks to identify the area that I want. And by using that polygon, if I'm in a full-blown subdivision that's got multi-phases, I could go in and carve out the phase that the home is in and say, I only want phase 2 or phase 3. That way I've got similar construction dates, similar property sizes, similar values, similar. It's very similar to what's going on. So I'm pulling out similar properties. By doing my tight search for exact number of bedrooms and bathrooms and square footage and all, I'm taking out the need for adjustments. And by doing the polygon to find properties in the same neighborhood, again, I take out the need of adjustments for HOA and other things. Once I've got that drawn, I click on search. I come over to my spreadsheet. Now, I know that there are some people that go to something other than a spreadsheet as their initial set of results. If you've done that, move over to the reports button, move down to where it says spreadsheets, and select a spreadsheet. And that's what I'm on right now, is a spreadsheet. And what I did, let me just uncheck these boxes here. Let me come back and refresh my results. Because I did a tight search on the comps, I checked the checkbox in the upper left-hand corner because I'm assuming right out the bat that they're all good. But that's why we're going to go and vet the properties by looking at the columns in the spreadsheet. And on the CMA Quick View, we're going to scan across and we're going to take out anything that is outside of the definition of my subject property. So the first thing I did is I moved on over. I checked it and said bedrooms. They're all 3 bedrooms. That's what I wanted. Now, when it came to bathrooms, I said I want a total of 2 total baths. So as I'm looking down the full baths area, I've got a property down here that has 2 total baths, but one is a full and one is a half. It's not similar, so I unchecked that. I just clicked on the one for full bath or half bath. I deselected it because it's not similar. And then moving up to the upper left-hand corner, I clicked on the check button. I'm now saying only show me those properties that are similar. As we move on over, I then started looking at living square area. Notice this one that's got 2,147 square feet, not similar. My subject property doesn't have that many square feet. As I'm coming on down, I'm going to take out the 1,800 square feet properties because they're dissimilar. The rest of them, they're all very close in the number of square feet they've got. So by moving to the upper left-hand corner, I click on checked again. And now I'm down to my 7 comps. And you can be using other columns on the spreadsheet to help you vet out the properties. So you're looking at good, tight matches. By having good, tight matches, the need for adjustments are gone. Does that make sense? Okay, all righty. So there's just a description of what we have done. I'm going to come over to reports. As I click on reports, I'm going to move down to the CMA folder because in the CMA folder, there is the report that I want to utilize, which is the quick CMA view. By clicking on it, this is a redisplay of my comps. And on this page over on the left-hand side, you can customize which fields are being displayed. You can customize not only what fields are being displayed, but the order that they appear in. As I move on down, I want to eliminate anything that is dissimilar. See this property right here that has the 10 total rooms? It's dissimilar to what I'm working with. So I just move up to the top, uncheck the selected button. And now that I've got this first page of comps, verify that they're all similar for the ones I've got selected. I move up to my upper right-hand corner. I click on the arrow to the right. I go to my next page. And here I have these other properties. Again, as I'm scrolling on down, I can see, yes, these are very similar to what I'm looking for. So by clicking on show checked, I now have just those properties, and I'm now down to my 6 comps. As I mentioned earlier, I like to have at least 3 active, 3 sold, 3 pending. But sometimes I don't get it. I have to work with what I'm working with. Now, one way that people say you can get more comps is you expand the area. Well, when you expand the area, you're moving into dissimilar properties because it's outside of that neighborhood. You now need to start doing some adjustments for like the HOA and its amenities. If you go back further in time, you're now looking at properties that have a longer, that's been on the market. Now, an appraiser, they always go back 12 months. That's what they need to do for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac searches. And so if we wanted to do that, I could go back to how far back in time I could make it out to a year. Just know that you are not going against what appraisers do. They look at a 12-month history for their appraisals. So again, you can do some different things like that. If you start changing the number of bedrooms or bathrooms or square footage, you're now getting again into dissimilar properties. So if you need more comps, you can expand the how far back in the history you're going to go, but all it's going to do is give you more sold properties. Ideally, we get what's on the market right now and what's under contract right now, because under contract is showing you what is the market for actually sold properties right now. The active properties, those are wannabes, and the prices are usually higher than there should be because when you get an offer, you start negotiating down to the real price. So again, going back in time, I'm not sure if that's a good option for you. Anyways, with that in place, let me come back over to my workflow. We're right here now because we vetted the properties looking at the spreadsheet. We used the CMA Quick View, and we unchecked any property that is no longer similar as we've done the vetting. So right here in the print, the decision diamond, we're going to come up and look at using Print Plus. And these are the reports we're going to utilize for Print Plus. But so that you understand what's going on, when I come back into Paragon, for right now, just forget about what we're doing. I just want to show you the report so you understand what I've selected in my workflow. This is one of the reports we're going to use. It's the CMA Quick View. It provides a really good comparison between the properties when it comes to the numbers. Coming up to reports, I'm going to move down to CMA Summary. As I click on CMA Summary, we're going to organize the properties according to their statuses. So we're going to have all the actives together, all the sold closed together, all the pending together. And as you look at this particular report that I've got, if you have one property, that property is the stats. If you have two properties, Paragon will calculate an average. And so if I had two active properties, I would see a third line which would say average. When you have three or more, Paragon will then give you an average, a minimum, a maximum, and a median. And with that, you can now look down the numbers and see how comparable are these properties. Again, looking at lot sizes, fairly close in lot size. Living area, again, we're pretty close. Days on market, listing price per square foot, selling price per square foot. So again, you can see how close these properties are. Now up here at the very top, this is where we aggregate it all together. We have the number of listings, days on market is being displayed high, low, average, median. And then another set of stats is listing price, selling price, high, low, average, median, and total for the row. Now, when it comes to the CMA, the total for the row doesn't make any difference, but we can see how these properties are all grouped together. Now, it looks like I've got one property in here that's at $70,000. Let me see where it's at. That's this one right here. That one may not be reasonable because all the other properties, they're at a much higher level here. But I'm just going to let it fly there because I need to have some actives and all. So forget about the integrity of the CMA for right at the moment. I just want to show you multiple properties here. But you would be concerned about the accuracy and the integrity of the CMA. So this is the second report I would use. I'm going to click on reports. I'm going to move down to where it says reports. I think reports ought to be loaded as stats light. Notice I've got a report here that's called Search Results Summary. That's another one I want to use. I'm going to click on it. As I do that, we're going to organize the properties again by their statuses. So I've got one active, 5 sold. There are no pending, expired, withdrawn, off market, or anything like that. As I'm looking at it, here we're going to take each of these different items: bedrooms, bathrooms, square footage, listing price per square foot, selling price per square foot, the selling price listing price ratio, and days on market. And we're going to give that to you high, low, average, and median. At the bottom of this report, we aggregate those all together for each of those same categories I just named off: high, low, average, and median. I'm going to come over and I'm going to choose another report, which is called the sold price report. As I click on it, we're only going to be showing the properties that have sold. So we have that it's residential class, residential type. It's in Lauderdale County. Here's the different MLS numbers for them. Here's each of the different items. There's the address, asking price, asking price ratio, and days on market. As you look down below, underneath that last address there, notice we're going to give you the average for each of those 4 columns on the right-hand side, and then a total. That's another report I like. Again, you can see how these reports are going to give you the statistics that you would use even in a CMA presentation packet that would help you determine what is the value of the home you want to list. Now, another important, yes, go ahead. Okay, all righty. For the statistics that are being showed where it says total counts and all, through the preference wizard on the results page, it's going to say, do you want to show statistics on the spreadsheet? I check the box. That's automatically selected. Down below the line, it's going to say, do you want to have statistics on all the other reports? I check the box. That way I get all these numbers up here at the top. Yeah, I can show you later. Now, this information across the top here, it is above and not a part of the report. Only things that are from sold price analysis and down, and the other reports are a part of the report. This is just more for information for you as you're just doing regular searches and all. You can look at properties, you can get a high, low, average, median, because it displays on for me, every report that I display inside Paragon. All righty. I like this report. There's one more I want to show you. It's the Google Map report. So by moving back up to the top, Google Maps should already be inside your favorites folder. So when I click on the Google Map report, this is now going to show me where those comps are at. So I can move this over. I'm going to zoom on in. I can see where each of those comps are at. See this information over here on the side of the screen? Those are part of the Google Map report also. But instead of being a block of data like that, it's displayed in a grid or a spreadsheet with all that information in their own unique column as you move left to right across the screen. All right. Now, if you like what I'm talking about, if you like these reports and the data it's showing, let me show you this. I'm going to come back to reports, and notice how Google Maps is already up in here in favorites. We're going to let it be there. I'm going to come down to my reports button, see where it says search results summary. See that star with the empty center? Click on it. As you do that, it's now been added up into favorites. I'm going to come down to sold price report. I'm going to click on that star with the empty center. It's moved now up into favorites. I'm going to come up to my CMA area. I'm going to take that CMA quick view, click on the star with the empty center and my CMA summary, star with the empty center. They're now up here inside my favorites. That way, when I get down to do another quick CMA, I don't have to keep digging down and drilling down to find it. It's right there on the side. So what I want to do is I want to put these in the order that I want to use them. So I'm going to take the quick CMA view. That's my first report I like to show. I'm going to drag it up. There it is. I'm going to take my CMA summary, put it right in this underneath the CMA quick view. My search results summary, I'm going to move it up. And my sold price, I'm going to move it up, leaving my Google map at the bottom. So now as I come back into I've done my quick CMA search and I want to print it out. I've done my vetting and all these reports are right here at the top. So when I go to print them, I can select them all grouped together. I don't have to dig down and find them. Let me come back over to the CMA quick view. There we are. Going to go back over to my workflow and let me remind you where we're at. We're right here. What we did is we took a break and I then showed you what each of these different reports look like and why I chose them. So, okay, we're back into our workflow. We've done our search. We've done our vetting. We're in the decision diamond and we're going to move up to the top here. It's using Print Plus and we're going to use exactly the same reports. Moving back into Paragon. I'm here on my CMA quick view. I come up to where it says print. I move down to Print Plus. The nice thing about Print Plus is you can print out multiple property reports for multiple properties in a single print job. That's why I like that particular functionality. I click on it. As I do that, here I have my different reports. And because I'm currently on the CMA quick view, it's already over here on the side. Paragon says when you go to print whatever report you're on, you must want to print it. Sometimes that's true, sometimes it's not. In this case, it's true. As I move over here to the side, I'm going to come over. There's the CMA summary, search results summary, sold price report, and Google Map. Notice how nice that was to just go ahead and quickly select it and add it. What's that? Because it's in our favorites, you bet. And when you're doing other things, if you put property reports up into favorites, when you go to print them or email them, they're at the top of the list. So if there's a particular report, custom detailed report number 1 or 1 page or whatever, and you want that similar one, that's the agent 1-page report, put them up there in favorites. That way, when you get ready to go on a property visit, those 2 reports are right next to each other. Move them over to the right-hand side, print them out. You've got it. It's going to save you time. And right now you say, it's just a second to get down here, a second to get down there. But if you're crushed for time, those seconds matter. This just makes it easier. And I'm all about making Paragon as easy and fluid and simple to use as possible. All right. So I've got my report selected. I got my quick view, summary, search results summary, sold price report, and the Google map. I'm going to come up to print preview. And by clicking on print preview, I can now review these properties in these reports before I ever incur a cost of sending it to my home printer or the office printer. And here it is. This is going to be a 7-page report. And there's that first report we looked at. As we scroll on down, there's the last 2 properties on this for these set of comps. As I move on down, here's my CMA summary. Notice I've got my active and I got my sold properties and all their details. If there were more comps, if I had, let's say 10 comps that are active and 10 that are sold and 10 that are pending, I'd roll onto additional pages. Not a problem. Also note that on this report, across the top here is the high, low, average, and median for the properties. It doesn't give us days on market. That's already built in here, but it doesn't give us days on market or like the totals and all. But I think it's pretty understandable what we're looking at. As we come on down, there's my search results summary. Again, we organize them according to statuses, and within the statuses, we give you high, low, average, and median for the different column headers moving across the page left to right. Moving on down, I come over to my sold price analysis, where we're looking at just the sold properties. And for here, we're looking at from the asking price, or the asking price to the selling price, what percentage are we retaining? These down here where we're keeping 105%, 100%, whatever, that's what I want to see. I want to know that you or other agents are putting it in at the right price point, and I get to keep that. If I start seeing that the difference there, that variance, that ratio is like 80% or 70%, that's not very good for me, because it means that I start off big, thinking big, but reality is a third down. As we continue on down, there's that one-page Google Map report, shows where all the comps are at. And I would have to know where my home is at. It's sitting right there, let's say. But I know my home, I know its location, so that's good. As I move on down, there are the one-liners for each of the properties. We show you the flag color, we show you the flag number, a picture of the home, MLS number, address, county, price, bedrooms, total baths, square footage, distance to center. Now, I did a polygon. It was kind of goofy wrapping around there. But if you look at these distances all over here, they're all within a third mile of each other. To me, that's a good deal. If you like what you see, if this is what you want to work with, come up to the upper right-hand corner and you click on the printer button. Now, as you click on the printer button, you have two options here with this. As you look in the drop down there in the upper right-hand corner, I can print it to PDF. That way I can save it and attach it as an email going out to my client. Or I can send it to my local printer or the office printer, and there I can print it out, put it in my presentation packet along with my listing agreement, and go out and make that face-to-face presentation. Does this make sense so far? So the top two options is exactly the same process. It's just a matter of, do I print it or do I save it as a PDF and attach it to an email? Are we good to move forward? I get going on this sometimes and I get so excited and I run too fast. So anyways, I want to make sure everyone is good to go to move forward. Anyone say, hey, hold up or anything like that, they're in the chat. Okay, we're good. All right, let me just close this down. I'm going to close that down. Okay. Uh-huh. On the CMA summary. Oh, this right here? Yes. Okay, excellent question. The question is, on this particular report, the CMA Quick View, on the left-hand side, can I put additional data there, or can I take data away from it? And the answer is an absolute yes. So now the question is, how do you do it? Okay, because I can say yes and move on and go, okay. So anyways, I'm going to come up to customize. Going to come down to fields. And this is the typical customizing tool. We have what's available on the left. We have what's utilized on the right. And here we have all these fields. Okay, this is on the CMA summary. Let me get over to CMA Quick View. There we go. Come up, customize fields. There we go. That's what we're supposed to be looking at. Please note up here that the CMA Quick View has a twin. This is a report, the vertical comps report inside the CMA presentation packet. So as you're customizing the fields that are here on the left-hand side, don't put in too many. Because if you put in a ton of fields and then you have adjustments to make on your actual CMA presentation packet, you could push things onto a second page. And that may not be what you want. So just be careful on what information you have here on the side. Okay, I don't want, for this particular report, fireplaces, construction, basement. I take all these, I can remove them. So when you're in this on this report, you can take what's unused, move it to the right, and then move it up and down to have it in the right display order. You can take things that are on the right-hand side and just take them out. For this item right here, I don't think the schools are really important, or maybe fireplace totals is. Again, I can remove it. So what you want to do is you want to put in some information, and in this case, that are usually kind of numerical in nature. That way it's easy to look and see what's going on. There may be some things that are important, like the heating, the cooling, and the attic, whatever. But by doing this, you can add whatever you want. And you're looking for what information? I'm going to type in year. Look at that. Middle one is what I'm looking for. So I'm going to check the checkbox, click on add. And whenever you move something from the right to the left or left to the right, it always goes to the bottom. And where would you like this at? Let's put it above subdivision name. Now, as I'm doing this, I'm only customizing my report. Please don't think that as I'm doing this, I'm doing it for everyone's report out there. As you customize, you individually customize. And so what I choose and what Akia chooses can be totally different, but we don't interfere or conflict with each other. So put things in the way you want. And when you're all done, see the save button in the upper right-hand corner? No. So the question was, the comment was, I customize it for this time. And once I've printed it, whatever, it defaults back to what has been the original values there. No. When you customize, you set it and forget it. Wonderful infomercial line. So when you go in and customize, you say, this is what I want going forward. It'll stay that way until somewhere down the road you say, you know what, I need something else, or I don't want this. You can change it. And from that point, it then goes forward with you. So I love it. You set it and forget it. All right. So let me go ahead and click on save. And there we go. So as I come on down, there's your bill coming right across the page there. Now, in my vetting of the properties, I may want to look at year built because it may be significant. I got all these homes that are built in the early 2000s, and here's this one that was built 2 years ago. May not be similar. Maybe it was built back in the 50s or the 70s or whatever's going on. Again, you want to be looking for comparability, and that may be a big factor on how comparable those homes are. So as you're looking at these different reports, just because it comes to you with the different fields there, doesn't mean that that's necessarily what you want to use and continue on with. So go ahead and check out those reports. And all the reports that we've been looking at, they are customizable. Let me give you one tip here. I'm going to come down to the CMA summary report. There it is. I'm going to come up to customize in fields. This one customizes just a little bit differently. Notice I'm on active. I can take these fields, move them in, move them out, move them up, move them down, whatever I want. But I'm limited to, like, in this case, 15 fields. And these grayed out fields here at the bottom, they count against the 15. So again, as you're working with it, I customize active and I save it. I go back out to the report. I click on customize again. I come back into the report. I change it from active to sold. I customize the sold information, save it, go back out to the report, click on customize again, go back in, and this time I would customize for pending. Set it up the way I want. I have the same fields for active as I do pending, okay? On the sold one, did you notice that there's more grayed out fields? Because you now have to put in sold price per square foot type of information there. Because once this is done and you customize 3 different times, one time for active, one time for sold, one time for pending, when you click on save, that's the way that report will be going forward. One time I thought, well, let me just go ahead and customize the actives, then without saving, go to the sold, and without saving, go to the pending. And when I clicked on save, you know what? I only saved the pending. It only saves the last group that you customize. So there's just a tip or trick as you're working with customizing. Please don't think that Paragon's broke. It's not. That's just the way the report has been designed. Any other questions about this? All right. So as we go back over to my workflow, we've gone up. Same reports. We go to the same print plus functionality. Just a matter of, do we do hard copy and or PDF copy? If I were doing this, I would personally, especially if I'm making face-to-face, I would do it both printed hard copy so I can have that presentation to go out and make it to my client. And then I'd save it as a PDF, because inside each contact's record, as you move on down on the left-hand side, it says more information. And when you open that up, it says documents. I would take this saved PDF to my desktop, load it up into Paragon. That way I always have a record of what were the details when I did my quick CMA. I do that because I'm storing it in the cloud or inside Paragon. That way, no matter what device I have, no matter what browser I'm using, I have access to that information. It just gives, I guess I'm a data hog. I want to have everything immediately at my fingertips. And that's one way you can do that. So as we're looking at our workflow, we're still standing here in the decision diamond. Let's come down to the hyperlink. I want to send it out as a hyperlink. As I've saved it to my computer, I realize, ooh, it's 6 megabytes or 8 megabytes, and I'm not sure whether my client's email account will accept it. So I'm going to come back over to Paragon. I'm going to stay right where I'm at. Again, using my workflow, I'd be out here on the CMA quick view right here. I realize that I'm not going to be able to attach it as a PDF attachment. So I come up to More button. I come down to Add to CMA. By clicking on Add to CMA, Paragon's going to ask me, do I want the 6 listings that have been selected? Do I want all 12 if I had not done the show check with it, or the last one I clicked on? Please note the maximum number of CMA comps you can have in the presentation packet is 50. So I'm going to use those that are selected. And moving down below the line, it says, do you want to create a new presentation or append these comps to an existing presentation? I'm going to go to a new presentation. So the default settings here are exactly what I want. I click on select. And now it's as if we've clicked on the CMA button. We're here on the starting page. Now we're not actually going to create the CMA here. Okay, we're not going to be doing this presentation packet. We're still doing the quick CMA, but I got to give it a unique name. So let me choose G. I click on continue, because as you're working inside Paragon, it's like saving a Word document or an Excel file. It has to be a unique name. Same here. It has to be a unique name. Now, as I'm inside the presentation packet, I don't care about all this stuff over on the left-hand side. I'm going to come down to step 5. As I come down to step 5, because I do more quick CMAs than I do presentation packets, I've already pre-selected the reports I want. So I want the comparable report vertical. That's that quick CMA that we just worked with, where we did our second vetting of the properties. We do not have the same exact reports, but I'm going to try to pull things that are going to be similar. Another one is the comparable report horizontal. It's going to give you a picture on the left-hand side. In the center and right-hand column, it's going to be 6 fields. And on this particular report, you can have a maximum of 12 fields there. The top 6 will go in the center column. The bottom 6 on that customizing tool go in the right-hand column. Another thing you can choose on this report as you go through the CMA preference wizard is on this particular report, you can choose to show the public remarks. This is where I would show it. So I would check the box, and that's what I'm going to get with my vertical report. Now, just as an FYI, don't put public remarks on that CMA vertical report, because you only got a little bit of column and a ton of text, and it's going to run you off the page. So I don't recommend you put remarks there. All righty. We then have CMA summary. It's similar to what we saw before, but instead of being designed horizontal, it's designed vertical. And because it's vertical rather than horizontal, you can only put in 11 fields rather than the 15 out in the regular reports. And then we have a map. And those are the reports I've selected to be as similar as possible to the quick CMA that I've shown you up to this point. So with that in place, okay, I'm just going to click on generate. As I click on generate, Paragon's going to ask me here in the center, do you want to start? Here we go. I'm going to get this button in the middle. It says, are you ready to start? There it is. I'm going to click on start. If you're doing a regular presentation packet, it's going to assemble everything on the side, move over to create the PDF, and then you get to see it. That could take several minutes to do. But because we're dealing with just 6 properties and only a handful of reports, here it is. So as I scroll on down, there's the CMA report vertical. That's our CMA quick view we saw. Same fields, same lineup coming down. We're going to see those properties coming down the page. But it does have your branding on it, where the other property reports did not. There's my office logo. There's my picture, and you can have up to 80 characters of text across the bottom in that footer there. Moving on down, there's the balance of my vertical reports for my properties. And then we get these stats. Remember, these stats is a summary of what we had across the top of the page when we're actually inside looking at our search results. We have high, low, average, and median. But what we're getting here on this inside the CMA presentation is asking price is price, selling price is selling price, and then adjusted price. This is where we take into consideration any adjustments you've made, and this is what the selling price averages would be. That's what the adjusted is. Moving on down, we now have that comparable report horizontal. So notice I've got 6 fields in the center column, 6 fields in the right-hand column. This report also is customizable. And as you're seeing it, you're going to find on the left-hand side, you're just going to see up to 12 fields there. You've got to count down to find out where 6 is at, so you're going to know what are the 6 that are on the top half in the center column, and what are the 6 in the bottom half in the right-hand column. If you want to have beds and baths, you now have to sit there and do some math, whatever. Okay, if this is 1, then my baths has got to be 7 because it's 6 to 1 column, whatever, and work it down. We're going to see each of the different properties, and we'll display all the public remarks that you have for your property here. I'm going to scroll right on down. Notice that this one has a lot more public remarks. As you get below that, here, okay, there's more. And then there's the stats. Moving on down, we then have the CMA summary. Remember, this is vertical in alignment, so you only get 11 pages fields going across the page. And on this particular report, we only calculate an average. Where the one we did with the printout or PDF quick CMA, we had high, low, average, and median there. And then there's those same stats below. As I continue on down, here's the map. Now this map is a little bit different. We're going to display a map at the top. And if your comps are 13 or less, they'll be printed on the same page with the map. If you have more than 13 comps, we'll then display up to the 50 on that second page, that balance of 50. So that's the report that you could then email out. So how do you email it out? See where it says email, you click on it. As you click on it, here's your email template. So here we have, you want to send it to, so let me just send this to R-A-N-D-Y, Randy. There we go. I'm going to choose Randy Larson. There it is. I'm going to send it to Randy. Notice I'm being blind copied. That's what I asked for in my preferences. Links to CMA. I'm going to do this. I'm going to come over to the side. I'm going to say Randy Larson. That way, as I look down my inbox, I can know this is the CMA I sent to Randy. And moving on down, click here to view the links. Okay. If I had a message body that I utilize for my CMAs, I could come up to my message body, move down to my CMA message body. So here's a quick look at what we've done and give some parameters. If you have questions, let's get together and talk or call me, whatever. And then you click on send and off it goes. Now, my Randy there, it's bounced. Okay, so anyways, it's no longer a valid email address. But normally you're going to see just a green banner there because your clients are real, their email addresses are real, and they're not necessarily going to bounce. Mine, they always bounce. All right, there's the quick CMA. Now let me ask you this, okay? Or maybe you're asking me, Gary, when would I use a quick CMA? Because a lot of times my competition is these nice, finished, polished pieces. So why would you do something like this? Because it looks like it's on the cheap side. It's on the less sophisticated side, whatever. Well, here's some examples. You're working with someone that you've known ever since you were about knee high. You have great trust. They know you and they say, Gary, just give me the numbers, not the fluff. Give me the numbers. You would give this to them. There's an example. Or you get someone that calls you. It's 4:30 in the afternoon. They're calling you saying, I just got word that I've got to transfer to New York City. I got to be on a plane tomorrow morning. I need you to come tonight. Well, it's 4:30 in the evening, in the afternoon. You don't have a lot of time. You may have other things going on. So by doing this quick CMA, you can go out to this person who's called you and says, hey, look, this is what you're going to tell them. I didn't have a lot of time to put this together, so this is not the polished presentation I'd like to make. But here are some rough numbers for you to think about as you're flying out to New York City. And after they look at it, they may say, hey, this is good. Or they may say, hey, yeah, can you put it together in a polished piece? This is great numbers to look at, but give it to me in a polished piece. Then you go ahead and create that presentation. How about the looky-loo? Have you ever got a call from someone that says, I saw you put the sign in John's yard down the street. What's my home worth? They figure that since you've already done the CMA for that home, because it's just gone into the yard, it should be very easy for you to pull up and say, this is what the home is worth. It's not. It's more than just say, here's a bunch of homes and go for it. There's other things that go into consideration. So because they're a looky-loo, you may not want to invest the time it may take to create the polished, finished presentation packet. So you do the quick CMA. You send it as an email, a PDF going out to the client. So there's no cost for the mailing of it. You got it there immediately, and they can then take a look at it. In the body of the email, I'd say, dear Sally, dear John, whoever they are, here's a quick look at the value of your home. If you're interested in listing your home with me, please get back with me and I'll give you a polished presentation that will be more refined in its numbers. That way you satisfy the requirement, but you didn't invest a lot of time for someone to say, hey, I'm just checking. Sometimes as I'm flying through the airport, I'm trying to figure out what I want for lunch or for dinner, whatever. I walk through the fast food line, whatever I'm looking at, I'm going, does anything sound good? You know, if this is my 5th week on a row out and about and I've been eating fast food the whole time, nothing looks good. So I walk through, they all come up, get ready. No, I'm not interested. Okay. So that way it helps you do that. So again, as you're looking to have conserved time, where you've got someone who has a trust factor with you and they just need the numbers, the quick CMA works. Any other questions before we take a quick break? Nikki, any questions out there online in Zoom land? All right, then let's go ahead. How much time do you want? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? What would you like? Don't say 15, that's not a 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to do a 10-minute. I show that it's 25 after the hour. At 25 to the top of the hour, let's get back together. We'll see you soon here, everybody. Thank you. CMA, let's look at doing a CMA presentation. But before we move on from here, there's been a little bit of chatter here. I want you to know that each of the reports that we're going to be looking at, both in the quick CMA that we just finished and this upcoming CMA presentation packet we're going to be doing, you can customize the reports that are there. Just because it has a particular field there, if you don't like it, take it out. If there's fields you want, put them in. And if you have more fields you want in than you have available, look at the list that's already there for you and consider which ones are not as important as the ones you want to add. And then customize the report so it has exactly the data, the values you want to have displayed on the report in the display order, because you have total control of what you display and the way or the order you display it in. All right. So we just got done looking at emailing a quick CMA out to our client. I need to close down my CMA tab as we get ready to begin a CMA presentation packet. Now, for us to see the presentation packet, I want to actually show you what that might look like. So let me go ahead and bring up a CMA that I've already created, and here it is. Now, believe it or not, that's in Central Kansas. Okay, it's not. But anyways, here we have a home that I've done, and this is out in Manhattan, Kansas. And we're scrolling on down. There's my office logo in the upper right-hand corner. This is my subject properties picture. This is who it's prepared for by, the address, my public room, or my comments that I put on with this particular property, and then my branding information. So there's my picture, who's prepared by, and my office information. So again, there's my contact information. Let me continue scrolling down. Here's a cover letter for my client. You can compose that cover letter. You can have up to 3 different cover letters in Paragon CMA presentation packet module. Here's my resume. You can have up to 3 different resumes inside Paragon CMA presentation packet module. And I would pair resume and cover letter 1, cover letter and resume 2 together, cover letter and resume 3 together. That way when you pick this particular niche market with your cover letter, it's obvious what that resume is going to be. Moving on down below, we have the company information. You can see that my principals are very tech-savvy giants, okay? Now, please note that the presentation order I'm showing you here is customizable by you also. If you want some reports before other reports, not a problem. As you're out there doing the CMA preference wizard, drag and drop the reports in the top to bottom order that you want to have. As we continue on down the page, here's my subject property details. You can even customize this report, and I'll show you how to do that when we finish doing the CMA preference wizard. Here I have the comparable report. So if you're in our quick CMA, this is what we call inside your Paragon reports button for regular results, the CMA, the quick CMA view. Here in this presentation packet, it's called the comp vertical report. You have your subject property here in the left-hand column, and you can choose whether that subject property is displayed on every page, the first page only, or not at all. And then at the bottom, you then have where you have all your adjustments dropping in. Here's my second page, and because I said on first page only, I don't have that subject property displayed here on the second page, or the third page, or the fourth page. When you get to the end of your comps, we then give these statistics. And these statistics are showing what is the asking price of the property, high, low, average, and median. What is the selling price of the properties, high, low, average, and median. And after you've done adjustments, because in the CMA presentation packet, we give you the ability to make adjustments. So after adjustments, what's the high, low, average, and median for all of those properties? As we move on down, here's the comparable report horizontal. Again, I asked for the subject property only on the first page. As we move on down, here we have the picture of the property, that primary photo, the MLS number, the address, the price, and after adjustments, the adjusted price. In the center and right-hand column, when you're customizing this particular report, as you're doing the customizing on the right-hand side, you're going to have a total of 12 fields. The top 6 fields go into this center column. The bottom 6 fields go over here into the right-hand column. So again, as you're working with this, if you want to have beds and baths across from each other, you got to put, let's say, beds on line 1 and baths on line 7. That way, the bath appears at the top of the second set of fields. Again, come right on down. You've got those details coming on in. This may be causing havoc on your eyes as you're there watching this on your computers. I apologize for that. Those who are in the training room, it may be difficult also, but I'm just going to scroll on down through. When you get to the bottom of this report, again, we have that same set of stats. Let's continue on. I'm now looking at the CMA summary. So we get that same set of stats again. And you may be saying, Gary, that's pretty redundant. Why are you showing the same set of stats 3 different times? Well, on the above 2 reports, I'm not sure who's got which packet of information. And so you may have one person that holds it and the other person in the room is holding the other packet. They all deserve to have those statistics. This is the CMA summary report. So we're going to organize the properties according to their statuses. So here I have one active property. It's there. Down below, I have a bunch of closed properties, and there they are. Notice I didn't get an average. It's because when you roll on over, you can see there are 14 properties, and there's the averages. And I had 1 pending. Again, ideally, I like to have at least 3 active, 3 pending, and 3 sold. Moving on down, we now come into the summary of adjustments. This is saying, okay, the address, MLS number, price, adjusted price, and what were the adjustments that we made. And what we're going to do is you're making adjustments. You want to say, if my subject property, let's say, has 4 bedrooms, and my comp has 3, I need to add a market appropriate value to the comp to make it appear numerically as if it has 4 bedrooms. If I've got a comp that has 5 bedrooms and my subject property is 4, I need to remove from the comp a market appropriate value for that bedroom. That way it appears to be a 4-bedroom home. And that's why we do the adjustments. And this is now showing, did we add value or remove value in those adjustments? And if there was a property that was a perfect match and there was no adjustments, it doesn't show on the list because there were no adjustments. Let's continue on down. Here's my continuing my adjustments. And there is no stats at the bottom of that report. We're now getting into our comparable property statistics. This is where we're going to take each of the different statuses and on a bar graph display up to 10 properties. If you have more than 10 properties in a particular status, we generate another bar graph for that status for up to 10 more properties. You can have a maximum of 15 comps in your CMA. So here I have my price for my active property. So there it is. Down below, there's also the address for it. We'll put the address for each comp underneath this column. And then for each status, we're going to show you the number of listings, the lowest, the average, the high price. Because it's one property, it's all the same price. Then you have the average price per square foot and days on market. Let's come on over to the sold properties. Here we have the different sold properties being displayed. Because we have more than 10, here's the balance of the 14. And there we have the stats for the 14 properties. We only have 1 pending property, and so there it is with its statistics. The next one, this is a price analysis, a comparable price analysis. And this is where you're actually going to be showing, your seller where you think their property is going to be listing out at. So on the right hand or the left hand side graph, that is of all the properties, the raw value coming right out of Paragon, low, average, high. And the green and orange bars, those are showing your price range that you think that property will sell in. On the right hand side, after adjustments, it's low, average, high, and that selling price range. As we move on down the page, here we have the statistics. So on the left-hand side, that's a comparable price that is showing the unadjusted price for the properties, low, average, and high, price per square foot. After adjustments, low, average, and high with price per square foot. And then we have the suggested low price and high price, and that would be displayed. And over here on the side, this would be the AVM. Inside your Paragon system, you have available to you two different AVMs. The easy value with a knight next to it, that's Paragon's parent company, Black Knight. We are more than just MLS systems. We have a lot of different title companies. I think there's almost a dozen different title companies that are Black Knight owned. We also do a lot of mortgage processing and helping do credit worthiness and risk assessments and all. So we understand the real estate market and we can create our own AVM. There's also realtors, which is RPR, and they have an AVM. And those are the two different AVMs that are available to you in your system. Coming on down, you can do a seller's net. And when I was training this, when I first came in as a trainer with Paragon back in 2004, I had people say, wait a second, we can't do that. We're not people that go in and do that officially, whatever. I forget the name of that kind of person is there at the close, going to show you what you're going to be netting out of the property. Just know that at this point, the property's not even on the market. So there's not an issue of concern there. What we're looking at is just a ballpark figure. If you sell at this price, the low price, you sell at the high price, based on all the encumbrances and closing costs and all, this is what you might expect getting out of the home. And so here you have encumbrances, first mortgage, second mortgage, credit card. And by the way, inside your system, it says first loan and second loan. Loan just doesn't sound right to me. All my life, it's a first mortgage, a second mortgage, or whatever. So I went in through the preference wizard and changed it from loan to mortgage. That way, every time I do a presentation, it's got the right word flow off of my tongue. And then where it says credit card and home equity line of credit, that was blank. I added that to that. That way, if there was an issue or a factor to consider, I've got it. And then these ones that say commissions all the way down through termite work, those are preloaded into Paragon. But it's customizable field. So if you don't have termite work, you can take it out. Now in Kansas City, we got termite work. I'm assuming down south here, you got termite work, okay? But anyways, if you didn't have it, you may put in something else. Maybe it's slow plow work, whatever. You have to put in for what it costs to have the snow plow each winter when you get 87 feet of snow come through snow during the winter. Okay, I'm being facetious. But anyways, you can put in whatever you want. And notice down below, it says additional fees 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, you can put in what you want there as far as labels, and then you drop in the appropriate values for it. I went ahead and loaded those through my preference wizard, but on a CMA by CMA basis, I could change those values if it's based on a percentage of the selling price or some other factor. Moving on down, we have a map of the comps. And so that black flag there, that is where my subject property is at. You can see where all the other comps are at around that area. And down below, we have a legend for each of those different comps. So you can see green are active, blue are sold, purple are pending. I don't do withdrawn or expired. But there you have it. And notice on this map, you can have up to 13 comps. If you have more than that, we then roll over to a second page, and we can display up to 50 comps on this second page. Moving on down, we have final comments. And a lot of people use this in different ways. I use it as a way of telling my seller what I will do for them when they hire me to be their listing agent. Now, these next reports I'm going to show you, they're pre-canned inside Paragon. You can't change any of the content on it. The reports above, you do have control of what displays on them. With these next items, they're pre-canned, they're non-customizable, but one of them is determining value. The value of you, a real estate professional, a marketing planner, how to maximize first impressions in different areas of the home, how to prepare for showings and open houses, what happens to price over time, the importance of intelligent pricing. If you're above the market or below the market price, what percentage of the market are you going after? How are the commission dollars split up? There's a big confusion out there with some people. You know, some people think it all goes to the selling agent, all think it's going to the listing agent, whatever. There's pieces are being shared all the way around. A moving checklist, and that's what you got. Those are the pre-canned reports. Now on each CMA, you can have up to 5 PDF documents attached to it. Each PDF document can be up to 20 megabytes in size, and 20 megabytes is humongous. You can have multiple page reports like Word documents, all different items, but all be a part of one PDF attachment, because again, 20 megabytes is humongous. So this is what I did. I went out to inside Paragon, I went up to resources, statistics, and the system I was using, I was able to print out or get a hold of these different graphs. I chose color 3D, that way I've got this kind of look to it. And moving on down, here's all kinds of different statistics like absorption rate and days on market and things of that nature. When I got done with that, I then went out and I did a map of those comps, those properties that were part of that, and there's a spreadsheet for it. And that is all one PDF document, and I think that was about 4 megs. So you can see you can have a ton of information in each of those different PDF attachments you use. Now, if you put in one with the preferences wizard, that counts against one of the 5. Okay, and so as you're actually doing a CMA, a specific CMA, you would then have 4 available PDF documents to attach. And that's what a Paragon CMA presentation could look like. Any questions about what you've seen as far as what our presentation looks like? Everything's good. Okay, let me come back over to your Paragon system. I'm going to come up to CMA. As I click on CMA, I now have this window open up. It gives me the ability to create a presentation. If I have a work in process CMA, I got part way done, but I didn't get to finish it because it's time to go home, time to go to a meeting, an appointment, whatever. I can come back and find it through the save presentation, and I can pick up where I left off at. And we give you multiple places inside the CMA module to run the CMA preference wizard. Over on the right-hand side, it is possible to create a subject property that's not associated with the CMA. So if you keep, question? That's right. The CMA preferences, Nakia is making recognize something that inside Paragon, if you're using a tablet, you cannot run any of the preference wizards. Now, to go through and do that kind of a setup, when you tap on preferences, move down and to the left, and over on the side where it says CMA, tap there. You then get to go through and do all the same setup, pretty much like 95% of the same setup, but you can do it there. Same with this collaboration center preference wizard and the general preference wizard. So let me show you with you a neat item. When you do your preferences wizard, you're inside Paragon and you're saving those selections inside Paragon, which means no matter what device you use to do your preferences wizard, when you log in with any other device in any other browser, those setups are already there waiting for you. So you could, if you're back at the office, you have a PC or a Mac, you got an Android tablet or whatever, you can run the preferences wizard, and then when you come in with your iPad, it's all set, ready to go. Because you're not saving cookies on the device, you're saving those setups inside Paragon based on your username and password. Thank you for pointing that out, because I don't think I've said that during the 3 days I've been here. Not available. So the idea here, picking up again, thanks, Nakia. The idea here is if you keep running into the same builder and they've got 2 floor plans, you see it everywhere. You could come in and you could say, Builder A, floor plan 1, you could load it in as a subject property. Then you could put in Builder 1, floor plan 2, and load it as a subject property. Then you get to Builder 2 or 3 or 4, whatever, and they're different floor plans, because if they're the predominant builders in the area, preload it. That way, when you're getting ready to create a CMA presentation, you can say, oh, Builder 2, floor plan 3, got it. Now with that inside, you can now go in and tweak it to fit exactly your specific property. And then down below, it says maintain subject properties. Now, as you're creating your subject property, you may decide, I'm not going to do a lot of work on it because I just want to get it done. Another time you may say, you know, I got a good feeling about this. I'm going to build this subject property out more. And when you get the listing agreement, no matter how you built it out, when you come over to maintain subject properties, here's all of my subject properties. And so when I click on a particular subject property, this one right here, 2305, not what I want to do. Let me come back over here. If I want that one that's 2305, let me just select it. Now, these are the subject properties where I actually created the CMA. So, or this is the subject property that's been built out for a particular property. And when I get the listing for 2305 at 9086 6th Avenue, on the right-hand side, see where it says select an action? Click on it. As you do it, notice it says maintain subject property. Click on it. Now, as you notice out here, we have the R means it's a required field, but we also have a C. Let me open those all up and you can open all of our containers. You can see that all the way through we have a bunch of C's. Those C's are required in order to convert your subject property to an actual listing. So when you've created your CMA, you've got your subject property there, and you get the listing agreement, you can take that CMA that subject property that you've already developed to some extent, you can now convert it and make it your actual listing. The whole idea is that you can minimize the amount of effort you're doing when you actually get the listing if you've created a subject property for it. Does that make sense for everybody? All right, so there we have those different items. Let me close this down. I'm going to come back into CMA and I'm going to create a presentation. And here it is. We were here just a minute ago when we did the email. In that case there, I just gave it a bogus name and I just went down to the presentation setup, step 5, and then went ahead and generated the link. This time, we're going to start at the top using the module wizard by clicking on next, next, next. We're going to go through and create this presentation. So for this one here, I'm going to give it the address of the home. So maybe I'm going to call this one, this is Steve and Sandy. I wish I had a drop-down list for the names, okay? So there's Steve and Sandy, and this is at 605 Cherry. Because Steve and Sandy may have multiple properties they want me to sell for them. If I have it just called Steve and Sally, I can't add another one that's called Steve and Sally. So by putting in their name and maybe the house number or the house number and street name, it then gives me the ability to have them have multiple properties. With that in place, notice it says continue. As I click on continue, that first spot where I was at, it's now got a green check mark with it. That's telling me here are steps that you have completed. And the blue banner here on the left-hand side, that's telling you what part of the presentation setup you're in. Here we have different ways of creating a subject property. Let me talk to you about these. If you click on using an existing MLS number, you have to know what the number is. You can't do a search from here to go find the property. You have to know what property MLS number you want to use. If you type it in here and click on go, you've created a subject property, but Paragon's considering that you're copying somebody else's work. Just like copying somebody else's photos from a previous listing into your listing, it's not allowed. Same thing here. So if you paste in an MLS number thinking, aha, I'm going to get around, I'm going to make this a listing, can't do it. If you've put in an MLS number and you try to create a subject property, you can. You can't edit the subject property at all. There's no editing, and you're not allowed to convert that into an actual listing. That's just the rules of the road that Paragon has for us. Notice right here, it says load a subject property. So as I do that, there's all of my subject property. I can go over and choose this particular one I want to load up in. I like to create my subject property from scratch. Now, again, if you've got builder 1, floor plan 3, whatever, you can pull that over because you basically started from scratch. You're just going to tweak it. Well, let's just go ahead and start with a brand new property. As I do that, it says, what class? Let's do residential. But notice you can do a CMA for any class of property. With that in, this is my input form. And notice it's giving me my, my county tax record olive fill. So with this, I'm going to come in and I'm going to type in Lauderdale. There we go. Got it. This is at 605 Cherry. Cherry only has 2 R's. Did you know that? Some people want to put 3 with it. Look, I got 2. So as I'm putting in the different details, I've now got 2 properties. Let's go ahead and search. If I had 20, that means they're all out there on the same street. If I'd only put in this, like Cherry, I got 30. If I click on search, I can see all 30 properties on my list here, and I didn't need to go through and look at the address, or I need to look at the other details here. So I'm coming on down, I'm looking for 6005. There it is. There's 6005. I'm going to select it. It's Kenneth and was that Berdine? It was the Chadwicks there. There's the property. I've got it selected, and I'm going to come up and Click on the ID number. Having checked it to say I've got it selected, it just saves me another check down the road. But I click on the ID number and up comes the details about this property. So here I've got my legal description. I've got all this other stuff here. You may want to retain this for some information because you may want to have that legal description. It may or may not get populated over. But anyways, with this here, as I'm looking on down and saying, yes, that is the right property. See where it says autofill? Click on it. As you do that, this is now going to display the data that's going to be automatically filled in for this. So there's a parcel ID number. There's the year built. There's all kinds of great information here. I'm going to click on save. As I click on save, did all the fields have values in them? Here, let's go back and do it again. So Nakia's asked a good question. How come it didn't have that? No. So a lot of times, I don't remember looking and seeing what was or was not checked. A lot of times there'll be a list on that white page that came up. There's a list of values. Some of them are selected, most of them are selected, but some are not. It may be because the association or the third-party integrator or whatever doesn't have a whole bunch of confidence in it. But as you look at it, if you say, no, that's legit, you can check the box. That way it populates in. Okay. So having done that, I'm out here on my input form. Now, as I'm looking at my input form, this is the same form that we use for entering an actual listing. So if you've got someone that's coming on new as an assistant in the office and their job is to enter listings, you may not want them actually working on a real McCoy listing, okay? So what you can do is you can give them that input form, maybe it's a previous listing that you had put in, and have them create a subject property with it. It has all the same rules that goes along with it, but they can then go in and put it in and practice it. And once it's done, someone can go back and review their work and see how did they do. So it's a quick, easy way. We don't have a real sandbox for doing listing input and maintenance, but here's a quick, easy way to go in and see how things are going. Do they understand what realtors are meaning on the form versus what's being asked for inside Paragon? All right, let me just go ahead and open up all of these containers. As I'm working here, I'm going to come down. It's residential, new listing, the type, residential. I'm going to select it. The price, you don't know that number yet. Okay, that's why we're doing the CMA. So you can't put in the price here. As we're going to come on down, you don't even have a listing agreement yet. So there's a lot of things that you'd be putting in for a listing that you don't necessarily need to do at this point because you haven't signed that listing agreement. You don't know what kind of an agreement you have with them. But there's the address. What's that? So you're in, correct. Nakia is saying that the fields required for a subject property are less than the fields required for an actual listing. Because at this point, as a subject property, it's not intended to right now go onto the market. Where when you're putting in a listing, it's intended right now to go on the market. Therefore, a difference in the number of required fields. Notice this field right here with the address in it. It has a green bound border with it, and the background fill is green. That may be because it's Chrome. Each of your different browsers will handle that background color and border a little bit differently. I know years ago, it used to be a blue border that was on with Internet Explorer, I think it was. As you continue on down, there's the city, state, zip code, and things of that nature. Because we're doing a subject property, you don't necessarily need to validate the property, but you could by clicking on validate map, go check and see, is it been mapped at the right location? But as you continue on down, you may want to put in a community name. And I have no idea what community that address is in, so let me just choose Antioch. That's probably not the right name for it. And subdivision, it's going to be Abby's Meadow. We've got that there. Again, you can come in. And what I'm thinking about is what are the fields that are on the subject property report? I want to have them all populated. So you may have just a subject property report printed out on the side. That way you know which fields you need to fill in. Again, as you come on down, for your subject property, the parcel ID number, the tax block in years, not important. The tax amount, that's not important. But it's there because we did the tax autofill. So just go ahead and leave it. Yes. Huh. It doesn't like you, huh? too many devices to know which one to turn off. So her comment is, she tried to do the same thing as I did on Cherry Street, and she didn't get the same amount of information populated in. I don't have any special privileges, so I'm not sure why. You could then type it in yourself. So when you're out there on the tax report, where I said, hey, you maybe want to take advantage of this legal description, you may want to just print it out. That way you've got that details if you want to put it into the subject property. And then when you get your listing, because you've already got that printed out, you can use that again to help you fill in the details if you didn't put it in on the subject property. So again, lots of information available to you. As we move on down, there's some things that you're going to have on that subject property report, some things you're not. But what you do want to do is make sure that as you're going through and putting in information, you put in the right number of bedrooms and bathrooms and things of that nature, the square footage, because that's where you're going to be looking at as you're doing side-by-side comparisons, making those adjustments to make the comps as similar as possible to the subject property. Again, as you move on down, you can choose what fields you want to populate in. Notice we've got the total rooms, total number of bedrooms. It came up as a 0 for me. I think this particular property has 3 bedrooms. So I'm going to go ahead and just type that in because it didn't have it. Number of bedrooms on the main level, let's assume that it's 3 also. Coming right on down, if there's no value for the 3/4, I go ahead and put in a 0. That way it's not looking at as an omitted field that I didn't put anything in. It shows I looked at it and there's nothing there. Again, come on down. You can put in all the different details you want. I'm just going to let it sit at this point. Now you could come down to the room information field and start putting in details about it, but I think that may be overkill. Okay, because right now, because you're not putting in a listing, you're putting in a subject property, you don't need to go through all of the effort to put in the subject property. So at this point, I'm just going to come up to my upper left-hand corner. I'm going to click on Save Subject Property. And if there's any fields that require for me to put in, it would then show up with me. It would have not let me leave that page. It would say, you've got the following fields that are required. I could then click on the arrow, step through each of those, fill in the value on each of the fields, and then save it. As I'm looking at it, there's what this report's looking at. Okay, total baths, it didn't pick that up. Living area, I didn't put it in. But you can see there are some things that I may want to put in that I did not. All right. Is that a good picture? No. What's that? You would issue me if it was an actual listing. But on subject properties, there's no fines, right? Okay. Just got to get a clarification from the Kia there. All righty. Notice here at the top, it says edit photo, add edit photo. I'm going to click on it. This brings us to our picture admin tool. As I'm out here, up here in the upper left-hand corner, you can upload multiple pictures in. I'm betting that you've not been into the property yet. And about the first time you're going to get in is when you actually go to make the presentation. So you can, if you want, drive by the home in the evening. That way you got that beautiful sunset back behind the home, or you've got a beautiful blue sky with a couple puffy white clouds. You get that ideal cover of a magazine picture. So you can click on either multiple upload to get that one picture, or just by clicking on this icon here, you can put in that picture. This is what I call the picture collection tool. And right now it says files. In other places in Paragon, like for agent image, office logo, although it says files, it's strictly one file at a time. But when you're working with subject properties in CMAs, or you're working with listings, you can upload every single picture, up to 50 all at one time. So I'm going to click on Add Files. I'm out here. I've been looking at my buyers here. Let me close that up. Let me come up to my home. Let me show you my home. Is that okay? Can I show you my home? There we are. There's that picture. Notice it's been loaded in. This picture can be up to, what was it, 15 megabytes in size. And Paragon will resize that down to 3/4 of a meg. That's a humongously big picture. I've got a notebook computer here. It's like twice the size of my notebook computer, screen wide, and then like 2 times, 3 times higher, whatever. But there it is. I'm going to click down here where it says start the upload. And there it is. And with that one picture in, I'm going to click on close. What do you think? I wish it were mine. But anyways, there we have this picture here. And by clicking on save, I've now saved my work up to this point. Please note that we're not in a preference wizard. In a preference wizard, by simply clicking on back or next over in the upper right-hand corner, you inherently save what's on the page and you move the direction. But when you're in a module like searches, listings, contacts, CMA, if you see a save button here, you need to click on save to save your work. If you're supposed to save and you did, and you try to click on next, it's going to say, did you want to save this work? Then you just say, okay, and it'll save it. So I'm going to click on next. As I do that, we have our client. I could load my client from an existing list, but let me show you what you're going to see if you add a brand new client. Let me go ahead and hide some of the stuff at the top so we have more visibility on my screen. There's what we got. And I don't know why Paragon gives this to us. We've just had a new person hired at Paragon, and she's working on CMA. So what did I do? I took advantage and say, I think this is wrong. I told her, I think it's wrong because it's only giving you first name, last name, and some email addresses. One of the major things that's missing is the address. Other thing that's missing are the phone numbers, because you're creating a contact record for go forward utilization. It's more than just the CMA. So my recommendation is whenever you're here, you're going to add a brand new contact through the CMA module. See the link down below that says click for additional information? Click on it. Now you get the phone numbers. Now you get the groups and the types. Now you get all those addresses here. And by putting in the address here, it's going to save you work down the road, because when we go to the cover letter and the cover page, we're going to take the address from here and populate it out into those two reports. If you only give what Paragon asked you to give on that initial page and not expanding it, when you get out to the cover page, it's going to ask for an address. So you type it all in. You click on next, you get out to the cover letter. It's going to ask for the same information, that address information in. You're going to put it in a second time, and lo and behold, guess what? It never reverse populates from those reports back into the contact record. So if you want to work smarter than harder, put it in here. I'm going to put in the address. This is 605 Cherry Street, Florence, Alabama. County's not necessary. Postal code would be nice to have. I didn't grab the postal code when I got this comp here for me. So let's just continue on. That's good enough, okay? By moving over to the side, you can now come in and put in their phone numbers. So there's one phone number. Let's come on down. So I got some phone numbers there. I got my address down here. I can even mark them as a buyer, seller, whatever, for my different groups here. When I've got this all done, I'm going to come up and click on save. As I click on, okay, first, oh, that's right, first name's required. All righty. On this first name here, if I just put in, let's say, the husband's first name and last name, then when it comes to doing the CMA, only the husband gets recognized as being the seller. Also, when you set this client up for collaboration center, only the husband gets credit for, or the wife, whoever's first name is there, gets credit for adding the comment. My recommendation is go ahead and put their information up here. So I think I said Steve and Sandy. This is going to be Jones. Oops. How did I get there? There we go. There's Jones. And then you can put in the email addresses and things of that nature for them. I'm going to click on save. As I click on save, I should have had a green confirmation rectangle that says this contact record has been saved. I need to click on save again to have the contact record included with the presentation. So the first green confirmation rectangle says contact was saved. Do it again, it now says the contact has been saved inside the presentation. Now it's important for you to save periodically as you go, because as you save your work up to that point. You never know when you're going to lose internet or you're going to lose power. You don't want to be all the way down. You're just about ready to generate it, and then you lose power and internet for a day and a half. You lost all of your work, okay? So anyways, I've saved it. Let's click on the next button here. Let's come over to the comps. As I'm working with the comps, we're going to click on add comps. And I recommend you do a fresh, brand new property search based on the definition of your subject property. Now you do have the option of doing an address search to find your comps. You can even go out to listing cards or just do MLS numbers and find those comps. But what you're dealing with is properties that you have previously looked at, but you probably haven't looked at the entire market and recently. So my recommendation, instead of using historical information that may be skewed or beyond 6 months or whatever, come over and do a residential search. And as you do that, again, we want to come over to the status field. We want to select all of the active, all of the sold, all of the pending, and drop it in. Okay. With that, we're there. Now, what I would do in my, if this were my account that I was going to be using all the time, I'd take that closing date that's down in the dates folder and I'd move it right up next to status. That way, when I put in sold, I can immediately, without any having to scroll on down, put in and find the sold date. So I would customize and bring that up. What's that? Good, awesome. Lady says here, oh, that's a good idea, and I can do it. Or I'm going to come on down. I'm going to come over to my dates folder. I'm going to come down to my closing date, and I'm going to use the date range back, and I'm going to say 6 months. It's the easy button. Paragon calls it advanced search functionality. I call it the easy button because it makes it easy to say 6 months back. All right, based on that, we're down to 965 listings. Let's come in and put in some other details. Again, type, it's residential, got it. Price, again, can't do the price. We're going to let the neighborhood drive the price for us. As we continue on down, listing date, I don't want to limit any of the listings that are out there available for me for the actives or the pendings. The only thing I want to limit is how far back into the history we're going for the sold properties. Now, if you went back 3 years, is 3 years pricing going to be valid for today? That's why you want to limit how far back you go. But you want to take whatever's on the market right now because that's competition. And you want to obviously have what are pending because the pending shows you what is the current market for that kind of a home because there's a contract on it. As we move on down, we're in Lauderdale County. Let's come in and we want to be in Florence. Got it. We want it to be in city limits. Got it. I'm down to 484. I can put in subdivision name, community name if I know those information. And I'm going to put in 3. I got 252. Now, if I'm getting down and I don't have enough comps for me, I could say let's do 2 to 4. My subject property is 3, so I'm going to just go 1 above and 1 below. And there's a lot of CMA programs out there that say whatever your bedroom amount or your bathroom count is, we're going to do +1 above and below, plus and minus 1. So again, if you did that, that would work. But I'm going to try to do it without having to do any adjustments. We've got it. We're moving on down. My full bathrooms, I'm going to say at least 2 that direction. Again, we could work it down. But for the sake here, let's do 2 to 4 and 1 to 3. And with this here, I'm going to say it's got to be a hard 2 for the total full baths. As I move on down, there's other details I can put in as I'm narrowing down what I'm looking for. I could also put in a year built range if I wanted. I want something that's newer than this date, or I want something in this date range. So you know it was built in the, let's say, 2000s or the 1990s or whatever. Having put in criteria, you'd want to refine this to give you a good close match for what you're looking for. I'm still going to come up and do a map search because what we're looking at is all of Florence. Not all the properties inside Florence are in the same neighborhood, and not all of them have the same details, whatever. So I'm going to come up to my map search. Again, this is going to show me all the matches inside Florence. I'm going to put in that address. I'm going to put in 605 Cherry Street, Florence, Alabama. Again, you don't have to put in the zip code. As I click on the magnifying glass, Google's going to identify that property's location. And I'm just going to zoom in on this one here. Now, as I'm zooming in, I can no longer use the radius because that flag is no longer in the exact center of the map. Before, when I did my quick CMA, I found the address and I did a 1 mile radius. I had not moved the map, and when Google Maps thinks it puts the flag in the very center of the map. So when you do a mile radius around the center, you're also doing it around the subject property. So as I'm moving in like this, I can now look at these properties and I can now come in and say, okay, what is the natural neighborhood for this? So there we go. Let that refresh there for us. I like to use the polygon because the polygon allows me to come in and instead of following street boundaries, I could be following property boundary lines on the back end of this natural neighborhood. Okay, this isn't necessarily a natural neighborhood, but I'm going to. What's that? What I would normally do, see right in this area right here, see how there's a cluster of homes right in here? and they look like they're kind of contained, okay, that would be that natural neighborhood. But because I don't have that luxury right now to be looking at things, but a lot of times as you're looking at, especially newer built subdivision, you can see there's only a limited number of accesses in, and you can see that cluster of properties there. And you may find that the one just to the east and to the west are also similar built, similar type of construction. You could then take in those others. But I'm just trying to show that you could, if you wanted to, follow along by property boundary lines. I have my boundary lines coming up automatically. I can then be drawing clicks, so I could carve out this part of the neighborhood because that was a phase 3, not a phase 1 property. So in this case, I'm showing you functionality, not necessarily reality when it comes to the neighborhoods. So having those, I can see that I got a couple of solds. As I move on in, I'm hoping to find some green flags or blue flags, which would indicate active and sold. So I got one purple flag here, which is a pending property. So with that in place, let me just go ahead and click on search. I've got 11 comps, and here they are. I like to organize things according to status. I'm going to click at the double click at the top of the column. So I've got my statuses. I got no actives. So if I'm looking at it, say, I've got to have actives, I need more pendings. The question is, what do you want to do? Do you want to expand out? In this case, because we're doing a CMA presentation packet, I have the ability to go in and make adjustments. So I can make those kinds of adjustments if I wanted. If I wanted to, I could come back over to my map also. And instead of deleting and redrawing it, I'm going to come into edit, just click here in the center and see these different dots right here. Those are edit points. So I can now go out and expand. So again, I didn't change the number of bedrooms or bathrooms. What I did is I expanded the area from which I'm going to pull my comps. And because I have the ability to do adjustments, I can account for that. It's a trial and error. So the question is, how do you determine how far to go out? And it's a trial and error. Okay. As you come out, let's say all of a sudden by coming up north, I have a ton of actives. I may want to pull it back in closer. And if I have a ton of solds down in the south and no active, I may want to pull up a little bit. Again, trying to identify the neighborhood that they're coming from as much as possible. But if I can't do that, I just need to get comps. Now, most people, they identify the property, they draw a 1 mile circle around it. If they don't get enough comps, they go 1.5 miles. They just do another circle. If they don't get enough comps, they do a 2 mile radius. So they're just going ahead and expanding out also in order to get the right number of comps for them. And as you do, when you do those circles initially by a 1 mile radius, if you don't move the map, then it's a concentric 1 mile, 1.5 miles, 2 miles, 2.5, 3, whatever can go. All right, so there we have it. And let's go ahead and just click on search. As I click on search, this is going to refresh for me. I'm going to click on status. So I have my actives. I got 2 actives, still 1 pending, and I got a bunch of solds. I got 18 total comps. So I'm going to check the checkbox in the upper left-hand corner. Again, I can come through and do my vetting. So let me hide some things here at the top of the screen again. There we go. So as we're looking down the bedrooms, let me just click on it. So on the bedrooms, notice I got a 2-bedroom home here because I said 2 to 4. Okay. As I'm coming on down, it looks like I've got plenty of 3-bedroom homes. I've got 4. So it looks like I got plenty of 3-bedroom homes. I'm going to just omit anything that's not 3 bedrooms. Okay. There's no real science. 10 minutes. Okay. There's no real science with it, but that's how I come down with this. Now, as I'm looking at my full baths, again, I can look at it. I can say anything that has more than 2 full baths, I'm going to omit. There's that one there. It's already omitted. Again, I can come through and let's look at half baths. Again, I can come on down, see what's going on here, and everything's looking good. So in the upper right-hand corner, I'm going to click on check to show me just those checked properties. I'm going to click on, with that, see in the upper left-hand corner, it says add to CMA. As I do that, Paragon's going to say, do you want the 13 selected? Yes. I'm going to click on select, and this is my CMA spreadsheet. The CMA spreadsheet you can customize, you can sort, but this is also the place where you determine the display order of the properties. So if I want this property number 5 up, I can move it up. If I want this property that's right now 2, I want to move it down, I can move it down. The order that they appear on the spreadsheet is the display order for the properties in the CMA presentation. Yes. In the upper right-hand corner, did I say right? In the upper right-hand corner? No, I meant to say left because it's always, that green button's always in the upper left-hand corner. Yeah. That's correct. So because I was so what we're noting here is that for adding these comps to the CMA, I went to the upper left-hand corner. I clicked on the green add to CMA button. It was noted that when we did our quick CMA, I went over to the search button over on the right hand, or the reports button, and that's how I came up with my reports there. Assuming that this is what I want, I'm going to click on next. This is where we come over to calculated adjustments. And right now I'm going to go ahead and click on save. I didn't click on save before. I've gone through and done some vetting with it. CMA. Yeah, the presentation packet. There you go. Exactly. So again, what's being noted here in the room is that when we did the quick CMA, I went over to reports on the right-hand side, and I then chose the different reports because I was wanting to show you what we were selecting. If I just selected reports and said, there we go, you have no understanding of why I selected it. So when you actually do the quick CMA, you get to that CMA quick view. From there, you just move up to print plus, and then you select the reports from the side, but you don't get to see them. Okay. So we're out here, we're on the adjustments. And so with this, these are the different fields the Alliance has said you can do adjustments with. So I'm going to take, where's our bedrooms? There it is. I'm going to take total bedrooms and add it. I'm going to take total baths and add it. Or maybe what I want to do instead of total baths, let me remove that. Let me come over and I'm going to use, do we have half baths? Nope. So I am going to use total baths. Let me go ahead and grab that. And I can grab any of these other fields here. Now, what we're looking at is these are the fields where you can make a calculated adjustment. In other words, when you say, I've got a 4-bedroom home, but this is a 5-bedroom comp, I can remove a market appropriate value for that bedroom and put that value in. And if you have a 3-bedroom home, it's going to add that adjustment to a 3-bedroom home to make it look like a 4-bedroom home. So what you want to do on a CMA by CMA basis, determine what value is here. And I know when you came in, you said, I have no idea what to put in that value there. Okay. So let me give you some ideas. If your office has appraisals for homes in that neighborhood, go take a look. What did the appraiser use as an adjustment for a bedroom? If you don't have those available in that neighborhood, go talk to someone in your office that's been around forever. They are the matriarch or patriarch of the office. They know everything and say, hey, over here in this area, what do you adjust for a bedroom, a bathroom, whatever? Or in here, no, you don't have to put that in. So let's assume that for this for a bedroom over here, the value of a bedroom is $8,000. And for a total bath, let's assume the value for a total bath is, let's say, $4,000. Paragon will automatically look at the subject property and look at the comp. Is it more or less? And then add or subtract from the comp the appropriate amount for the differences in the bedrooms or the baths. And you want to do that on a CMA by CMA basis. Because if you're in an estate exclusive neighborhood, the value of a bedroom is going to be a lot more than if you're down in a $75,000. So having made these adjusting values here on the right-hand side, I click on Save. Green confirmation rectangle, I'm going to click on Next. And the first thing you want to do is you come over to this next page, is you want to click on Calculate Adjustments. And as I click on it, it's immediately going to go through. And so notice right here for total baths, for whatever reason, I didn't put in my total baths for my subject property. So it reduced by $8,000 because I said a total bath is worth $4,000. So as I'm now coming through my comps buttons at the top, I can come through and see what are these different adjustments. It looks like because I didn't put in total baths, it's going to give me an $8,000 reduction for all of my comparable properties. So let's do this. I want to add a manual adjustment. I see where I made a mistake. Instead of going back and correcting, I'm just going to come up to manual adjustment. I'm going to say total baths over here, $8,000. That way I can account for that. And I'm going to click on it, see where it says copy to the left. I'm now going to go back and say all the properties I've already seen, add 8,000 to it. All the properties that are upcoming, add $8,000 to it. So this is a way you can quickly go in and add adjustments. If you'd seen Paragon CMA years ago, like using the Huntsville system, whatever, we didn't have calculated adjustments. And so you had to look at each property, calculate each one of those things, and it was tedious. Paragon now gives you the ability not only to look at the comps and have Paragon automatically make the adjustments, but if you're looking at things like workshops or pools, whatever, you can put adjustment at the bottom, copy to the left, copy to the right, sounds like a football cheer, and then you can then go on with it, okay? As you come on over to the next comp and you realize, hey, I don't need that, you can always remove it. Or it has a pool, I don't need the adjustment for it. So you can't on a CMA by comp make those adjustments. After you've gone through each of these different comps, click on save and click on next. As you click on next, you come over to the theme, the footer, and disclaimer, and those are all set up in the preference wizard. So let's come on down to the presentation setup. But before we leave here, let me just show you this. On these themes, we have 6 different themes. If you use modern, we take a sampling of this color here and with a texture unique to this theme, apply it to the top part of the page and we fade it out. And notice where the differences of where your agent information is, your office logo information is at, prepared for, prepared by, and this picture. Let's come over to vivid. Notice how everything moved. Come down to traditional. Everything moved again. Elegant. Moved again. Contemporary. Now, contemporary, there's no coloring on the back pages. The only coloring is on the primary page. For me, I like basic. It's less color and it more fits how I feel. I'm going to click on save. As you come on down, we've got, if you want to use a cover page, you select it. As you click on cover page, this is where you can then see the address of your client being populated in onto this page. So there's Stephen Sandy Jones. There's the information there. There's my information brought in for my agent and office record. CMA presentation, if I want to, I could say for Stephen Sandy. It says agent centric. I think it's wrong. Back a decade ago when they made that change, I think it's wrong. I think it should be subject property centric. And by choosing that, notice you can have on that cover page your seller's home. It also gives you the ability to come in and put in whatever comments you want to have there on the cover page of your CMA. So I think that selection about agent centric is totally wrong. I would always come in and make it subject property centric. If I want my agent image and my office logo there, got it. And I click on save. I click on next. If I want to use my cover letter, there we go. Notice it's already brought in the address and everything like that. When it comes to the salutation, just type in dear or hey or yo or whatever you want to use for it, or type in nothing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take what's in the first name field and last name field, put it together and drop it in with the comma. So if I typed in dear Stephen Sandy Jones, comma, we then get dear Stephen Sandy Jones, comma, Stephen Sandy Jones, comma. Only New York City gets New York, New York, okay? As we continue on down, I then have my choice of up to 3 different cover letters. For my closing, I like to say respectfully. You create them yourself, okay? Then depending upon how well I know the people, I could just put in Gary. A little more formal, Gary Arnett. If I want to be a lot formal, Gary A. Arnett. So again, you can do how you want to work with them. Click on save. And then if you want your agent resume, you click on next. And again, you have up to 3 different agent resumes. You create yourself. When it comes to your company information, there's only one company info. And so it's got to be generated by someone at the office level. So you have agent level and office level. Someone at the office level, when they create it, it populates out to everybody in the office. Coming down to subject property detail report. This is that report that you have. And you have 2 options for you. I like subject property 1 because it gives you a very large picture that fills most of the page. And only down at the bottom are there a handful of page, fields to populate. If you choose subject property 2, a little picture in the upper left-hand corner, and there's all this white space just begging for a lot of data input. I like subject property 1. As you click on next, you now come over to the different reports we saw in the quick CMA. The vertical view, we have field names on the left and then 4 properties coming across the right. We also have the horizontal view, which gives you a thumbnail picture on the left, 2 columns of 6 fields each, and I chose the public remarks to be displayed. I want the summary of adjustments. The CMA summary, that's where you have, it's in the vertical mode, so you have up to 11 fields that you can customize by going in and customizing for the active and saving, sold and saving, pending and saving, and the grayed out fields count against your 11 fields. Coming on over, I want the comparable price statistics, the comparable price analysis. That's where we have the different bar graphs, either on a status by status basis or raw data out of Paragon in the left-hand graph, adjusted values after you've made adjustments on the right-hand side. I want my seller's net and final comments. There we go. If you want any of those additional items, you go ahead and select it. And notice down here, you can upload a PDF document. Uploading the PDF document is very simple. You say, it tells you how many documents you have yet to, that are available to you. I've got 4 I can upload. I click on choose a file. We upload 1 at a time. So as I come over to my training files, I can choose whatever I want. I'm going to click on open. This is actually a tax report I'm uploading on this here. There we go. I click on save, and I have one that's common for all CMAs, and this one here is only for just this specific CMA. With that in place, I click on save, and when we're ready, we click on generate. By clicking on generate, we're now going to get the start button, and when you click on start, we're going to get 2 rectangles come up. On the left hand, we got to click on start here. There we go. We have assembling components on the left-hand side, and once it's getting together all the properties, the reports, and all, it then moves over to the right-hand side, and we're creating the PDF. I'm not going to wait for that to come through. Even though it's resolving up and letting us go, it's not really ready to start scrolling down through for another minute or 2. And that's the Paragon CMA presentation packet. And I probably talked about 6 minutes too long. Does anyone have any questions for me about the CMA presentation you can create in Paragon? You can adjust the order that these reports appear in. So like marketing planner, if you want that up high, you can just drag and drop it. I've moved it in this case for just this presentation, but if I do it in the preference wizard, I've done it for all future CMAs. I talked too much during this presentation, plus we had about a 20-minute delay in starting this, that accounts for this. I haven't done the CMA preference wizard. So I'm going to click on the help button. I'm going to show you where there's a recorded webinar where you can go out and see how to run the CMA preference wizard. So when you click on help, a new tab in your browser opens up, and these are all your quick start guide tiles. By clicking on training videos, the page is going to refresh, and staying on the left-hand side, move down to where it says current recorded webinars. And by clicking there, the page will refresh again. And staying in the current webinars tab, your landing page, you want to move on down. And right here in purple is the CMA preference wizard. You can run that by using play, pause, and practice. Play it out to a logical point, pause it, and then do what I've just demonstrated for you. Back me up as you need, and then when you're ready, play on to the next logical point to pause it and do what I've shown you how to do. That's how you get your self-paced training. Now, this webinar today this training class has been recorded. The key has been really good about starting the recording for us here. But if you wanted to see something else, you could always play the CMA presentation from here. And all of the different trainings I've presented this week here with you have recorded webinars out here for you. Plus, Nikia's got this wealth of recorded webinars available for you out on your network page. All righty. Any final comments? Any final questions for me? Oh, what I did is I clicked on upload PDF document, and I went out and found a document that I called tax. Because when I looked at it, I thought it said CRS tax on it, so I gave it a name that I thought it was. I apparently mislabeled it. All right. Everybody, thank you for being here. Have a great day and success to you as you continue to build your business using Paragon. Okay. Oh, does it show me as? Oh, don't want that, do we? Okay, thank you. All right. I think everyone can hear me. I looked up on the Zoom window and it said I was muted. I thought, oh, I made a mistake. Maybe not. But anyways, good afternoon. My name is Gary Arnett. I'm your Paragon trainer today. We're talking this hour, about what's new in Paragon. And there's a ton that's new. And I'm going to be able to share a few things with you today as we talk about what's new. Let me begin my PowerPoint. On the screen, you can see two different ways of contacting Paragon's customer care team. One way is to call them using the phone number 877-MLS-HELP. The numbered version, 877-657-4357. Using the table below, I've highlighted Central Time Zone so you can easily see our hours of operation. For Monday through Friday, it's 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. On Saturday, it's 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And on Sunday, it's 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. If you want, you can send them an email using the email address paragonsupport@bkfs.com. And when you send them an email, they'll get back to you the next business day. In the upper right-hand corner of all Paragon pages, there's a help button. When you click on the help button, a new tab in your browser will open up and you'll see this content on the page. And as you're looking at it, the tiles on the first row and the first two tiles on the second row, when selected, will display a list of quick start guides related to the tile topic that you clicked on. When you open up a quick start guide, you're going to find step-by-step instructions with screenshots showing you how to use that part of Paragon. If you want a demonstration in using Paragon, click on the training videos button found on the toolbar. When you do that, the page refreshes and those tile topics are located over on the left-hand side of the screen. When you click on a particular tile topic, on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see a collection of short videos, 5 to 10 minutes in length, related to the tile topic that you clicked on. For a more complete demonstration, click on Current Recorded Webinars. When you do that, the page refreshes, and please note that we have 3 different tabs here representing the 3 different types of webinars that have been previously recorded and available to you for on-demand training. Now, the current webinar tab, those are the landing page. Those are webinars that were designed to be 1 hour in length and cover an entire module. Mini webinars, those are webinars that were designed to be 30 to 45 minutes in length and a little more focused. Shorts, those are webinars that were designed to be 20 minutes in length and very focused on specific functionality within a module. As you're viewing any webinar or Paragon video, we recommend you use play, pause, and practice to view the video. As you click on play, you can play the video to a logical point, and then you can pause it. With that video paused, we invite you to practice what we've demonstrated for you. You can always back us up as you need, and then when you're ready, you can play on. Play, pause, and practice will give you self-paced training. I encourage your questions during this class time today. So if you're here in the class, just raise your hand. I'll recognize you and I'll answer your questions. If you're out in Zoom land, go ahead and use the chat button and send Nakia the question. She'll then wave and raise her hand, and I'll then ask her to state your question that you've asked. And I will answer your questions. And when I do that, I'm going to give you one of 3 answers. Great question, let's talk about it now. Great question, give me a minute and we'll logically get there. Or great question, let's talk about it between the classes. I encourage your questions, and so please ask your questions. We're going to be looking at what's new in Paragon. And so here's some of the things that I found that I'd like to share with you today. Paragon Connect. Now, Paragon Connect has been available since you came on with Paragon, but it's been greatly enhanced here recently. And if you're familiar with Paragon Mobile or anything like that, this is heads and shoulders way above better than that product. Now, inside Paragon Connect, you do have full listing edit. So if you are allowed to add and edit your listing inside your Paragon system, then using Paragon Connect, you can do the same thing. And please note that it's the same field, the same rules. Everything's the same, just it's displayed on your mobile device, be it a smartphone or a tablet. You can also use your PCs, Macs, desktop, laptop, notebook, computers to access and utilize Paragon Connect. We've also got an enhanced photo editor. We'll talk about that. You can also do a map search. You can do multi-class searches and so much more. And we'll get in and do a little bit of exploring about what you can do in Paragon Connect. We also have price analysis widget. That was released just this Wednesday. So this is brand new information. And this is my first time to teach it. Although I've been through it, it is an excellent tool to help you find who's interested in your property right now. And so that'll give you that great information. We also have public record searches. So as we've been doing some of our searches inside Paragon, I've been showing some of you this information. I want to show it again because it is what's new in Paragon. It's going to show you last sales price flags out there from public records. It's also going to give you property watch. So if a client says, hey, I'm interested in this property, when it comes on the market, would you let me know? You can put a watch on that property. That way, when it does come on the market, you can let them know. And when it's on the market, you're going to also have an alert that lets you know that it's on the market. Connect View. Connect View is one of those reports that we have that you can use inside Paragon, but it's going to give you the ability to see the details of the property as seen in Collaboration Center Detail View. Plus, it's going to show you the comment that or question that's been asked, and you can answer that comment right there within the view. Action plug versus action icons. Historically, Paragon has had a field called action icons, and there's been all kinds of little dots moving across that field. It takes up a lot of space, and it kind of looks, okay, ugly. It looks out of place on it. So by having a little plug, you can now access that same functionality. I'm going to show it to you because it occupies a smaller footprint. We have Collaboration Center, buyer and seller side. Now, we've been looking a little bit about Collaboration Center, but I want to show you in more focus what the buyer side looks like, what the seller side looks like. And I'm hoping that you're going to see that it's got great information, and you're going to want to allow your clients, your buyers and sellers, to access that information about their property as a seller or about the properties that are matched to their saved searches you've got set up for them. So with that as an introduction, let's go take a look at some of these new things, okay, not searches, that are inside Paragon, what's new. And let me get over to your Paragon system. I guess I'm going to have to log into Paragon again. I think I closed down that window accidentally. Now, the way I'm getting into Paragon is different than the way you would get into Paragon because I'm not using Clarity for my access to it. Because I'm a Paragon employee, I can access your system without going through the Clarity gatekeeping. So let me go ahead. I got my username and password saved in my browser. Using Clarity, you can't do that. But once I get inside Paragon here, I then have the same functionality that some of you may have where you can assume the identity of other people in your office. I'm just going to click on my name, move over to assume identity, and from the list, I'm going to go ahead and type in my name. You would think, given how old I am, I'd know how to spell my name. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and select it, click on assume. I'm now into my training system here. So let me come out and just show you some of the things I want to show you about Collaboration Center. The first thing is the price analysis widget. This is brand new. We only introduced it here this last Wednesday. So it's only out in the market now for about 2 days. And so to get to it, I can come over to listings. I can work with my partially saved listings and have it work. I can also work in listings and have it work. Also, over in CMA, by coming down and working with my subject properties, I can also have it work. So let me take a subject property here. I've got this one. I've got a price with it. I'm going to click on the ID number of it. And the price analysis widget is right here. So what we're doing is we're going to take your property, be it a subject property, a partially saved listing, or a complete published listing. We're going to use that as criteria, and we're going to check all of the buyers that are inside Paragon that have a saved search and see how many of those buyers where this property would be a match. And that's what we're showing. So I'm going to click on price analysis, and it's going to use this particular property. It's out there calculating. So there's the asking price I have for the property. It's still calculating the buyers. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 main is not going to help me with anything. But as it is, notice that there's 11 buyers. Okay, 11 buyers right now based on the details of my property, where if you run their saved search, my property is a match. Now, this is different than reverse prospecting. Reverse prospecting, as we've talked about before, you have to have the buyer's agent opt them in for reverse prospecting. And to be opted in for reverse prospecting, you have to have a contact who's opted in for reverse prospecting. They have a saved search, and it's activated for automatic email notification. That is reverse prospecting, and it's going to give you a smaller number of matches. Using price analysis, it's now looking out and saying, okay, who are all the contacts out there, buyers, who have a saved search? And when you run their saved search, this property is a match, but they don't have to be opted in for reverse prospecting. So this is a more universal, comprehensive set of information. Now, if I were doing this on an active listing, I could come out here and change the pricing. So let's look at maybe 245. I click on recalculate buyer, and there's 10. So that $5,000 difference took away one buyer. Let's come on over and take a look at something else, because just because we're going down doesn't mean it's always going down from here. So by going down another $5,000 and clicking on recalculate, I still have my 10. So as you're looking at it, this is what we could be working with when it comes to, as we do these different price scenarios, what we could be looking at. We may have one buyer where this price of, let's say, $240,000 is at the very bottom of their price range that they're willing to be spending. So they may be $240,000 to $300,000 as that price range. As I go down one, they're going to drop out. But another buyer could have $240,000 as their top end value, and they're going from $170,000 to $240,000, let's say. And so as we're looking at, although the number is the same, it could be different buyers out there. Same with reverse prospecting. If you're working with those that have been opted in for reverse prospecting, the number may be the same, but we could be looking at different buyers because some are dropping out at the 240 and some are just beginning at the 240. As we're continuing on along, putting in these different prices, let me just jump down to 230. There we go. I click on recalculate, there's 10. Now, if I like that, if I'm working with my seller and they say, yes, that's where I want to be for this next price reduction, see where it says use new price? By clicking on it, I've now updated that property with that new price. So as you're making these price reductions, it gives you an informed basis for making the price change. You're going through and seeing what's happening there. And so I think this is a wonderful tool that's available to you. Remember, you can do it on subject properties, and on subject properties, you can do all the what if scenarios you want, and you're not actually affecting what's going on in the market, especially with that listing. A partially saved listing, again, is not a published listing, so you can do whatever you want. But when it comes to the actual listing, when you click on the price analysis widget, again, it's going in and looking at what's going on. It should have said the 230 there that we had it at. But anyways, that's how you could then go in and work with it. As we're looking down below, if we had valuation models that were working with this, we could also have those evaluation models working here for you. That's the AVMs out there. But again, as you're working with this, this is how you can come in and work with this and put in, as you get a new number of matches, you can go ahead and save that to your listing. And so that's one option that's available to you. Now, I talked about reverse prospecting. Reverse prospecting you get to by clicking on contacts, moving down and to the right, and you click on reverse prospecting. Now remember, reverse prospecting has the buyer's agent has opted their buyer in for reverse prospecting. They have a saved search and email notifications are running. So when you click on a particular property, let's say this one here, click on count, you would then see here the number of people that have been opted in for reverse prospecting with a saved search with email notifications running where this property is a match. So you can see, assuming that these are the same two properties, one gives me no results. The other one is looking at everyone, because right now I'm assuming in your association, not everybody has their buyers opted in for reverse prospecting. So again, working with this price analysis widget, you just go to the listing you want to be working with, click on the widget, the button right there, and up comes the widget where you can then do price what if scenarios to see how many buyers do we have at this point. Now, in this particular situation, you can't see who the buyers are. This is not reverse prospecting. In reverse prospecting, if there was a count here like 5 or whatever, when you click on search, you would see a I could hear the mic here locally. The folks here in the room could hear me because they're in the room. Thanks for letting me know that you couldn't hear me. All right. Let me also do this. In order to show you full listing edit, I need to go over to my own Paragon system, my training system where I've actually got listings, because I don't have listings here in your system. So there we go. So as I'm looking, let me just do this a little bit here inside my system rather than your system. Your system will work exactly the same. In fact, over here in Paragon Connect, I got it here. So I'm going to stay, okay, let me stay in your system until I get to full listing edit. So as I'm looking at here I have my client, and the dots around the client indicates how many times they've classified a property as a favorite, possible, reject. Save searches and comments. And so by clicking on those, I can see that information. And when your client puts their picture into Collaboration Center, it'll show up right here for us in Paragon Connect. Doesn't Betty look really good here? So anyways, as you come up here to the hamburger menu in the upper left-hand corner, and you move down to property search, notice that you have all these different classes of searches you can do. I'm going to click on residential. As I do that, please note, whatever your default residential search is inside Paragon Professional, that is the same default residential search or lots and lands or whatever that you have inside Paragon Connect. So I've set up as my primary criteria, I want just active, and I believe I've got myself set up to be in Lauderdale County right there. So using those two pieces of criteria, over here on the side, you can see I've got 125 matches. And as long as the number of matches are 500 or less, my bar here where it says default is blue. My count is blue. And down here in the corner, my search button, it's blue also, it's activated. And so this is how you can come in and do that. As I'm working with this, I want to go ahead and click on search. So let me move my Zoom information. I'm going to click on search. And I'm going to come out and see some results. So as I'm working with the results, here I've got my tile view here. By clicking on this, I can come over to a map view. By clicking on the map view, I now have the ability to do a map search inside Paragon Connect. Now, inside Paragon Connect, up here in the upper right-hand corner, see what looks like a fist or a hand with the thumb extended and the pointer finger pointed up? By clicking on that button, that hand button, I now have the ability to draw a single shape on the map. So I can identify any place that my client wants to be, and those are the results I'll be looking at. And based on it, notice that the results are 38. So we have given you the ability inside Paragon Connect to do a map search. If you're familiar with Paragon Mobile, and that's a product that we sunset or deactivated about a year or so ago, in that particular tool, you did not have a map search. In fact, you were limited to 20 different fields that somebody else chose for you, and you either turned on the field or off the field when it comes to searching for it. And it was a little on the cumbersome side to do that. Well, inside Paragon Connect, you have exactly the same functionality that you have inside Paragon. You have all the same fields, and whatever you set up as your default search is what you find here inside Paragon Connect. And you also have the ability now to do the map search. This map search has only been available for a couple of months. Looking up here in the corner again, you can change what view you're looking for. So here's a grid view. So looking at the grid view here, we have this picture on the left. We have the address, city, state, zip, MLS number, and the class. And next to that, we have the status in a big rectangle. Yes. All right. Okay, let's just stop right here. Let's talk about it because that's an excellent question. Me, when I travel on the airplane, I travel with my computer. And if that's the only tool I had, as I'm out driving around with my client, they say, well, tell me about this property over here. I got to stop the car. I got to stop the car anyways. Got to stop the car, get out, get my computer, turn it on, let it boot up, and then log into Paragon. By using Paragon Connect, especially with your smartphone, you pull over, your smartphone is already on. You tap on the icon. I was trying to show you how to set that up, and you can then be right inside Paragon Connect and doing the search. So it gives you quick, easy access. I've got it in my hands rather than having my computer sitting between my belly and my steering wheel, and I don't have to worry about my shoulders and my elbows, getting into anyone. So it provides a quick, easy access for you to access the Paragon database. Now, what you get inside Paragon Connect is the same database that we have inside Paragon Online, because they share the same database. It's just a different user interface. Now, there are some limitations to Paragon Connect, like you can't do multiple shapes on a map. You can do one shape on a map search, where in Paragon Online or Professional, you can have 7 shapes on your map. So there are some differences with the desktop, laptop, computer being a little bit easier to work with because of the number of options you have with it. But when it comes to ease of functionality when you're out and about, it only takes your hand, your computer here, your smartphone to show you that information. So I think it also goes down to the flexibility and the convenience of being able to use it. Now, one other thing that's coming up, and although I don't have it to show you today, but in a month or two, we're going to be introducing Easy CMA on your smartphone. It's going to make it quick and easy to use. So again, we're expanding, always expanding the functionality of not only Paragon Professional, but Paragon Connect when it comes to functionality that you have. And our end goal is to make as much as possible Paragon Connect mirror the functionality of Paragon Professional. Does that answer the question?
Yes. Now, how does that, what about HomeSnap? How does that work?
Okay. HomeSnap is another mobile tool. We have a strategic alliance with them, and HomeSnap shows you different things. It shows you actives and solds, and you can even have contacts in it. But the flexibility of going from a contact and doing a save search to set up collaboration center, or a CMA rather than the rapid CMA where you only get 3 actives and 3 solds, you don't have it in HomeSnap. You do have search functionality. You can't have your contacts there, but making that all work together in one seamless package, not available in HomeSnap like it is inside Paragon Connect or Paragon Online. I think they're both very complementary products. Now, Paragon Connect is agent only facing. There is no buyer side of it. So by using HomeSnap, you can be with your client both inside HomeSnap. They're in the general public version, HomeSnap, where you're in HomeSnap Pro, where you have added functionality that you can then utilize. So it just depends upon where you're at, what you're doing, and what your client may have. And it may be beneficial. You're both looking at the same information on the property, or they're in HomeSnap, you're in Paragon Connect, and you can say, and here's additional information here that they won't have in HomeSnap. All righty. You had a question. Okay, the question is, can I set up preferences inside Paragon Connect? Because when she logs in, every time she's got to, select her county. And the option that you have there, and let me come back to my Paragon Connect here for the search. This is my default search criteria screen. I haven't added any criteria here. As I move on down, notice how I have Lauderdale County already selected. So the way to make it so you don't have to add the county, as an example, is inside your default search inside Paragon Online or Professional, go ahead and add the county there. Now, okay. Okay. Okay, where are you setting counties? Is it in the Market Monitor? Because if you're going through preferences, you're not setting up how your search works. You're setting up how your Market Monitor works. So my recommendation, let me come back over to Paragon here. Where you're out, and let me just come up on search, residential. As I'm bringing up this residential search, I have it set up that every time I run a search, it takes me back to my default search. So as I'm working out here on this search criteria screen, I'm going to move down and see where it says county, put in Lauderdale or whatever counties you want, Colbert, whatever. Then move up to save search, take that first option. You're going to update the current search you're working with. In this case, it's your default search. And when you do that and save it, it then transfers over to Paragon Connect because it's the same search criteria screen between the two databases or two user interfaces. Follow-up question.
So what we were saying for yesterday, how to get the partial or whatever. That's where
No. Okay. In order, you're asking about county, correct? You want to have Lauderdale County or Colbert County or whatever county or counties there. You do that on the default search criteria screen in the county field. So on your computer there, in your residential search, I'm assuming you're primarily a residential agent, bring that default search up, move down to where it says county, and what do you have in your default search? Is it empty? Is it empty? Because it's empty here, where you've set up your default search, it's going to be empty inside Paragon Connect. So just for the fun of it, type in Lauderdale County or Colbert County or whatever county you're working with. And once you've got that added to the field, move up to the toolbar, go to where it says Save Search, hover over it, and take that first option which says Save Search. And by clicking on that button, you're saying, let me update the current search I'm working with. And right now you're in your default search. So it's now added those counties that you've put in there. If you were to go into Paragon Connect right now, so start a residential search again, you should now see those counties there. Like I have my county here inside my search criteria screen in Paragon Connect.
I know what I would do then. Say my preference.
Okay,
With my family,
okay,
but I haven't done it for
okay. So it makes sense. Paragon was operating the way we expected it, but it confused you a little bit because you saved it for Hotsheets, which does not translate over to residential searches or lots and lands or whatever the property class is. Okay, so sure. So what you could do, if there's like 4 or 5 counties you want, you can put in the county field 4 or 5 different values. That way they're all there. And if someone says, I only want Colbert County, you can go through and just tap on that little X right here inside Paragon Connect. Tap on the X for the counties they don't want. Right. Okay. Okay, so Hotsheets operate differently. In Hotsheets, you have one Hotsheet search right now. I'm guessing that down the road, as they're trying to mirror in Paragon Connect what we're doing inside Paragon Professional, we'll have that option to have saved Hotsheet searches. Right. So that's some of the differences between Paragon Professional and Paragon Connect. Right now in Hotsheets, you only have one Hotsheet search. There's no way to save multiple Hotsheet searches like we do in Paragon Professional. And then back to the counties for a residential search. I'm assuming that you're not covering all of Alabama. So what you could do is type into that counties field all the different counties you typically work in with your typical client. Have them all there. And then as you're working on a client by client basis, simply remove the ones you don't want. It's easier to tap on the X than to click on the slider bars, which is your magnifying glass, and go find what you're wanting. So load it big. And then as you have someone who wants Colbert County, remove all the rest of them. You got someone who wants Lauderdale, remove all the other ones and leave Lauderdale there. That way it simplifies your work as you're trying to work with your clients, especially if you're on the fly. Okay, we good? All right. All righty. So we have out here, we have this information here. I showed you how to go out and do a map search. So you can have whatever criteria you want. And when you click on search, down in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, you then go out and you're going to see results. Let me just go ahead and do that again. So here's my results. To do the map search, come up to the upper left-hand corner. See where it says grid view? Click on it. Down in the bottom, it says map view. As you select it, there's our map view. And see this trash can here in the upper right-hand corner? If I click on it, it gets rid of that shape. We're going to get a redisplay of all the matches there. So with that, again, we could come in, click on the, what should we call that? What is the pointer? I guess I'm from the Roy Rogers days and all. That's the gun, you know, but you can't do that because anyways. So I'm going to click on that, the pointer button, draw my shape. I'm now looking for properties in that specific area. So it's quick and easy. And from here, you can come over and save that. See I guess that's called officially the overflow button. I call it the snowman button. And down here in the left-hand corner, we can then save this search. Now, a lot of times, let me move this bar here for just a moment. There we go. Okay. Sometimes when you're working out here with the search, it's going to say save the search or update your default search. In this case, it's not showing that to me. But if it says update the default search, guess what? By saving it as your updated default search, it's saved inside Paragon database, which means when you go into Paragon Professional, what you saved on or set up in Connect now becomes your default in Professional. So there's an item that you can do that direction with it. Let me come over to my Paragon Connect for a minute. I want to show you how you do full listing edit. So as I'm looking out here, I got my picture. There's my name, my office, and all. I'm on the buyer side. And we always start on the buyer side inside Paragon Connect because that's where you have probably more interaction and activity because you have probably more buyers than you have listings. Well, right underneath my picture where it says buyer, to the left it says sellers. As I click on it, here are all of my properties. I got some with pictures, some without pictures. I can go ahead and do that. Now in your database, you can't save a listing without a picture. So you're never going to have a situation where you have a property without a picture. In my database, my demo database, that's a possibility. And then when I set up my client for Collaboration Center seller side, when they go in and put in their picture, guess what? It shows up here, just like it does for my buyers on the buyer side. So let me come back up. I'm going to take this property right here that has no picture. And with that, down below, see where it says edit? I'm going to click on it. As I click on edit, I'm now going into the full listing edit. And the fields I'm going to see here, top to bottom, are in the exact same order as they are in your input form. And here's all those different containers we have. Because it's my demo system, a different Paragon system, the fields, the container name, the fields in the containers are going to be different. For those of you that have been working in or had worked inside Huntsville, whatever, Valley MLS, you know that what they call things there is different. And that's because each board or association can set up Paragon to fit the way they want to see things, okay? So as I'm looking at this, I can come over to General. As I open that up, here I have my information. Notice because my screen is wide because it's a notebook computer, I got left, right, down, left, right, down. If I was using my smartphone, now I'm in responsive design. Notice it's going to be one column. And so it's going to be exactly the same way it appears on the input form inside Paragon Professional. Now, as we're working with this information, I'm going to move that bar off to the side now. As we're working on this, we can come down and you see the drop down arrow here. As I click on it, there are all of my options for my listings. Okay, so I can come in and choose whatever status I want. And then once it's done, I just click on the up arrow and it's now in there. Let me do this. I'm going to come over and let's say I'm going to make this one back on market. So once I click a particular value, it drops in. And if I click on save, I've now changed that property from being a new listing or an active listing to a back on market listing. So as I'm moving on down, I can find these different details. As I'm putting in the address, I can put in the house number, the directional, the street name. Maybe in your system, you may have a post directional, the city, the state, the zip. So it's going to be exactly the same. Now, in your system, you have some conditionally required fields. So if you say HOA or association, you now have to put in how much it is, what is the payment, what is the frequency of the payment, maybe even what is the name of the association. Those become conditionally required if you say HOA, yes. Those same rules that you have out in your system will be the same inside, in Paragon Professional, will be the same inside Paragon Connect. And so if you have other things, maybe you've got a parent-child relationship like county and city. If you put in Lauderdale County, you can't get Tuscumbia. Okay, all right. Sometimes they just don't roll off the tongue like you'd like them to do because it's in a different county, right? It's in Colbert County, I think. So anyways, as you have that parent-child relationship, if you choose the parent, you limit the choice when it comes to the child. We found the other day in one of the classes, because I had Florence there, I could not put in Colbert County because I'd already said Florence, and Florence is only in Lauderdale County. But as soon as I took out Florence, I could then put in Lauderdale, I could put in Colbert, I could put in Franklin, all the other counties that I wanted to. So whatever rules you have inside Paragon Professional when it comes to doing listing input and maintenance, it's here inside Paragon Professional. I don't know. So are there users that can add edits to their listings? Okay. So whatever rules, whatever permissions you have in Paragon Online, it's here in Paragon Professional. Okay, Paragon Connect. Okay, so it's exactly the same. All righty, let me show you something else neat here. See this magnifying glass? If you need to go find something, just click on the magnifying glass. Because as you're working with these different containers, as you expand out, it could be miles long, different fields there. Let me put in the word pool. As I put in pool, notice how immediately it found my feature here for pool. And with that set up, I can now use the drop down. I can choose any of my values that I have for a pool. Is it above ground? Is it a community? Is it a hot tub? Is it in ground? Is it a pool? Is it private? Whatever. So again, you've got lots of different options for that. Maybe I'm going to put in, So you got to put in the feature category. So every time I go to take it out, it brings me up other details there. But it's like the GA, notice it says garage capacity. I now have that options coming down here for me. Garage dimensions. I got irrigation, again, the GA. So it's going to be looking for that character string anywhere in any field that you have inside Paragon. It's not necessarily going to find the value for you, like I was trying to put in natural gas. It's not going to find the items inside a feature or whatever, but at least you can find the field name there, and it's quick and direct. All right, let's do picture admin. Let me move my Zoom item there. Notice here with the picture, I've got this icon in the lower right-hand corner. That icon is always there, whether there's a picture or not. As I click on it, I'm now going into the picture editor. And the picture editor inside Paragon Connect is more sophisticated than it is inside Paragon Professional. Let me try clicking on that again. All right, it's not wanting to cooperate. Let me come on over to something else. Okay, it now finally decided to give me my picture editor. So I'm coming into the picture editor for that one listing. Notice it says there's no photos available. That's okay. See where it says add? As you hover over it, notice it takes a changing color, so you know you've hovered over it. As you click or tap on it, I'm doing a mouse, so it's going to be a click there. I'm going to come over to, it's taking me out to my computer. I'm going to come down to my house to find the pictures I want. So let me choose this other property. Got this property out here. I'm going to choose this picture. If you hold down the control key, you can choose multiple pictures, or if you come up and click on the checkbox there at the top, that's the same as holding down the control key. The reason we give you that checkbox at the top is if you're using a smartphone, you don't have a control key. So by using the checkbox, you can select multiple pictures. In your system, you could upload up to 50 pictures all at one time. So let's come down and grab a couple backyard pool pictures. And there we go. I could select, in my database, I think I'm allowed 26 pictures. You've got 50. I'm just going to select a small number, and I click on open. As I click on open, notice that Paragon is telling me, or Paragon Connect is telling me, we're uploading those pictures, and they're going to display in the picture admin tool. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time. So there's the 3 photos I uploaded. Notice you get the green confirmation rectangle again. As I'm looking at it, notice because it went into that primary location, I've now got that indicated as the primary photo. I can rearrange that. See where it says reorder? I can click on it. I can now move these pictures to wherever I want. And once I make a change, either adding something, removing something, or rearranging something, notice I have the green dot with the white check mark. I click on it. I've now updated those pictures, and now watch how it's going to reorder and put in where that primary photo is. As I look at it, that's not the front of the home. So let me click on add so I can add more pictures. Going to come on over. I'm going to grab that one. I'm going to click on open. There it is. Again, I want to reorder it, move it, save it. I now have my pictures the way I want. So this picture editor is just recently added here within like the last month or so. It had been, you had to upload the pictures one at a time to be in the right placeholder that you wanted for the listing. Again, as we're trying to make Paragon Connect as similar or mirroring what you have in Paragon Professional, we've now added the rearranging functionality. All righty. I want this picture right here. I'm going to click on it. As I do that, I'm going into the picture editor. And so with this picture editor, as I zoom out a little bit, I got the enhance ability. I can add my labels and descriptions. I can crop the picture, or I can delete the picture. Let's look at the crop. As I select crop, I can now come in. I can now identify what part of that picture I want. Click on save, and it's now been updated to that new picture display. To let that update for us. And then we're going to do some other editing of the picture. Yes. There is. Okay, so the question is, I just mentioned that we've just updated that, and Terry's asking, how do I know about that? Is there any kind of a notification? And there is. You're going to find that because you're MLS admin, you're going to get an email from Paragon that says, we have just made this, or we're going to be making this next week, this enhancement. And with that, we're going to tell you what are all the things that are being changed in Paragon, and we break it out to what are MLS staff functionalities that have been changed, and then what are agent functionalities that have been changed. And we give you a bullet point on those. And then as you scroll on down through the document, you're then going to see screenshots like quick start guides showing you what some of those differences are. In many cases, we also have a video for it. So we're going to show you like that price analysis widget. There was a video that went with it, and you could take that video or some of the content that comes out with this email that you can then use as notifications to your members, either through homepage information out on your agent website or whatever's going on with it. And then which also has what's called a toolkit. And in the toolkit, we have all kinds of things that you can use for making homepage messages and other things, or adding to the homepage message. We have this content being displayed. So yes, we do have that. The other thing that we have is up here inside Paragon's homepage. Right here, Paragon News. Normally that is up at the top of the screen. I customized it so it's down. But right here it says 586 is released. That's what happened this Wednesday. And so here we're highlighting the price analysis widget. You get a highlight video on it. And then we've got other things coming down. You can go back and see what are some of the key items that have been updated. And this is all agent facing. That way your members can see some of the things that have been updated that went out to everybody. Now, some things you can say yes or no, I don't want it for your particular alliance here. But this is where, that's how you get notified about it. All right. So if you're wanting to know as a user of Paragon what's going on, this Paragon News widget is a good place to look at and see what's been added, what's been changed. Again, by coming back up, here we're talking about the price analysis widget that I demonstrated first off. And by clicking right here, you get to watch a demonstration of how that works. All right, let's come back over to Paragon Connect. As I'm out here, I can click on Label. As I click on Label, I can use the drop down here, and I can pick from any of those pre-canned labels that are out here. In my system, I don't have any canned labels there, so that's why there's nothing showing up there. You can also put in a description, and the label and description, the number of characters you can put into each is going to be based on your Paragon system. Every Paragon system has a different number of characters for both the label and the description. So I could come in for this label as an example and say primary entrance, or sometimes I put executive entrance, whatever. You can put in whatever you want with it. And then by tabbing out of that or just clicking out of it, that would have been added to it. And then coming on down, you can now put in your description. And as you're looking at the description, like I mentioned yesterday in listing input and maintenance, you may want to talk about things that are there, but you can't see, like in-ground sprinklers, or that the roof is brand new, summer of 2021, or that the house was painted spring of 2021, whatever. That way they can see it, but they don't actually know it. And you can tell them in the description what are some of those new items there. And when you're all done, you can click on Save, or if you decide you don't want to make any change, see the red dot with the X in it, click on it and you're out. Let's look at Enhance. As you click on Enhance, all kinds of different things you can do. Here we have filters. So if I wanted to, I could take that picture there and maybe I want to give it more of a different look. So I could go to a grayscale, or I could come over and I could go to a sepia scale. So again, we give you different ways of filters to put on these pictures if you wanted. Another option is blur. I'm not really seeing the blur happen there, but there would be a blur. And we can also emboss. So again, we've got all kinds of different options here. We can invert, so we can go to a color negative. Probably not the right thing to do. We can go to vintage, or we can come over to sharpen, which will then make it a little bit brighter for you. As you move on down, you could remove white. You could also come in and add brightness to it. So if you got a picture that's a little dark, you can make it bright. If you've got a lot of, if you would, picture noise going with it, you could come over and remove that noise. Let me move the widget here for who's attending our webinar. You could also make it pixelated if you wanted. And I'm not sure why anyone would want to pixelate either. But what we've got here is different ways that you can come in and enhance the picture. Inside Paragon Professional, it's a very simplistic photo editor there. You can crop it, you can rotate it, and that's it. You can't do anything else when it comes to the look and feel of the picture. Now, as you're looking at the noise and the brightness and all, you have sliders over here, so you can make it brighter or less by using these sliders to adjust what you have going on. So you've got lots of different things you can do with this picture editor, and that's just on the filter side of things. We also have shapes, and by clicking on shapes, you can now add different items to it. So I'm going to add a triangle to it, so they choose the fill. You've got this gradient tool, so you can choose what color you want. I'm now going to go ahead and choose that. So there's my rectangle with that fill. If I want the triangle, I click on it and I draw it. So if you want to do any highlighting or accentuating, you can add this. Now, me personally, I'm not sure where I would use that. So let me just go ahead and undo, and it's gone. But again, you've got different items you can be showing here with this. You can also add icons. So if you want to highlight with an arrow, you want to highlight with a sunburst, whatever, you've got that ability. You got bubbles and hearts and things. So again, you can add different items to the picture if you wanted. Yes, ma'am. It does. The reason for that is Paragon Connect and Paragon Professional are different user interfaces for the same Paragon database. So what you do in Paragon Connect, like putting the grayscale or the sepia scale or whatever, and you save it that way, that's how it's saved in the database. That way, when you syndicate that out across the internet, that's what it's going to be. If you get it before it goes out to like realtor.com, whatever. And as you do different enhancements to it, it'll be there for inside or for display inside Paragon. And if your data feeds are updating the pictures and all, it'll catch those new updates through those later on data feeds. So the main thing to look at and remember is that Paragon Connect and Paragon Professional are different user interfaces for the same database. That's why if you put in a brand new contact into Paragon Professional, they immediately are inside Paragon Connect and vice versa. As you add new searches inside one interface, it's immediately in the other interface because they're all pulling from the same common database. Those are great clarifying questions because when we had Paragon Mobile before, it didn't do that because you couldn't hardly do anything. You couldn't add pictures. In fact, when we did Paragon Wi-Fi, we're now really going way back in time. You only got 6 pictures. When we went to Paragon Mobile, we then displayed all the pictures, but you didn't have the dynamics that you have in Paragon Professional or Paragon Connect, I should say. So you've got that. You've got text. So you can come in and add text in here. You can also be drawing things. So if you want to circle something, you want to highlight something, you've got that ability to do it. Notice that when it comes to the drawing, you can do squiggly lines, you can do straight lines. Again, you can choose the color with it. Down below, you have the brush width. So if you want a wide stroke brush, like you're using a big, like a 4-inch painter's brush, or you want just a little artist paintbrush, whatever, you got that ability to choose the thickness or the breadth of that brush. I'm just going to click on the red X to close it down. I want to cancel those changes. I'm back out here to my picture, and it also shows the date of the last modification. So that's some of the things that you can do with these pictures out inside Paragon when you're inside Paragon Connect for adding and maintaining a listing. Any questions about what we've talked about so far? It's one of those things that as I talk about it, you go, I think I understand what that's saying. But when you actually get in and start using it, you're going to see the power and what it provides for you. Now, as you're out there working on something, and because I'm not there, because I can't be with everyone everywhere, you always have our customer care team, 877-MLS-HELP, and give them a call. I'm out here, I'm doing this here, and I think I broke it, or I think I did it. Whatever it happens to be, don't worry what you say. Just say, I need help with Paragon Connect, or I need help with this, that, whatever, and they'll be more than happy to talk with you. The other thing I want you to know is there's no limit on the number of times you call in a day asking for help. Okay? There is no limit. They may recognize you by voice because you call in so many. Now, there's a whole bunch of people there. But anyways, we want you to know that they are there and available. Okay? And we want you to call when you have questions. Because the last thing we want is for you out here frustrated over something, and all we need to do is give you a little nudge. And when you put in county, put it in the residential search, not the hot sheet search. Okay? And it could be just that little kind of a nudge there to let you know how and why things are working. But once it's solved, everything's good. I was in Coleman County a couple of weeks ago, and I made a comment at the very beginning of whatever, and someone says, oh, that's it. And they said, now the rest of my time here is worth it because you solved this problem for me. So ask your questions, because if you don't ask, we don't know there's a question and we can't answer it for you. So the question is, if I'm on Paragon Connect, do I have to log out to get into Paragon Professional on my computer? The answer is no. The answer is no. Yep. And so with that, because you're using Clarity, they recognize, and after you get in with your phone several times, it's going to say, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyways, it's a great tool to have. And again, the thing I like about it, it's portable. I can put it in my pants pocket. It's very easy to put into a purse, and it's there. And when you need it, bring it out, turn it on, tap on the icon on your home screen, go to your login page, log in. You're now in Paragon with all the functionality available to you inside Paragon. All right, let me come back out. Let me get out of this picture editing. So I've now updated the pictures for that. Let me come back over to my property search. I'm going to do a residential search. So I'm loading my search and I've got 0 matches. What I've got in here. Oh, let's do this. Down here at the bottom, see this icon here, the 3.5-inch floppy? That's how you can save the search. And this is where you can either update the search or save a search or update your default template. Okay. So if I were to come over and, oh, there's 243 properties there. Let me put in some criteria here. Oh, I'm out in my database. Let me come on over to your database here. Let's go ahead and save this search. As I save the search, because I want to show you how easy it is to set up Collaboration Center. Here I have my name search. Let's call this one Florence, and it's for Gary. Now, do I want to associate this with an already existing client? I could click on it. Up comes all of my contacts that are inside the Paragon database, Paragon Professional. I can pick the client I want. If I want to add a brand new contact, I click on Add a Contact. And notice that first name and last name with the addition of email address is required. There is one difference between Paragon Connect and Paragon Professional. Paragon Professional, first name and last name only are required. But in Paragon Connect, first name, last name, and email address are required. Because typically, as you're working out here, you're going to be setting up your client for automatic email notification. You have to have the email. Let's come in and give this client a name. So this is going to be Greg and Gloria. Come over to the last name field. This is going to be Barnes. Come down to the email address. There we go. And so it's going to be Greg. And what's crazy, I'm going to get someone opt out of that email address there. Come on over, give them a phone number. And when I click on create, okay, what didn't I do here? The email address is invalid. Something at something.com or whatever. Can you see what's making that in an invalid email address? Shouldn't be. We've got an error in that field there because that is a valid email address. Field is required. So what would happen? I'm gonna have to do the as-if principle with you. We put in an email address that the system recognizes, okay? And with that in, we click on create the contact and go ahead and create a contact. It's then gonna say, okay, you wanna save the search to the contact? By saying yes, it's gonna say right there on the same page, do you wanna set up Collaboration Center? That button that says yes, no, this toggle switch, the slide switch, whatever, is already set to yes. So by clicking on save, what's that? No, email address is required in Paragon Connect. Where in Paragon Professional, email address is not required. That's a difference between the two program or user interfaces. So anyways, when you say yes, it then goes ahead and says, okay, we're going to save the search. We're going to set up Collaboration Center. We're generating everything. We're going to send the email, and then it brings you back to the results. So setting up Collaboration Center buyer side inside Paragon Connect is very simple, very easy to do. And that's what we would have. And that's what I was trying to show you here. So let me try to do this one, okay? Tom, Mary at boys.org. Now, it's not liking anything there. So I don't understand why it's not coming up for us. But anyways, that's how easy it would be to create a new contact with a search associated with it and setting up Collaboration Center. Very quick, very easy, simpler than using Paragon Professional. So that's what we've got there. Let me come back over to my PowerPoint for just a moment. Okay, public records. Alrighty, let me move back into your Paragon system. So I'm over here in your Paragon system, and let's come over and do a search. As I move down to do a residential search, I only have 124 properties right there. I'm not going to put any more criteria. I'm just going to come up to map. I want to do a map search. Now, inside Paragon Professional, I can draw 7 different shapes, typically maybe more. And inside a shape, I can draw another shape and I can exclude things from it. So there I have that. So let me just zoom in. And let me just choose this area right over here, and I'm going to draw a shape. Now, if I'm doing a rectangle, I click or tap, pick up my finger. Oh, let me do that again. Click. My map is being very sensitive here. There we go. So there I have 4 properties there. Let me just zoom in on this a little bit. As I'm looking here, I'm going to select that parcel. Notice how I just clicked on it. If you're using a touch screen, it's a tap on it. As I do that, there's the address. Moving on down, there's a picture. I can zoom it in, zoom it out, whatever with that picture. As I continue on down, notice I've got property watch here. We'll talk about that in a minute. It's telling me that it's got 1 bath, 2,700 square feet, lot. Okay, there's probably some information that's missing there, but coming down, there's the owner, tax ID, the tax report. There we have the AVM valuation. So here we have these 2 AVMs. The easy value with the night is from Black Knight. The realtors is RPR. We see their different values there, and they're what? $2,000, $1,700 different. And there we see what the average is. So that's what we've got going there. And so this gives me a lot of great information about the property. A lot of times when you click on the parcel like this, there you go, you're going to get the property dimensions. You're going to get the border dimensions. So as we're looking at it, we've got the street, we've got the left side, back right, left, back right, and right-hand side. Those all come, that highlighted property boundaries and all, that's from Google, okay? The information in the middle, the perimeter and the area, that's again all from Google, going out and grabbing public record information. And again, as you're looking at it, it should be very similar to what you've got out of here on some of the public record information. Notice we have property watch. This is an item where, as I've mentioned in my PowerPoint, if your client says that property over there on Spruce, when it comes on the market, I want to know about it. I'd be interested in buying it. So all you have to do is click on property watch. It's now been added to the property watch inside your system. So coming up to the tax day button there, come down to property watch. And this will now show me all of the different properties I have on a property watch. Again, by having that item selected, there is a picture of the property. Again, we've got this street view here, so we can spin it around and do whatever. And so this gets loaded in. Coming back up to tax, coming over to my watch alerts, nothing has come on that I've asked to watch. If something had, it would be sitting right there, let me know. I believe there's also a notice that as you're coming into Paragon, it says you've got a property watch set up for you. So it lets you know. That way you can keep your promise to your client that says, when the property comes on the market, let me know. Let's come back into the map search here. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Let me close that button down there. Notice the PR. The PR is public records. So what we're going to do here is we can put in some different details. So I'm going to say 100 to, let's say, $1 million. I can say bedrooms, bathrooms I want. I can put in square footage if I want. There go. If I'm looking to limit how far back into history I'm going for sold properties, I know up in Kansas City, prices went crazy March 1st. I don't know if they did it here or not, but it went crazy some time ago. So as I'm looking at what is the public record information for property sales, I want to see it since the prices went crazy. I don't want to get a bunch of information about pre-crazy prices. So I could come down here where it says begin date and end date. I could put in a date. Now, if you put in a begin date, you can't say up through and including right now with the end date. You actually have to put a value there. Who's occupying it? By leaving it empty, you can say, I don't care who's there, just I'm interested in the property and what kind of sale type. I just leave it all. And when you click on search, I give it a second. There are 622 different pins out there. You'll let it perfect it a little more. There you see those teal colors. That's showing you what is the public record price of the property based on recent sales. Now, some of the recent sales could be 20 years ago. That's why sometimes using that begin date, end date for solds is important to have things that are current and relevant. But if you're looking at listing a home out here in the area, you can be looking at this and get an idea of what are the values out there. Again, especially if you're using begin and end dates, you can make sure that you're looking at current information rather than other information. But this becomes another helpful tool for you as you're working with what's going on in the market. Okay. So again, another nice thing. If you want to, click on where it says clear pins. And let's look for properties that have sold since the first of the year. So I'm going to say January 1 through, there's today's date on this calendar right there. And as I click on search, I don't know if I'm going to get anything out there. Oh, there's 14. Going to let that clear out for us or show up for us. And so there's properties out here, and there we have it. So as we're looking at it, we're saying since January 1, or if I said since May 1, whatever, it's going to show me only those properties that have had a public record sales transaction and what that value was. Again, with this, it gives you more details, more information to help you be more in tune with what's going on in the market and seeing what's actually transpiring. Okay, let me go ahead and click on run the search. As I run the search, I have over here underneath my reports button, I have what's called Connect View. Connect View is one of those things we kind of snuck in on everyone. We did it through release notes, but we didn't make a big fanfare about it. Let me show you what happens here. Let me come over. I'm going to choose that one property. I'm going to choose Connect View. I'm going to give it a moment. It should come up and give us a report here. This should be the detailed report inside Collaboration Center for us. It may be Paragon Connect. We have more proprietary information. Probably Paragon Connect. As I'm looking at it, notice here at the top, I have the main picture viewer. And by clicking on the side, I can go see in the main picture viewer any of these pictures that I'm highlighting over here on the right-hand side. As I move on up, I can get a map view. And by clicking on the map view, I'm going to see a single property mapping of this property. There it is. Again, I can move that map to see where it's at, and I can get a street view. So by clicking on it, that's what the Google car saw when it last went through the neighborhood. And with this, I can come in, I can move it around. I can use the arrows to take a virtual walk around the neighborhood. I can spin it. Again, I can see all what's happening with this. And this compass right here allows me to spin and turn and see what would I see when I pull out of the driveway, when I'm looking down the road, whatever. So I've got that opportunity. When you get to corners, you can turn the corner. As we continue on down, we have the MLS number, the bedrooms, the bathrooms, days on market, square footage. There's the public remarks. Here we have the listing information. And see where it says show more? Click on it, and guess what? It shows you more information. So again, this is one of those reports that Paragon kind of sneaked in. Haven't been a lot of promotion on it, but there's just a lot of great information there. When you get down to the bottom, it says agent office. So this is definitely proprietary information. So when you click on it, this is showing who the listing agent is. Come over to property history. It's going to show the number of times this property's been on the market. Valuations. This is going to show you the easy value and the RPR value. Sometimes we don't have values there. The reason, I'm not sure, but anyways, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Mortgage center. This is where you can work with your client and come up with a principal and interest mortgage payment. Now, adding collaboration center, it's there also. So this is nothing new with this, but your client can come in, they can adjust the price, percentage down payment, what their interest rate is, their terms are, and when they click on calculate right here, it's going to update this price from what it's currently at as displayed in the calculator. You're going to update it to what you change it to, and it shows principal and interest. To this, you'd have your client remember that they need to add taxes and insurance. And then community reports. How many of you have ever clicked on community reports? Excellent. By clicking on community reports, we're now going to come out and we can see a wealth of information about this property. It's an aggregation of 50 different databases. So as you're looking at it, you can come through and see what's going on. So there's the daytime population, average details coming on over. As you move on over, you can see population growth, density, household size, households with children, annual residential turnover. Got a lot of great information here. Let me zoom out a little bit. So again, you've got some nice information about what's happening here. So again, that's what's available to you inside in this Paragon Connect. Let me move up to the top on this report. If this were your listing, you would see over here on the side a comment. Your client is asking you a question, or they're just saying, love the property, whatever. You could see it, and if it's a question to you, tell me about how far it is to the shopping and schools. You could then reply right from here with that answer. And because this report is showing you a lot of great details, you don't have to go anywhere else than be right here with it. Any questions about the Connect View report that's available to you? This is an agent-only report, so it's not something you would be sharing with your clients. Let's come back over to our spreadsheet. Let me zoom in a little bit. If you remember way back when I first came onto Paragon, we had one spreadsheet that was called Paragon Summary or something like that. It was only one spreadsheet that had the action icons on it. And you had all these little dots coming across, an M for a map, a D for disclosures, a T for tax, whatever. We then added other integrations with it, started adding third-party integrations. So you now had this long list of dots going there. And if you had more than would fill, you then had a drop down. So you got off to the side, you click on it, and then give you a drop down of different options there. Well, people said, you know, that's kind of cumbersome. It's taking up valuable real estate on the page. So we've changed things around. So we've got icons up here. It's going to be looking at what's going on with this one selected property. Because that property is selected, I now can get a property history. I can see a single property mapping, and I go to my quick view. The quick view is the property report I selected in the preference wizard where I said, when I do a double click on a row in a spreadsheet, or I click on an MLS number, that's the report I want. And then down below, here's your different integrations. So here you have community reports. Here you have the CRS data for comparable. So what are comparable properties to this one? You got demographics. I'm going to show you about, how many people are there, male and female, age range, and things of that nature. You've got a map of the property and extra details, and you got the property report. And for those of you that haven't seen this report, I think it's excellent. It's a key to all the other reports that we just talked about. But by looking at this, you can come down and see what's happening with this property. So here we have property. I can go over to prospecting, and I can see the prospecting out here. And with that, you have the ability. Have you had CRS tax training yet? Well, it's something that we should be having for you here. You want to talk to Kat about that and see about getting that. It may be in coordination with your sales rep, whatever, to get the CRS tax person out here. But they can come in and you can do farming out here using this prospecting, whatever. You can get all kinds of leads that are built in. Okay. All right, let me just close that back down. As we move on down over here on the property report, Let me try to get this from another angle here. I'm going to come over to the plug, which is the same thing, and it is specifically for this one property. So I think we're going to the wrong report here, because it's not giving me what I'm looking for. On this report, it should be, as you're going down, you're going to get information about this particular property. You're going to see a map of the property. You're going to see property characteristics, home characteristics. You're going to see details about schools, all kinds of big page full of great information. As you get all the way down almost to the bottom, it's going to say FEMA flood zone. It's going to tell you what the flood zone for that property is. So it'll give you whatever that level is. It's going to give you the code. And to the right of it, it's also going to give you the what that code means. And a lot of them that I've looked at here, it has an X code, which means it's above the 500-year flood level. And that's what I was expecting to see as I looked at this. Uh-huh. I guess we're both doing it wrong right now. So he was saying that he tried to go yesterday after our class yesterday. A gentleman went out to his office, tried to get that same report I showed that had the FEMA flood zone and stuff like that, and it wouldn't pull up from. It could have been that there's been a changing in the links as we were getting ready to release, because the release went out on Wednesday, but they may have been perfecting things and maybe they flipped the button that they shouldn't have. But anyways, this is an excellent report. If it shows up right, that's going to give you all kinds of information about the property. All right, back over to your Paragon system. We've already looked at Collaboration Center. I think we're pretty much there. So as you look at these different icons right here, I'll get your question in a moment. These are all the different third-party integrations you've got. So if you want to, you can request a showing with showing time. You've got the RPR information right there. You've also got Home Snap. You can view this property in a Home Snap view. It doesn't take you from the PC to use Home Snap. It just gives you a Home Snap property report. You've got Walk Score. And one of the things I like about Walk Score, there's a travel time. You get down part way, you're going to have this bubble. It's going to show you how far you can go in 20 minutes if you're walking, you're driving, riding a bike, or taking public transportation. And what you do is you're going to say, it's going to show the property that you're at. It's going to show how far you can go from that property in the designated time. You can change the time frame from just a couple of minutes to a couple of hours. But it's really good to be able to look at it and say, and you can also choose, is it rush hour or normal traffic? And so with that, it gives you the ability to show your client, if you're living here, can you get to work during rush hour or non-rush hour times in a reasonable amount of time? That's a really good report there. You had a question in the back. That is correct. So one place you can go to see the notification, and because I only do this at the front end, I never have time to see when these actually come on. But up here in tax, when you click on tax, you move down to property watch alerts. That's where you can see, are any of those properties that you have on property watch actually on the market now? This is the alert flags. Right here, it's saying you don't have any that are on alert. So you've got them on watch, but they're not on the market yet. Once they come onto the market, then you get the alert. Okay. So as we're out here on our map search, zoom on in. Back to map search, because this is where you initiate that. And let's assume this property right here, you want to put a watch on. So I'm going to click on it. Notice how I have this highlight around it. I have a picture of the property. See over on the left-hand side, right underneath the picture, it says property watch. And by clicking on it, I've now added that property to the property watch. So when I come over to tax, property watch, I can see all the properties that I have currently on watch, waiting for them to come onto the market. And this one at the top that's selected, that's the one I just put onto the watch. Now, if I want to see, is there anything that's on alert here that I might have missed? Come down back over to the tax button, move down to property watch, looking for property watch alerts. In other words, it's now on the market. I can come in and I can see, and I have nothing that's on market right now that I'm watching for. Does that make sense to you? Okay. So on the map search, select a parcel. Just click any parcel. Okay. Are you doing it? So you're out searching for properties. Doesn't matter what you've got. Go to map. That way you can draw shapes on it, but you don't need to draw a shape. Just find any parcel, any property, and click on it so you get that orange highlight around the property. Okay. So when you click on it and you get that orange boundary on it, and you have over on the left-hand side, it has a picture of the property. Right below the picture, it says property watch. It's in blue. When you click on it, you add it to your list of properties you're watching for. And by moving over to tax, you have what are my properties on watch, and the field or link right or button right below it is what are my properties that are on watch that are actually now on the market where there's an alert. It's on. And that's how that works. All right. Are there any final questions for us before we end this class? It's straight up 2 o'clock, time to end. I don't see any. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. When we come back at 2:15, we're going to be talking about Hotsheets and Market Monitor. So for right now, thank you, everybody, and have a great day. Okay, you're not hearing me? Okay, alrighty. I'm good? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gary Arnett. I'm your Paragon trainer today. Our topic for this hour is Hotsheets and Market Monitor and how to use them. Let me begin my PowerPoint. On the screen, you can see 2 different ways of contacting Paragon's customer care team. One of them is to call them using the phone number 877-MLS-HELP. The numbered version, 877-657-4357. Using the table below where I've highlighted Central Time Zone, please note our hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And on Sunday, it's 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. If you want, you can send them an email using the email address paragonsupport@bkfs.com. And when you send them an email, they'll get back to you the next business day. And for emails, our business days are Monday through Friday. In the upper right-hand corner of all Paragon pages, there's a help button. When you click on the help button, a new tab in your browser opens up and you'll see this content on the page. The tiles along the first row and the first two tiles on the second row, when selected, will display a list of quick start guides related to the tile topic that you clicked on. When you open up a quick start guide, you're going to find step-by-step instructions with screenshots showing you how to use that part of Paragon. If you'd like a demonstration in using Paragon, click on the training videos button found on the toolbar. When you do that, the page refreshes and those tile topics are now displayed on the left-hand side of the screen. As you select a particular tile topic, on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll find a collection of short videos, 5 to 10 minutes in length, related to the tile topic that you clicked on. If you'd like a more comprehensive demonstration, click on Current Recorded Webinars. As you do that, the page refreshes, and note that we have 3 different tabs here. These 3 different tabs represent the 3 different types of webinars that have been currently created and available to you for on-demand training. Now, there's a difference between these, so let me explain it. The current webinar tab, your landing page, were designed to be 1 hour in length and cover an entire module. The mini webinars, those were designed to be 30 to 45 minutes in length and a little more focused in what they cover. Shorts, those were designed to be 20 minutes in length and very focused on specific functionality within a module. As you're watching any of our videos, we recommend you use play, pause, and practice to view the video. So when you click on play, you can play the video to a logical point,
Recording.
and then you can pause it. With that video pause, we invite you to practice what we've demonstrated for you. You can always back us up as you need, and when you're ready, play on. Play, pause, and practice will give you self-paced training. I encourage your questions during the webinar, so when you have a question, please ask it. Don't wait, just go ahead and ask it. And when you ask your question, I'm going to give you one of 3 answers. 1, great question, let's talk about it now. 2, great question, if you give me a minute, we're naturally going to get there. And 3, great question, let's talk about it in between classes. So when you have a question, go ahead and type and send me your question if you're coming into the training via Zoom, and Nakia will see that question and answer it for you. So please ask your questions. All right. So let's continue on. We're going to be talking about the market monitor and plans for this. So with this, we're going to be looking at the market monitor. The market monitor appears typically in the upper right-hand corner of your Paragon screen. It's customizable in that you can move it to wherever you want, but it is a tableized hot sheet. You can customize the market monitor by using the blue gear associated with the market monitor found in the upper right-hand corner or through the preference wizard. The MLS tab customizes your niche market, so you can choose class, type, area as a minimum. For my information, office, firm, and teams tabs, if those are available, you can show listing information about listings in your office, for yourself, your team, or your firm. A firm is a multi-office organization inside Paragon. You can have additional category if it's available, where you can ask for more information. We'll take a look at that here in just a minute. Now, when it comes to the hot sheets, we're going to be looking at how you work with the hot sheets. We're going to show you how to run the auto hot sheet search and review the report. The auto hot sheet search is based on your default hot sheet search criteria. I'm going to show you how to customize your hot sheets. You can have an unlimited number of saved hot sheet searches. And then we're going to save those searches. As you're doing that, you can have a default search, you can have standard searches, and then there's what I call quasi-default searches. Now, as far as Paragon is concerned, there is no such thing as a quasi-default search. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can name it so it appears at the top of your list. That way it's easy to get to when you click on Load a Save Search. We're going to review the different reports available for you on a hot sheet or with the hot sheet searches. There's the spreadsheet, which is my favorite report. There's the report, which is as similar as a spreadsheet, but you can't put a picture of the property on it. And then there's history. To me, history is a very distant third when it comes to, for me, the utilization of the report. I'm going to show you how you can customize the hot sheet spreadsheet so you can add the picture to that spreadsheet. And then on the hot sheet report, you can't add a picture. Although it's a spreadsheet, it's a specialized spreadsheet, and it does not allow the picture to be there. Both reports are customizable spreadsheets, but there's a big difference between them. And for me, that big difference is the picture. Because just because I have a property that looks numerically like it's a good match for my client, having that picture so I can see that curb appeal, or by clicking on the picture, seeing all of the pictures of that listing, makes a big difference on whether or not I want to promote that to my client or not. So with that as an introduction, let's go take a look at hot sheets and Market Monitor inside Paragon. I'm inside your Paragon system. I'm going to move the tile bar where I've got everyone's pictures being displayed. I'm going to look at the Market Monitor. As you look at the Market Monitor, notice there's my information that refers to my specific listings. There's the market. That's what we customize when you click on the blue gear found here in the upper right-hand corner of the widget. Also, if you're running the preference wizard, you put in your agent image, your office logo. The next item is the Market Monitor. Office refers to the listings that are in the office that you're assigned to. Firm are the listings for all the offices in your multi-office organization. And if you belong to a real estate team as identified inside Paragon, then you can see your team listings. So as I'm looking at this, notice I have new. By clicking on the label or the number, I go out and see those properties. There we are. This is coming out just to my regular spreadsheet that I have inside Paragon. Let me close that down. So by clicking on the label or clicking on the number, you get to go out and see the properties that are being displayed. See the question marks on the side? They will give you some information about this particular field that you're looking at. So does it total number of expired listings, total number of listings that have had change in price. So again, as you come on down, some of them, like up at the top here, it's newly added listings to Paragon. So a lot of times these question marks off on the side are going to tell you, is it working based on a date range or whatever? Yes.
Some people who are looking at this screen right now,
Uh-huh.
are going to be different because our days are automatically set for 1 day. So if they don't go in and change like how many days, our numbers don't look different.
Okay. So Nakia has been telling me that by default, the number of days back for your Market Monitor is 1 day. If you want to change that permanently, that way it's more than 1 day, let me show you how to do that. By coming up to the blue gear found in the upper right-hand corner, this is how you go in and customize the information that's displayed in the Market tab. And as you look at it, you have class. Okay, and with this, because it's a lookup field, you can choose any combination of property classes here that you want. If that field is empty, you're saying, give me everything. But as soon as you put a value into the field, like any other search field, you say, forget everything, only give me what I'm looking for. So in this case, I'm only looking for residential. You may have others that are looking for land and lots, or multifamily, or residential lease, whatever it happens to be. My niche market happens to be residential. And what's nice about Paragon, especially in this area, is that I can have something and you can have something totally different, and we don't conflict with one another. It's customizable on a user by user basis. So once you've selected the value or values you want, click on save and it's done. As we move on down to type, again, clicking on the magnifying glass, we're now going to show you all the different values available for this. Now, although I chose residential, I get all of the different types available out here. So I got the multifamily, the lots and lands and all. So I can come through and choose exactly what I want. Notice the find field in the upper right-hand corner. If I just type in RE, notice it's going to show me anything that has RE in it somewhere, be it to the left of in the data column or in the description column. If I take that out, I now get to see all of my values there. So I've got mine just set for residential and I click on save, it's there. When it comes to my counties, I've chosen Colbert and Lauderdale. By clicking on the magnifying glass again, you can choose any of these 75 different counties that are represented in the list. So again, you can pick multiple values. You can see I've got Colbert and Lauderdale. So you can have 2, you can have 5, you can have a ton of different values in there if it's identifying the counties that you have that you're working in. And then down below, do you want listings that are only put in by agents of Shoals Area Association of Realtors? And that's what you'd get with this. If you leave it empty, you're going to get listings that have been put in by Coleman. There we go, Coleman. I was thinking about that, and I knew I was going to say the wrong one, but you're going to get put in. So you have people from Coleman, right? Coming from Coleman, they've got listings here. But by saying just Shoals, you're only going to get listings put in by agents in Shoals. Okay, so that's what we've got. And so by putting that information in, I now have this set up as far what kind of properties am I looking for. So we give you the type, the class, the type, the county. This identifies the area. And then we also give you originating board. But wait, there's more. By clicking on the categories tab, look at all this other information you can add. And so by using this on a drop-down basis, I can say to each one of my different tabs, is there any additional information I'd like to have? So I want to know about open houses, so I add it. I want to know about tours. Now, the difference between tours and open houses when the property is open and available to the general public to come in and visit without an appointment. Where the tour, that's the agent open, the broker open, the caravan, whatever you call it, when real estate professionals only are out visiting the property, typically midweek. You missed the memo.
No category.
Okay.
See.
But you got the category tab, it's not showing up.
Right.
And maybe because it's a customizing functionality.
That was on market monitoring.
Mhm.
I put the category and it's nothing.
You're going to have, okay, go ahead and just click on save. You should be able to see it. So if you went to a different device, you would see it. And if you're on a different device, you customize those in, then you'd see it on your device. The key is concerned because she's using an iPad, and when she goes over to the categories tab, like I showed you, there's nothing there. And so you have that. So anyways, so for market, I've said I want all of those items. Now, once they're over here on the right-hand side, like customizing a search criteria screen or a spreadsheet or a property report, you can move these fields to wherever you want. So maybe I want to have back on market right underneath pending. Well, by using the drop-down, I can come over to my information. And notice I get a few more items here. So I can come over and say, oh, I want open houses. I want tours. I want to have my pending sales where I'm the buyer's agent, pending listings where I'm the listing agent, sold within the last 6 months, my listings that are off market, where I've got exclusive, estimated sold. I usually take over everything except for lease. Now coming on over, I've got my office, and I can do the same kind of customizing. I can take from the left-hand side, add to the right-hand side, then move them up, move them down so they're in the display order I want. May I recommend that as you go from the different tabs, you have the fields in the same order. That way, as you're looking at it, you don't get confused by back on market is always here, but over on this other tab, it's down lower or it's up higher, and you lose sight of it. Having made these customizations, I click on save, and watch how this is going to change out for us. There it is. So notice I have now more information being displayed. And as I click on any of these numbers, I'm going to go out and see those details. Come over to my information. And because I'm not an agent in your association, I don't have any details there. But look at all the information I've got displayed for me when it comes to looking at what's going on, in this case, within my listings inside Paragon. So there's the market monitor. Again, by clicking on a number, let me come back to market. And let's say I want to click on new. I can do that. Oh, I got to go back over here to the blue gear. I only got part way down. As I'm moving down, this is where you can say, what is your board that you want to pull from? Again, if it's empty, you're going to say both boards. You can say, which one do you want to have on top? So if you're an office admin, you may want to have office. If you're an agent, you may want to have my info. or maybe you sit on market. That way you can see what's happening in the market in general. Now down here, this is the field that the Kia asked me to remember to tell you about, but I went away. But before I got too far, I thought, okay, the Kia is going to come up and whack me in the head. Okay, so right here, this is where you could say how far back in time by default you want to be pulling listings. Let me move in just a touch so you can see it better. And notice I've got 3. And so what 3 is saying is go back 3 days, go back 2 days, go back to yesterday, and so far today. That's what 3 days back means. So 0 means just show me what happened today. 1 day showed me what happened yesterday and so far today. If you come on down to 7 days, it's going to go back 7 days, 6 days, 5 days, all the way up to yesterday and so far today. So by working with that, you can determine how far back into time you're going as it's reflecting what's happening in your market inside Paragon. Now, down here where it says 3, although 7 is the maximum number of days you can go back by default, that's not the number of days back you can go, because I can highlight the 3, type in 30, which is the maximum number of days going back. And by clicking on the refresh button found in the bottom right-hand corner, it's now going to go back and show me the activity for the last 30 days. So there it is. Now, I got to repent. I got to change that because back 30 days is not always accurate. So if I come over to my information as an example, and forget that it's all goose eggs, see where it says expire alert? We're not looking back 30 days to see what's already expired 30 days ago. What we're actually doing is with this field, we're using that number that's down in the bottom left-hand corner, be it 3 days or 7 days or on the fly 30 days. We're looking into the future up to 30 days so I can project, do I have a listing within the next 30 days that's going to expire? And as I'm looking at it, I know that, what is today, the 9th? So in about 16 days, people are going to be unavailable. Something about a guy in a red suit with a white hat and 8, 9 little reindeers, whatever. So anyways, if I want to be able to, I got a listing that's going to be expiring, let's say December 27th, there's a good chance that home seller is going to be out of town. So by projecting ahead up to 30 days, I can see what's going on, prepare my extension paperwork, and right now, as I'm delivering a Christmas card, I can also be giving them the extension paperwork to go ahead and sign. That way, as we get into the holidays and they're all busy and they don't have time for me, and I'm frantic because I'm supposed to be at home with a dinner party with my family, but yet I'm out trying to get paper. Save the hassle. Don't go there. Go ahead and use this and project 30 days ahead, even if it isn't Christmas time, but project 30 days ahead, because that way you can get out there, get that extension done, and go forward with it. Please note that if your listing expires, it expires. When it gets to that into the contract date, it expires. Even if it's under contract, it's going to expire. You don't want that to happen. So if you have going to go out and have them sign for an offer, and there's a chance that it could expire while it's under contract, give them an extension piece of paperwork to sign also. If you're familiar with MASH, you know how Radar would always give Colonel Potter a 3-day leave for a pass for Klinger or whatever. You want to do that. Okay, we're not going to try to sneak it in. But what you want to do is while you're there, consolidate your effort and have them sign the extension. Because does every property close at the anticipated close date at the time that the contract accepted? No. So add a 30 days, 60 days, whatever. Does it hurt if you have it under contract after it's sold? No. Okay, so go ahead and push it out there. That way you have less time going back, having to interact with your client to get them to sign the extension paperwork. So again, use this expire alert. You can see that on the My Information. For my office, we also have expire alert. For the firm, we also have expire alert. So as you're looking out here working with things, if there's a chance that it's going to expire soon, again, even with Teams, we've got that expire alert there for you. So there's just a best practices for you to make sure you never have that frantic 11 o'clock at night knocking on the door, trying to get them to sign the extension before their property expires at midnight. Nakia, you had a question. Okay, come back to. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, the question is, an agent puts in a listing. They put it in today. And ideally, once it's into Paragon, it's going to show up in all the different reports. But it doesn't show up as a new listing on the hot sheet. Okay. So what you want to do with that, so I'm talking back to Nakia, since she's the one that's asking the question, is that on behalf of an agent through chat? Or is that just, this is just what you've run into? So, okay. So if it's not showing up until the next day, I would get with your super secret contact in Kansas City and ask them, is there a reason for this? Is it something that, because we've got 0, which is saying what's happened so far today, why is this listing not showing up as a new listing for us until the following day? That's what I would do. All right. So there's the market monitor. Again, it's a tableized hot sheet. And the nice thing about this is you can come here and see the numbers. If I wanted to, maybe I want to be looking at how many properties have sold in the last 30 days. I can come out here, put in 30, click on and see the number, 181 properties have sold in the last 30 days. Now with that, I'm looking at all the different counties that I had selected. So I had Colbert and I also had Lauderdale. And so if you want to be a little more specific on where that's at, you may want to use the hot sheet searches. This is going to give you information and it's always going to be there. And if you wanted to, if you just push on your home button up here, that will refresh the data that's being displayed. Please note that until you refresh the data, if you never refresh the data, you never click on that home button, whatever, and you are there since the morning, you may find that the number of new listings don't change because you haven't refreshed it. By clicking on the home button, you refresh that. Notice how the little wheel's spinning right here. It's now spinning, and it's going to give us the current information about what's new, what's expired, what's price change, and all right there. So just another tip or trick on how to make sure you're looking at the latest and greatest. All right, let me come in just a little bit. I'm going to click on search. As you click on search, you're going to move down into the center and notice it says auto hot sheet search. In my PowerPoint, I indicated that the auto hot sheet search is based on your default hot sheet search. So right now it's giving us a date and time. So it says the last time I ran it was October 27th at 11:09. If I click on it, it's now going to show me everything new since that time. 447 different events have happened. And as you look at it, it says 447 different events for 285 listings. Why the difference? Why are there more events than listings? So as things have been talking here, multiple events have happened. So I've had what, a month and a quarter, month and a half almost. And during that time, it's very likely that things have come on, went pending, went off the market, or they've come on, had a price change or whatever's going on. Or they could have gone under contract and come back onto the market. So again, we're looking at different hot sheet tracking events, and there are 285 listings that have had activity on it. And there are 447 different events that are out there. So as we're looking at this hot sheet report, let me just scoot out a little bit. This is the actual hot sheet report. It's not the spreadsheet, and it has a nice layout to it. I think it's a nice looking report. If I come up to customize, let me scoot in again. Come up to customize in fields. I want to try adding the photo here. So in my find field, I type in PHTOOTO, there we go. It shows me the last photo update date, but it doesn't show me the last photo. And because of that one piece alone, that's why it takes a second place, a back seat to the hot sheet spreadsheet. So there's how what I can customize that I can't put in the photo. So let me cancel that out. Over here on the right-hand side, I have my reports button. So even though I'm looking at the hot sheet report, that may not give me everything that I want to see. So by coming over to the reports button, I now have every single property report available to me inside Paragon to display these results. So if I'm moving on down, I can come down to my spreadsheets, move on down, and there's the hot sheet spreadsheet. Now the hot sheet spreadsheet is going to display the same listings in a spreadsheet format, but watch what happens. See that I've got photo over here? It's now going to show me the picture of the property. So in order to put it there, if it's not there for you, in the toolbar at the in the center, it says customize. It has a blue gear there. Hover over it and move down to fields. As you click on fields, this is our customizing tool. On the left-hand side, those are the fields that are available to you that have not been put into the spreadsheet. In the center are our function buttons where you take from the left, add to the right, or take from the right and add it back to the left. And once it's on the right-hand side, you can move it up, you can move it down. And so I found photos by typing in photo, I highlighted it, I clicked on add, it went to the bottom of the page. I selected it and I just clicked on move up. And as I did that, I moved it all the way up to the top. That way, as I look at it on the spreadsheet, it's on the far left-hand side. So as you look at what's over here on the left-hand side, the top to bottom display is the left to right display of the fields inside Paragon in our spreadsheets. And so by doing that, I now have my photo up there. I'm going to go ahead and click on save. There it is. And there's all my information. Now with this, notice how wide these columns are. I could take status by hovering over the right-hand side and get that double arrowhead. I can reduce the size of that column because I'm using the short label for the class and the status and all and the type. I can just keep moving that over. And notice that green confirmation rectangle, as Nikia was pointing out, it saves it. So what does that mean? Every time hereafter I come out to my hot sheet spreadsheet, it's going to have these columns in this order at that width. Let's have a little more fun. Maybe if I wanted to, I could take county. See how I've highlighted that header, that banner there? Left mouse click, hold. I'm going to drag it out. I'm going to put it to the other side of zip code. So see that green background behind where I'm moving my county button? When I release my mouse button, it drops in and it saves it. This is a mouse functionality. So if you're using a touch screen, it doesn't work. You got to be using a mouse. So by doing that, you saw that it had the green confirmation rectangle come up. It now means from here on after, when I come out to my hot sheet spreadsheet, county is going to be to the right of the postal code. Again, I can take these columns, make them as narrow as I want. Paragon remembers that. And away we go. So as you're looking at your hot sheet spreadsheet or your property report, typically I found that key fields are not there. So as I'm working along with my hot sheet spreadsheet and all, notice that I've added bedrooms and bathrooms because typically they're not there. I don't remember if it was there or not. It was a long time ago that I customized this spreadsheet back in the summer. But anyways, if you find fields that are missing, you can add them. Just like we did photo, you come up to customize, move down to fields, and now you can take any field that's on the left and add it to the right. Once out to the right, you can move it up, move it down, and if you want to, you can take it from the right and send it back over to the left. So that then gives you the ability to have this information here. As we're on the customizing tool, please note that you can use a short label for things. So as we move on up to the top, where we've got pictures, we've got a short label with it. The short label is the information that's in the code column. The long label is what's in the name column. Short value is where you abbreviate that value. So instead of saying residential, this big long string of letters, you can use the short label, or I mean short value, and it gives you RE. So that's again how you can choose what you're going to be getting there. And by coming in and customizing this, especially like with bedrooms and bathrooms, you want to use the shortest label as possible. Use the short label and the short value. That way it shows up for you. Let me click on save. This will refresh for us. And there we go. Also note out here, I've got this sorting by MLS number, then price, and then bedrooms. That's just the way I like to be organizing things. But in this case, by organizing by MLS number, as I'm scrolling on down, remember we had 448 different events for 320 whatever listings, whatever. I'm going to put all of those listings together, all the MLS numbers together. That way I can see all of the events associated with one property. Rather than seeing it here, not recognizing, and I see it down below. Anyways, it just makes it easier for me to organize and see all the events that have happened on a common listing. So how do I customize for that? Again, come back up to customize, and it can do it here on sort, or The way I like to do it, I click on the customizing for fields. I've got my adding and removing fields. At the bottom of the function column is the sort functionality. Now, whether I clicked on customize and went to sort, or I clicked on field to come over to sort, either way, it's the same. And right here, I have the ability to select of the fields that are already in the spreadsheet, what do I want to organize by first? I'm going to do MLS number. From there, I'm going to come down to what do I want to organize secondly? I want to come over and maybe just do price. Got it. And from there, maybe I want to organize by square living area or bedrooms, whatever. I'm going to do bedrooms. And notice I can say for each individual field, whether it's ascending or descending. Now by clicking on save, I've got the 3, and if I come on up, I can see the 2 and the 1 there. And by clicking on save, that information would be applied. But typically, you're not going to have them displayed. I used the same values that I already had. So when you're coming out and you're going to be working with these spreadsheets, like a regular property search spreadsheet, you customize the sorting of it. It's not going to display. Go back to the criteria, click on search again. It's going to be the same results. But what you now have is the display of any name change for the spreadsheet, and the sort values are now displayed, and the properties are then sorted according to your required sorting of it. All right, let me just go ahead and close that out. As I do that, let's come back into search. Notice it's now showing today's date and time, just a couple of minutes ago. Let me click on it again. Nothing there. So by having that date and time stamp, you've got, I think, as a wonderful display of the hot sheet information. We're going to show you what's new since the last time you ran it, which means you're going to see logical blocks of listings throughout the day, whatever, and it's going to add on to it. But if it's always repeating what's already been displayed before, it's kind of hard to say, did that come today? Was that yesterday? When did it come? I like this, what you've got set up that says, show me what's new since the last time I ran it. If there's nothing to display, not a problem. Nothing new has happened based on your market. Now, there's a lot of ways that agents utilize this. When they first come into the office in the morning, obviously they run the hot sheet search, that auto hot sheet search, to see what's new overnight. And then periodically during the day, maybe just before lunch, that way they go to lunch armed with the latest and greatest information, or just after lunch, or both. Mid-afternoon, but definitely before they go home, they run it again. And remember, they're getting logical blocks of information about what's going on in the market based on the niche market they've identified through their hot sheet search. Does that make sense to you? All right. So that's what we've got there. Let me go ahead and just close that tab down again. I'm going to come up to search again. I'm going to move down, and this time I'm going to move to the center for hot sheets. We have been doing auto hot sheet, and when you click on it, it automatically runs it for you. I'm going to click on hot sheet, and as I do that, this is my default hot sheet being displayed. So just like in Paragon, when you're doing a property search like residential, just like in Paragon, we're still in Paragon, we never left it, okay? But anyways, as we're here, this is the criteria that I had for my hot sheet search. And with that, the very top section here, the first 3 lines, is identifying what part of time are you looking for? And so we have several different options. Right now, I've got 10 days back, because that's what's driving this information. But let me take that out. As I do that, notice that I can say a particular date. Now, the problem with saying a particular date, if you save it that way, it's always going to say during this date range. So if I say between December 1st and December 10th, we're now December 25th. My favorite time for the fat guy to come around, okay? So anyways, it's still going to show me that 1st to the 10th. It's not going to be updated for me. So I have a problem with that by putting in a date range. But you can come over here to the right-hand side, see where it says date range. This is part of that advanced search functionality that Paragon has for you. Me, again, I call it the easy button. So by clicking on date range, I can say 7 days back, 30 days back, 60 days back, whatever I want. I could also come down here and say, I want to know what happened last month. So you can come in and say happened last month, and it's going to then show me what happened November 1 to November 30, based on my other criteria. What happened this month, this year, year to date, next 7 days, next 30 days. So you got all these different options for you when it comes to these dates going back. Coming down here to the middle field, you can say how many days back do you want to go? Because this date range here only gives me like the last 7 days. I may want to be like I was a minute ago, 10 days back, or 7 days back, or 4 days back, whatever. Or the third option, what does it say? since the last time I ran it. And there you have your date and time stamp. And notice we're showing this in 24-hour time. So this is actually 2:48 that we're looking at there. So that is how you change and work with things on the top end. The top part of this search criteria screen is what time frame are we looking at for the results. As you move on down to the bottom half of that top section there, you then have hot sheet type. I've got new and price change selected. Notice that I didn't choose miscellaneous. Here's why. Miscellaneous is going to capture any miscellaneous change like punctuation corrections inside the public remarks or the spelling corrections inside public remarks or agent remarks, whatever. Is that a significant event to be tracking? No, so I don't want it. So again, I'm looking for those items that are important to me and my business and my client. Moving on down, hot sheet status. So I want to have back on market, yes. Status to sold, status under contract. Those are the items I want. Do I really care about status to expire? Me personally, no. But you may like that because you maybe want to go out to find that listing that is expired. Go talk to that seller and find out, oh, they didn't like the agent. What about me? Do you like me? Do you want to list with me? I'll be more than glad to list your property. Okay. Status to off market. Going under contract is off market. That may not be a good one to go out and say, hey, you want to list with me? And they say, no, I'm happy with the agent I'm working with. Status to rented. Now, I'm not sure to what extent you're doing rentals in your system at all. I know you got leased and things of that nature, but that may not be significant. Me, I want to look at the big number, not what that monthly rental is. Okay. So anyways, I don't do that. So as I'm looking at it, I can use these fields here at the very top to identify what time range and what status changes I'm looking for when it comes to my hot sheet. I'm going to come up and just for the fun of it, I'm going to say 3 days back. So what I've got now, as I've said, always show me when I run the default hot sheet, okay? I want it 3 days back. I want new, price change, back on market, status to sold, status to under contract. For me, those are the key things I'm looking at because if I'm thinking CMA, those are the key statuses I'm looking at also. I'm going to come up to my save search and notice I've got the same options I always have when I go to save a search. I can update the search, which means I'd be updating my default hot sheet search, or I can save it with a different name. Right now, let's save it as my default hot sheet search. So I click on it. I get to give it a name. I'm going to give it a unique name here. I'm going to call it Gary default hot sheet search. And so it doesn't conflict with something I might already have out there. I'm going to call it Thursday. There we go. So there's the name of it. Is it my default hot sheet search yet? No. Down below it says set as my default hot sheet search. So by doing that, I'm now saying this hot sheet search with this name, I want to be my default. And then by clicking on save, notice I get my green confirmation rectangle indicating that this is now my default hot sheet search. Now, if I were to go out and click on my default hot sheet search, it may not bring this up. Why? Because I haven't refreshed my data. So I'm just going to come up. I'm going to click on home. It's going to refresh everything. In fact, I want to do one more thing. I'm going to push on my keyboard. I'm using a PC. I'm going to push F5. The F5 button says, make it look like I've just come in to Paragon. I've just logged in. So everything is all set, refreshed, ready to go. Now, when I come over to search, I'm going to come over to auto hot sheet. Again, there's nothing new to be displayed there. But if I come into hot sheets, there's my 3 days back. If you remember, when I first came in to look at my hot sheet search, it was 10 days back. So this has now been retained as my default hot sheet search looking 3 days back. You didn't save it? Okay. Sometimes you gotta lean your head to the side, lift up one foot, and wiggle your nose, and it works. I don't know. It's sometimes crazy. It happens with me periodically also. It could be that as it went in and did things, whatever, it didn't actually make the connection all the way to Paragon. Did you get the green confirmation rectangle? Okay. All righty. So there we have this. Now, I told you as we're doing our PowerPoint, I think I said it, that you can have an unlimited number of saved hot sheet searches. You may say, well, what would I need to have special? Well, let's come down a little bit. Notice right here, I have residential as the class, residential as the type. I still have Coleman there, so let me take that out. I'm going to come over and I'm going to put in Lauderdale. I'm going to put in Colbert. So again, I can come in and customize this to give me what I'm looking for. Moving on down, if I didn't want to do counties, I could put in cities. I could put in different postal codes. So I could be going out and looking at specific zip codes. So maybe everything in Florence isn't what I want. I want to go out and I want to cherry pick those particular areas within the county or counties that I want to be getting this information for. So I could say cities or postal codes. I could also be tracking agents or offices. I can also put in price ranges. And then down below, I want to change that from originating system, Coleman, I want to make that Shoals. Drop it in. So I've now customized my hot sheet search. With that, let me come back up to my save search. I'm not going to click on save search as because I'd be overwriting the just created default hot sheet search. So I'm going to come down below and I'm going to say save search as, which means give it a new name. As I do that, again, it says hot sheet. I'm going to call this one my all. I'm just going to call it all because it's including everything. I'm going to say I want this for Lauderdale and Colbert. There we go. Do I want to make it my default? Nope. I've already got that established. So I click on save. And there it is. There's my confirmation rectangle. Let's do this. I want to, using the same criteria found on the bottom of the screen, I want to come in and I wanted to have a hot sheet search that is just for new properties. And with that, based on 3 days back, this other refining criteria down below, 3 days back, new, let's come up and give this a name. So I'm going to come up, save search as. There we go. And this time I'm going to call it 0 dash. Now, if you've been in any of my other classes, you know that 0 dash is going to put this at the top of the list. This is what I'm going to be calling a quasi-default search. A default search is something you can get to very easily. That's what comes up automatically. I call it quasi because by calling it a 0 dash or 1 dash, whatever, I'm putting it at the top of the list. I'm going to call it 0 dash all 3 days. And that's it. That's all I need to have for it. And I'm going to click on save. There it is. Let me change that from new to price change. Going to come up to save search as. I'm going to call this 0 dash all. I should have on that other one said new. I'm going to call this one price change. The N keeps hiding on me there. I'm going to click on save. So having done that, I'm going to come back over to I'm going to uncheck price change. I'm going to say back on market. I'm going to go up and save it, save search as. Call it 0 dash all back on market. I'm going to click on save. Again, I can continue doing this. If I wanted to, I could even do it, say all these 0 dash whatever, Lauderdale, maybe 1 dash Colbert, 3 dash Franklin, whatever. So I can break these out, and by calling it 1, 2, and 3, I can have all of my Colbert, all of my Lauderdale, all of my Franklin all together, and I've got all these different options there for me. Well, let's load a save search. Coming to the upper left-hand corner, I'm going to move down to load a save search. Let me try that again. Load a search, load a save search. It should come up pretty quick for us. I'm going to let it wait out this time. And what we're going to see, anything that I've indicated as a 0 dash is going to be at the top of my list. It'll then alphabetize from there. And so Coleman searches are going to come before Lauderdale searches because CD comes before an L. But by doing that, I've now got those organized, easy to work with. Let me just refresh this all together. Everyone else's internet's working okay, right? So as you're clicking and doing it, it's working and changing for you. For whatever reason, my computer has frozen. That's right. I'm having to go through a VPN, so I got to go all the way down to Jacksonville, Florida to come all the way back up. And sometimes on their end, things get stuck. Okay, while we're waiting for that to come up, let's do the as if principle. I clicked on I clicked on searches. I clicked on hot sheet searches. I move over to the left-hand side of the toolbar there. I click on load a save search. As I do that, I'm going to get a display of my saved hot sheet searches. As I'm looking at it, anything that starts off 0 dash whatever is going to be at the top. Anything that starts off with 0 dash 1 is going to be down below. Hey, I've got some motion here. And by doing that, it now makes it easy for me to have these different saved hot sheet searches. Remember, some of the filtering fields we had down below, the refining fields, one of them was zip code. So you could be doing hot sheet searches for a specific zip code. All right, I hope we're back in business. It's going to let my market monitor finish loading. There it is. So let's come up and try that. I'm going to click on search. Going to move down into the center and click on hot sheets. Hey, that's the way it's supposed to go. Now you come over to load a search, load a save search, please. Yes, there it is. So notice how those all set up there. Notice as I'm doing it, I've got all Coleman and Colbert right there. It comes before Coleman because A comes before C, all right? And so here we have it. So as I'm working with this, notice how easy it would be to come up and select these items, select these details here. And so you can have hundreds, you can have thousands of saved hot sheet searches, just like you can have hundreds or thousands of saved residential, lots of land, business, whatever you got. You can have a ton of them, and whatever you call over this number, that's going to be at the top of the list. Now, yes, can I come in and can I type in? Okay, so I can find just what I'm looking for. So if I want Lauderdale. So again, I can type a couple of characters at the top, but wouldn't it be much easier if while you're talking to your client, you just reach over, click on that top one there, 0 dash whatever, and up comes your screen. And then you just click on search, because you've already got the criteria that you click on search, you now look at results. It's all about how do I minimize the clicks I need to do what I want to do. And that's the whole secret of it. Do you agree with that idea to simplify the clicks to make it so it does what you want it to do? Okay. So I'm assuming I'm seeing nods here, or nod here in the room here. Okay. Let me show you another simple thing you can do. I'm just going to close out the hot sheets. I'm going to pretend that I've just logged into Paragon. And the very first thing I want to do is I want to run the auto hot sheet search. The challenge is, can I do it in one click? Because right now I've got to click on search, auto hot sheet, and then it runs. Okay. But that's too many clicks for me for whatever reason. So what I want to do, see down here in the footer where it says hot sheets and save property searches, that is a customizable zone down there. And you can put up to 6 different links there. How do you do that? It's done by clicking on the gear button down here. The gear should be on every page. This down here, it's on every page. It's just like up here. Do you see a gear over there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen? On your screen. So it'd be right over here. Okay. Those of you that are using laptop items, do you see a gear there? You lied to me. Okay. Okay. All righty. All righty. My computer, for whatever reason, on some Paragon systems, it doesn't show that gear. On other systems, it does. And over here in the bottom right-hand corner, you have a gear. When you click on that gear, it's going to give you a customizing tool. And on the right-hand side, it's only going to say hot sheet and save property searches. On the right-hand side, it's going to have a whole bunch of different items. And at the top, it's going to give you a drop-down box where you can look at home, you can look at search, you can look at results, you can look at listings, you can look at a whole bunch of different things, contacts and all. So what I recommend you do, and I can't demonstrate it here for you because I don't have that blue gear, you can go down over to searches, go down and find auto hot sheet, select it on the right, add it to the left, and move it to the top on the right-hand side. And when you do that, you could then put in add a residential search. You could say add a residential listing, add a contact, add a CMA. I think that's 5 items. You could add another one. And what it is a quick, direct connect to those different areas in Paragon. Because no matter what page you're on, I'm going to click on CMA, create a presentation. Notice that it's right down there. So as you're working along, if you want a one-click auto hot sheet search, do a couple clicks now, drop it over on the left-hand side of your home screen of your banner there. And now when you log in, all you have to do is click on the auto hot sheet and zoom, it's there for you. I don't know if you can hear Nakia. She is just laughing and giggling and saying, holding her mouth, saying, this is awesome.
As an admin, I can add my admin stuff at the bottom. It's not just searches. You can do it with any.
Well, if you use that drop down, it gives you searches and CMAs and preferences and content. It gives you almost everything, which you can find through these menus by clicking on these big buttons here. You can find there in many cases, so you can put it in that bottom tray there, that footer. Now you can only have 6. You got to pick your favorite 6. But with that, you now have the ability to have those functionalities directly available to you. So the whole idea here is, since everyone lives with hot sheet searches, they want to get that information. If you want to see what is your auto hot sheet searches are going to show your niche market in all factions, okay? Tap on that, click on that, up comes your results. All right. What questions do you have for me about the hot sheets, the searches, the reports, and things of that nature? I haven't shown you the reports, so I'm going to be continuing on with that. But are there any questions related to hot sheets right now that you'd like to answer for me? The kid's like watching a kid at Christmas. Got it. 7 minutes. According to my clock, I've got 7 minutes. Yeah. All right. Hey, Nakia, just for your information, that's how you say 7 in Japanese. And 6 or 9. Usually it's less than 10 that they do that. Okay. What I want to show you then is, let's come back in. I'm going to move my information there. Let's come back over to searches. Going to come over to hot sheets. I'm going to load a saved hot sheet. Let me take this all 3 days. I'm going to click on it. As I click on it, I bring that criteria up into the save to the search criteria screen. Now, if I normally have it for 3 days, but if I want that for 12 days, I can come up and change that on the fly. It doesn't change my default, but by putting that in, notice I have now 91 properties or events. I click on search, and now I'm seeing those events. 81 properties. Okay. Let me show you the different reports. So this is just a regular spreadsheet I'm looking at. As I come over to my reports, I move down to my spreadsheets. Let me show you the hot sheet spreadsheet again. So here I've got my picture. Is it important to have the number of pictures for the listing? Sometimes it is. I don't, if you're an admin and you're checking for compliance, whatever, but as an agent, do you really care whether it's got 12 pictures or 15 pictures? By clicking on the picture itself, you can see all the pictures that are there. Anyways, for me, sometimes that's questionable. By putting the number of pictures there, if you click on the number, you get to go see all the pictures anyways, okay? As we move on over, we can see all the different things that I've customized in to be able to work with this spreadsheet. Let me lift this up. There we go. Let me just move this up to the top. All right. So again, I can scroll on over, and here's all the different information I've customized in. Notice that I've got the plug there. So if I wanted the action icons, I can click on the action icon, and now I can get the history, I can get the map, whatever report I've set up for my double click report. I've got all these different third-party integrations available to me right there on the hot sheet report. That's good. Again, I move on over, I can see all this information. Let me come on over. I'm going to come down to the specialty views, and I believe that's where my hot sheet report is at. It's not showing up for you there? Okay, if it says picks, that's just the count. You need to, have you actually put in PHOTO and it didn't come over for you? Okay. The reason I spelled it out is because sometimes pics and photos get interchanged. Okay. All right. What I wanted to show you was the hot sheet report. I'm not finding it directly here, but what I do want to show you is the hot sheet history. Oh, here it is. It's down underneath the report. So here's the hot sheet report. Here I have these different details here. In this case, because out on the hot sheet report, I have pics, which shows me the number. Unlike the spreadsheet is not a hyperlink, so it will not show me all the pictures. So out here on the hot sheet report, as we're seeing, again, I think it's a nicely designed report. I like the way the column headers are set apart and all, but you don't get the picture. Not even cheating by putting the pics field in and clicking on it, it's not available. Let me come back over to the reports again. Down underneath reports section, I've got hot sheet history. As I click on it, there it is. Now, as you think about what we've been looking at, data-rich reports, here's what I get. I get the MLS number, I get its address, I get the date of the event that it's a new listing, the price, and the comment. Now, I'm looking at it from an agent perspective. Great, there's a property. It's got the right address or in the right street, whatever, but I don't know how many bedrooms or bathrooms or square footage or anything like that. And when we're looking at the hot sheet report or the hot sheet spreadsheet, which is in my favorite report, I can look across and I get that information immediately without having to do anything extra. So, but someone's going to say, Gary, if you click on that MLS number, you're going to go to whatever your double click default or MLS clicking report is. And so, yes, I can click on it. And I've got the all fields detail being displayed for it. And I can scroll on down and I can see all that information. But do I have comparability right now with the property below or the property above? No. And because I don't have comparability, I can't view multiple properties simultaneously. To me, this is a poor report because it requires me to go in, try to memorize everything here, come out, go get another one and see what's there and see, okay, what's different or what's similar, whatever. Because of that factor that I don't have great comparability between properties, this to me is a poor report. So again, my favorite report when it comes to working with the hot sheets is the hot sheet spreadsheet. Because as I'm looking at it, I can look down the row. I can see the different details. I can see all the bedrooms and bathrooms and living area. I can see it very clearly, very easily. And for me, this is a superior report because in addition to what the hot sheet report has, I also can click on the picture and I can now step through each of the different pictures. Or if I wanted to see where it says slideshow, I can engage a slideshow. I can now sit back and just look at this, making notes as I go. I can stop the slideshow if I want. I can even back up if I want. And when I'm ready, I can re-engage and away we go. So I like this report because of the picture factor. Any final questions you have for me before we end? Because it is now 15 after. No, I'm the one that was doing the talking. All right, everyone. Thank you for being here. I hope as we've had this discussion about the market monitor, that I've been able to share with you some of the insights and things that are available to you with the market monitor. And then as we've talked about the hot sheet, both the auto hot sheet, how you can save multiple hot sheets, and you can then name them in a way that they're easy to find. And then as you're looking at the actual hot sheet data, you can display it in any property report or the hot sheet spreadsheet, my favorite report, the hot sheet report, which is a very close second. And we're not even going to talk about the hot sheet history. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for being in attendance with us, and success to you as you continue to build your business with Paragon. Thank you and have a great day. Arnett, I'm your Paragon trainer today. We're going to be doing a class that I really like. It's creating property reports. Party, at least that's what Nakia is saying. But anyways, what we're going to be looking at is kind of an advanced agent functionality. It's like searches, you have a formula you can work with. This is more of art. It's going to be touch and feel and try and experiment. And so that's what we're working with. But it is, I consider it more of an advanced agent functionality. It doesn't mean you got to get off. Watch with this because I think you're going to learn some neat things about how you can work with property reports inside Paragon. Now, there are 2 handouts, and if you're here in the class, I've got the 2 handouts for you. Michelle, I forgot to give you yours over here. They're on the site here, whatever. But anyways, hopefully Nikhil will put them out there either on the web or send them to those of you that are joining the class. That way you can take advantage of some of the information that I'm sharing with you today. All right, let me begin my PowerPoint. On the screen, you can see 2 different ways of contacting Paragon's customer care team. One of them is to call us using the phone number 877-MLS-HELP. The numbered version, 877-657-4357. Using the table below, note that I've highlighted Central Time Zone, and notice that on Monday through Friday, they're available to you 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. On Saturday, it's 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And on Sunday, it's 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. If you want, you can send them an email by using the email address paragonsupport@bkfs.com. And when you send them an email, they'll get back to you the next business day. And for emails, the business days are Monday through Friday. In the upper right-hand corner of all Paragon pages, there's a help button. When you click on the help button, a new tab in your browser opens up and you'll see this content on the page. The tiles along the first row and the first 2 tiles on the second row, when selected, will display a list of quick start guides related to the tile topic that you clicked on. When you open up a quick start guide, you're going to find step-by-step instructions with screenshots showing you how you use that part of Paragon. Now, if you want to have a demonstration in how to use Paragon, click on the training videos button on the toolbar. When you do that, the page refreshes and those tile topics are now displayed on the left-hand side of the screen. When you click on a tile topic, on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see a collection of short videos, 5 to 10 minutes in length, related to the tile topic that you clicked on. If you want a more complete demonstration, click on the button Current Recorded Webinars. When you do that, the page refreshes, and please note that we have 3 different tabs here representing the different types of webinars that we've got recorded for you. Your landing page, current webinars, those were designed to be 1 hour in length and cover an entire module. Our mini webinars, those were designed to be 30 to 45 minutes in length and a little more focused on what they cover. Shorts, those are designed to be 20 minutes in length and very focused on specific functionality inside a module. We have 59 different recorded webinars underneath shorts that are available to you and very, very specific in how you, what it's covering for you. Now, when you're watching any Paragon video, we recommend you use play, pause, and practice to view the videos. So you can click on play and play it to a logical point, and then you can pause it. With that video pause, we invite you to practice what we've demonstrated for you. You can always back us up as you need, and then when you're ready, you can play on. Play, pause, and practice will give you self-paced training. During the webinar, I encourage your questions, so please ask your questions. When you ask a question, I'm going to give you one of 3 answers. Great question, let's talk about it now. Great question, give me a minute and we'll get to it. Or great question, let's talk after the class. Please ask your questions. And for those that are joining us through Zoom, you're going to use the chat window, type and send your question, and Nakia will see that, and she will ask me your question on your behalf. We're talking about customizing property reports, and so we're going to examine the different types of property reports that are available to you. I'm going to show you how to customize a report and then how to create your own property report. And with that, we can either copy an existing property report and then customize it, making it your own, or you can create your own property report. And there are 2 handouts that I've mentioned to you that's going to give you information on how to copy an existing report and then talk about all the different buttons in the report editor and what they mean. And the other handout are tips and tricks. I've created hundreds, probably thousands of different property reports while I've been with Paragon, and I'll give you my tips and tricks or insights on how to create property reports so it's convenient and easy for you. So we're going to use the report editor and those 2 documents that I just talked about. That's what they look like. So when you see them, you're going to see that the one on the left with the black background, that is the button descriptions, and it's also how you copy reports. The one that has the green background on it, that is the tips and tricks I have for you about using the report editor. And what I recommend you do that as you're beginning to create a property report, get out a piece of paper. And if you're going to put 4 to a row, 4 to a row and 2 rows, go ahead and fold that paper up to give you an idea of how much space you have on the page when you're looking at 4 to a row. If you're looking at 2 to a page, fold it in half. Or if you're doing 1 page, go ahead and on that piece of paper, sketch out what you're wanting when it comes to that report design. That way, as you're adding elements to it, you can be sizing the elements so it fits the right amount of space you want to allocate to it. Now, even though you've sketched out what you want, you may find as you're designing it, you want to give a little more space here, take away a little space there. It's a fluid functionality there. So with that as an introduction, let's go look at see how you customize reports and create your own property report. So I'm inside Paragon. I'm going to come over to search, down to residential. And to quickly get some results, I'm just going to click on last search. As I hover over it, this is the last set of criteria that I saw with results. So I'm going to click on it. I'm going to get that same criteria. I'm going to click on search, and there's my 5 properties I'm looking at. Now with this, let me show you how you would customize this property report. I'm going to come up to customize, down to fields. Okay. And as I'm working on the spreadsheet, let me choose a different property report. Sorry about that. Let me come over and I'm going to choose a detailed report. I'm going to choose the MLS client view. This has a lot of pictures associated with this property at the top. And here's where I'm going to click on customize and fields. As I click on customize and fields, notice I've got some elements that are grayed out. If they're grayed out, that means you can't touch them. You can't customize it. But those elements, those boxes that have white in it, that means you can double click on in it and add information. So here, where it's got like main bedroom level and all the different bath levels, I'm going to double click. As I do that, here's my customizing tool. And this should be familiar to you. This is what we use in customizing search criteria screens, customizing spreadsheets, and customizing property reports. What's shown on the left-hand side are fields that have yet to be utilized on the right-hand side when it comes to the property report. And using the function buttons in the middle, you can take something from the left and add it to the right. You can take something on the right and remove it back to the left. If you click on remove all, just close it down, cancel this. It's as if you never went in and did anything. Sometimes these buttons are so close that you accidentally hit remove all. At least I do, okay? Once the field is over here on the right-hand side, you can move it up, move it down. You can move multiple fields in a block, moving up and moving down. And you can then, if it's a spreadsheet, you can set in the sort. On a regular property report, and for me, a property report is a handout, flyer, brochure, data sheet, whatever it is you give to your clients about properties you're wanting them to be aware of. So you can then come in and do this. Let me just go ahead and cancel out of that. I've got my information here. That's just general in how you would customize a property report. And whether it's a detailed report where it's one property per report design, or you've got one where there's a multi-up where there's multiple properties on the same page, the customizing of it is exactly the same. Let me close this down. Now, this report that we were just looking at, the MLS client view, I like the report. I want to copy it. I'm going to take advantage of whoever put the work in to create it, and I'm going to bring it over and make it mine. So to do that, I'm going to come up to preferences. As you click on preferences, in the center column here, this is where you work with property reports. Now, I've logged in at a broker level, so I have the ability to create reports for my office. All of us, when we log in, will have the ability to create reports for yourself. May I make this suggestion? If you are creating a property report for the office, I would still create it as a personal report. That way I can activate it, I can put real data in it, and I don't have everybody in the office looking at it and critiquing me before I'm ready for the review. And once you've created that property report, you like what's there, you've had it reviewed by others, you can copy it from your views to the office views, and it goes over straight 100% what you designed. So again, I would always start my property report work as a personal review, personal report. So what I want to do is I'm going to click on agent views. That way we're all starting at the same spot. As I do that, I'm going to get a display of reports that are mine. Going to let this load up, and I've got nothing. That's not a problem. Notice here I can add a report, I can select and delete a report, or I can copy a report. Let me go ahead and click on copy. As I do that, on my reports, again, there's nothing there to see. If I come over to my office views, I can see any reports my office has made. They haven't made any. That's not a problem. I can come over to my board and I can see any reports the board has made. They haven't made any either. That's okay. They're not a problem. But when I come over to MLS, that's where all the property reports I've been looking at have been, I can find them at. So what I want to do is I want to come down my list. I'm going to choose the MLS client view. I click on the name. Notice how it's highlighted. Moving over to the right-hand side, I click on copy. I now have the details about this report now being displayed for me. I'm not in the report editor, but this is where I can come in and work with it. Now, because I've made it my own report, I'm going to go ahead and activate it because I'm the only one that's going to see it. But if I were to email it to Nakia or email it to Terry, they'd be able to look at my report because I've sent it to them as if they're my client. They see the report, they can see how the data is displayed, and they can then give me feedback on it. Is it good? Is it bad? Tweak this, tweak that, whatever. Is it emailable? So think about it. If you're putting in who the listing agent is and who the selling agent is, that's not emailable because you shouldn't be sharing that kind of information with your clients. That is proprietary information. But if what you have in there is just general listing information, then go ahead and make it emailable. Moving on down, because I'm copying somebody else's work, I don't want to add a header or a footer to it because the report doesn't have it designed in. If I start putting in headers and footers, I'm going to scramble the report. So you want to basically leave the header and the footer and the number of listings across the page and down the page exactly the way it is. Moving on down, see where it says make available for default. It doesn't say you're making it the default, but as you're going through the preference wizard and you're choosing what is your secondary, double click or click on the MLS number report, this property report will now show up in the list. Moving on down, there's the margins. I like the margins. I'm not going to change it. If I change the margins, guess what? I scramble the report. Now, the MLS client view, I can leave it exactly that name. Why is that? As I'm out inside results, I'm looking at the reports button, I'm looking down at those reports. When I come over to the detail report, one report with the MLS client view in it, it's going to have an M with it. It's going to be a green M. It's going to be at the top of the list. Down at the bottom of the list with the same name, there's going to be a blue A, which means agent. So even though I've got a different, I've used the same name, it's being identified differently. Plus, it also gets a different ID number for the report. That way we can have the same name and no conflict with it. If I wanted to, I could come over to here. I'm going to type in Gary. Now, the report name you have can only be 20 or 21 characters long. So if you've got a really long name for it, or your name is really long, you may want to look at how you want to abbreviate things. So there's one report that I've seen in other Paragon systems, and it's called Custom Detail Number 2. That's pretty long. And so by the time I try to type in Gary, I've run out of characters. So what I do is I call it Custom D Number 2. So I abbreviate it so I make it logical and reasonable for me to understand what's going on. As I move on down, notice all the different property classes where this report is created in. Now, I only really work in residential, but I want to accept all the work that somebody else has did on the report of the design of this report. That way it's there for me if I ever expand my market. I'm now looking at residential lease, multifamily, commercial, whatever. I've got these reports already built up and designed there. So I'm not going to change anything here. So really all that I've done on this is I've looked at it, I've checked the box to make it active, I've checked the box to make it available, and I customized the name to make it so I see that that's Gary's report. So having done that, in the upper left-hand corner, there's a save button. Let me go ahead and click on save. It's now been saved, and now under my views, there's my report. Let me stop right there. Does anyone have a question about what I've just shown you? About how to go in and copy this report, make it my own, and make it available so I can go in and now customize it to fit my needs. It is not available on tablet mode, okay? There are some limitations to the iPad. I think on the Android, you probably can. What can I say, okay? But anyways, one of the things to be aware of is let's assume it's not available on iPad or Android tablets. Possibly that's the way it is. If you're using a PC, a Mac, a desktop, laptop, notebook computer, or Microsoft Surface tablet, you can go in and create your documents there. And once you've created it, it's now available to you for any device you use when you log into Paragon. It's only in the creation you may have a limitation like Nakia's finding with trying to create this on her tablet. All right, so here we go. Assuming that there's no questions out there, I'm going to come up and I'm going to click on the name. That's going to take me into the edit mode. I can come over to the right-hand side. I could click on the edit. In the edit field, I'm going to go into the design mode. If I click on settings, guess what it's going to give you? It's got that place that we were just working at, but down at the bottom, all those property classes are gone because we've already determined we're bringing them all over. I can't undo what I've done. So let me come back in. So after I've copied that over, I now want to go in and work with it. So maybe this is the next day, it's after lunch, whatever. I click on preferences, move down to my views, and there it is. I'm going to go ahead and click on it. And there's the property report. Notice where I had my listing image, it was grayed out, it's white. Because it's white, it means I can customize it. My banner up here, it's not, okay, it is a gray background, but it's not grayed out, and all these other things are open. So maybe I say, I like the report, I don't want to mess with anything, but I want to brand it to my office. Here's how I would brand it. I'm going to come up to, first of all, the first rule of Gary when it comes to customizing or creating your own report is over here on the left-hand side, down at the bottom, see where it says grid/default font and style. I want you to click on that arrow and open it up and see where it says snap to grid, uncheck it. I want you to uncheck it. That's important because on this page where we have this report, it's like graph paper. And there's all kinds of squares all over it. And let's assume that this is one of the squares that's on the graph paper. If the upper left-hand corner of any design element, be it that banner, be it a box where you've got different fields in, if it's sitting here somewhere away from one of these corners, and it's almost as if you look at it cross-eyed, it jumps to the nearest corner if that box is checked. Or if you try to slide something over, you're going to leave it here and it's going to jump to that nearest corner. So my recommendation, when you uncheck the box, now you can slide it into where you want it to be. Okay, so that's just one of the things I recommend you do. That snap to grid was to put in order to help you align to the top, align to the left. But a lot of times as we're coming in and creating reports, it's not beneficial to us. So I recommend you take it off. Now, what I want to do on this is I want to come in and I just want to change the banner. So this banner up here where it says MLS Client View, I'm going to click there. And notice that I have an orange rectangle inside the gray rectangle. That orange rectangle is a text box. So if I want to change that, notice up here in the text field here, it says MLS Client View. If I wanted to, I could say Gary's. I hit the delete button. When I hit the delete button, guess what I did? I deleted that. Although I thought I was deleting the characters there, I don't want to do that. So at this point, don't do a thing. Don't click on save or anything like that. Just simply close it. Now, when you come back into preferences, down to my views, and you click on the report, notice that it's still there. So if you make an oops, don't save it. Jump back out and come back in. So again, going with Gary's rule, come back over, uncheck the snap to grid. Now when I select this, up here in the field where it says MLS Client View, I'm just going to use my side arrow, my left arrow. I'm going to hit the backspace. Backspace is safe. Delete is deadly. Okay. I'm going to come in. I'm going to say Gary's Client View. So I've customized it. Okay. Is it a major customization? No, it's just changing a label. I like that. We're good. Now coming back over to that same rectangle, if I click over here on the far left-hand side, because I remember there was the inner rectangle, I'm clicking on the left-hand side of that. I've now got that entire banner selected. This is where I can change the background color. So as I come up to the top here, notice I've got these different fields here. This one right here, when I hover over it, that's the text color. It's just going to say color. If I come over to the other one, it says background color. I want to change the background color. So I'm going to click on it. And right in here, I can use my slider. I'm going to slide on down. And here I have a blue. I'm a fan of blue. Okay. So I'm going to click on here. I've selected blue. I can see what the new color is. I can see what the current color is. I'm simply going to click on apply. And there it is. Okay, I didn't catch your question, Nakia. Uh-huh. Is it just, you do it on this just report? You can do it. So you can change the background colors and you can change the font colors. So right now, black and blue, it looks like I got beat up, right? I don't want to get beat up, so I'm going to come back in. Notice I've got that inner rectangle, that orange rectangle. I'm going to come back up. See that square is now black. I'm going to click on it. And in the upper left-hand corner, that is the white of white. In the lower left-hand corner, that's the black of black. And in between, you've got the gradient there. And by using the slider here, you can choose what gradient you want. But notice that that white of white is always there in the upper right-hand corner. Let me pull this down a little bit. There we go. I'm going to click on apply, and there I have it. Ta-da! I've got a great property report that I really like. It has a great display of information. If I wanted to, I could come in and double click and add values. I can remove values, whatever, or fields that I can, whatever. I can change that. But at this point, I like what I've got. I'm going to come over and I'm going to click on save. It's now saved the layout. I got my green confirmation rectangle. And the reason I've done that, and I'm going to save very frequently as I work it on my report editor, just like I did where it said Gary's client view and I accidentally hit the delete key. I don't want to be 95% done customizing this, make a silly mistake, and have to start all over again. So by saving as I go, if I do make a silly mistake, all I have to do is get out, come back in. I only have a couple steps I need to redo before I continue on with my report. Does that make sense to everybody? I hope it does, because it's a nice, easy way for you to come in and utilize a great report, but I want to now brand it to my office colors. You got to play around with it. It's a trial and error. I call it an art. Okay, now some of my daughters that are great artists and stuff like that, they'd say, no, Dad, that's not, that's just whatever. But anyways, as you're working with it, you've got to go in and try this. Oh, it doesn't look quite right. Let me try that. Doesn't look quite right. Let me do this. And so it's a trial and error process. But by being patient, you can come in and customize this the way you want. All right. And what's that? That's right. You can't kill it at least, right? Now, one of the things when I was talking about when I did your transition training back in the summer, I said, you can't kill Paragon, but there are several things that you can delete. You can delete a search. You can delete a contact. You can delete a CMA. You can't delete a listing, okay? But you can delete a property report. So property reports are one of those things that if you hit the wrong button, you could delete. But no, you can, as you can, but us as users, we can't from our login delete a listing. That's a superpower that you've got, Nakia. Okay. So anyway, and most people don't ever delete listings. Okay. So as I'm looking at this, this is what I've got going with this particular banner. Let's come into this bottom section here. As I'm looking at it, notice that the font here for property type, address, and all, it's normal. For me, that's backwards. I think the label should be bold and the data normal. That's just a Gary thing. I go to a lot of boards where the label is normal and the data is bold. But for me, that's backwards. So when I come up to my toolbar here, third button from the left on the top row, there's the B for bold. I've now toggled that. So now my label is bold and my data is normal. So that's just a little thing for me. I'm going to again come up and save it. Again, I save all the time because I don't want to lose anything. I'm going to come over to the picture. As I click on the picture, notice that the spinner is turned on. That spinner is those arrows at the bottom center of the picture that allows you to move to the left, move to the right as you're working with it. Also, notice how the picture is centered up. Sometimes as I'm looking at these pictures, where it says listing image, it's scooted over to the left-hand side because it's left justified. To me, I think that's wrong because it should be center justified, because there are some people, as they're looking into the bathroom or they're shooting down the hallway, they take their camera, put it into the portrait mode, and then they take the picture. If the picture is left aligned, then you're going to have this picture very tight, like all the other pictures on the left-hand side. But on the right-hand side, there's just going to be an enormous Grand Canyon of a gap there. And to me, it's not balanced. It doesn't look right. So I like to then make all of my pictures centered. Also notice here that we have labels selected. That way, if the listing agent has put in labels and descriptions on their picture, For this particular picture, it's going to show the labels in the description. Now, to enable labels in descriptions, it's on a report by report, class by class, picture by picture. So in this case, where I've got 4 pictures additionally coming across the bottom, I need to go to each one of them and turn on the label. But I would not turn on the spinner. Having spinners on each of these 4 different pictures coming across the bottom here, to me, makes it look busy. If I'm going to be having a spinner, I want it on the larger picture. So having done those different things, I'm going to click on Save. And the rest of this customizing of setting up the color of the banners to fit my office logo or whatever, I could come on in and do just like I did before. Does that make sense? Okay, so if we're looking at adding values to the field, I'm going to cover this middle one here where we've got information about the bedrooms. I'm going to double click, and maybe I want to have level. What is that? Okay, that isn't a Paragon thing. It's a Nokia thing. It's a Terry thing, whatever. And when they ask us to do it, we can then do it for you. Okay, so on this particular item right here, see where it says multi-level, I'm going to select it. I'm going to click on add, and there it is, because it always goes to the bottom of the other side. Now, as I'm looking at this, let me give you a tip. It's also on the tips and tricks out there. As you look at the name here, notice that main level bedrooms, that's a really long label. What happens as we're working with this is that we're going to take in this cell where I've got the bedroom information, we're going to take the longest label coming across the page, and just to the right of that longest label, we draw a vertical line. All of our data then is displayed to the right of that vertical line. So if we have a really long label like main level bedrooms, it's going to take up a lot of space. Now for bedrooms, it's just going to be 1, 2, 5, it's going to be a single character. But we've got other things here like view, which is a feature which could have a lot of values in it. And you may lose some of that information that's displayed there. So I recommend that as you're working with your property report design, move over to the column in the center here that says short label and choose the short label. Now you may be asking, okay, what am I getting, Gary, as I come down and choose these short labels? Well, what you're going to be getting is whatever's in the code column. So by looking at this code column here, let me just move that out. We're now, okay, main bedroom level is going to be exactly the same. That is something that you could work on. If you get the alliance agreement on it, you could change that to MBL or whatever, main bedroom level. You can make it shorter. That way, as you're displaying information there, it can be shorter. So again, those are different, but again, you've got to get the alliance that says, yes, go ahead and do that. You bet. Get permission to do it. So just because you can talk to the key and you've got your good buds with her doesn't mean she can do it, because she's got the association, the alliance to get that up. But by doing this, I can now come on, click on save, and it's there. Well, this right here, these are fields. These are fields, So you want to use short labels on some of the fields. So having done that, I'm going to click on save. Now out here, it doesn't change it, but when you look at the property report, it would then display the field of the short label. So I'm going to choose these different boxes here. I've got them all selected. See the B up here? I'm now going to set those up so I've got the label bold and the data normal. Then notice I can select multiple sections there by holding down my control key and clicking. I'm going to click on save, and let's just call it at that. Or as far as how you can take somebody else's report, you can copy it, and you can go in and tweak it, customize it so it has what you want. But you didn't have to design the whole thing. All right, so let me come back over. I'm going to add new. So I click, I don't want to do it that way. So what, yeah, that was what I want to do. I'm sorry. Going to come back in. I want to add a new property report. And this time I'm going to click on add. And this is now giving me that same template that I had before. With this, I want to activate it. I want to make it emailable. And I could use a template. By using the template, I could use the book report view, and you can get a quick design of it. Look at it there. I can use a full report. I can use a client handout report. Again, you scroll on down, You can move on over to the right. These are being designed as one property per page because it's one across and one down. Again, I can come in and choose all kinds of different things here. If I want a thumbnail template, there it is. I'm going to just leave that as none. I'm not going to put in a header or footer. I'm now going to come down. I'm going to choose what I want to have. So here I have one listing across and 4 down. I don't have to keep that. I could come in and use my drop down. I could say how many down I want to have. But let's do this. I want to design a property report that's reasonable for the page, and I can show lots of properties. So I'm going to come over using my drop down saying how many across the page I want to go. I'm going to choose 3. How many vertical do I want to have? I'm going to choose 2. So as I'm doing that, notice how I have a design over here, what I'm going to be seeing on my page. If I decide I want to have 4, at this point, I can change it and I'm not scrambling anything. If I want 2, again, I can choose and I can see on the side what I'm going to be looking for. Okay. All right. You come up to preferences. Come down to agent views, my views. Click on add. And I want to make it viewable, emailable, and defaultable. And with this, I'm going to choose 3 across, and I want 2 down. So I get an idea of what kind of space and how much I've got there with it. I'm going to make it come down and give it a name. And I'm just going to call this one Gary. You don't have to put your name with it. Maybe I'm just egotistical. I don't know. I'm going to call it 3 by 3 because it represents what it's displaying. It's 3 across and 3 down. And then for my margins, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to type in 0.25 for the top. For the bottom, it's got to be different. It's got to be 0.5. That way the printer has a place that they call the grab or whatever. I don't quite understand it, but you put in 0.5 there. And the other 2 dimensions are going to be 0.25. So what I'm saying, I'm going to have 1/4 inch margins all the way around except at the bottom where it's a 1/2 inch. With this all in place, I'm going to click on save. And there it is. Okay, I clicked on save twice, so it gave me 2 different reports. It looks like someone's out here creating with me because they got 118 as that different report number. I'm going to come in, I'm going to choose the second one, 119. I'm going to click on it. I'm now into my report design mode. Now, in the report design mode, I'm only designing one of the 9 cells on the page because what we're going to do is we're going to take this one you create and replicate it all the way around. We're not going to make it create 9 different templates and making sure that it's all the same. You create one and we replicate it. If you create this same report in each of the different property classes, when you do a multi-class search, you got different classes there. You got lots and land, you got multifamily, you got whatever. They're all going to show up on the report with their own design for that particular class being displayed on this multi-class report. All right. Again, Gary's rule number 1, come over, uncheck snap to grid. I've got it off. And let me double check here. How am I doing time-wise? I'm supposed to be done with this. Let me quickly finish this up for you. I got 22 minutes. Okay. All right. I'll go with you on that. Oh, no, I'm fine with it. Okay. So what I want to do is I've unsnapped the snap to grid. I'm going to come up to miscellaneous report elements. That's where I'm going to do most of my work at as I'm designing my report. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down because the number one thing that people are looking for when they're looking for properties is picture. That's the number one thing. So I want to make sure I get my picture, not my picture, but the property picture on it. So by scrolling down, see where it says listing image, left mouse click, hold, drag, and drop. Now with that, I'm going to use my tool up here. Notice I've got a T that's from the top, an L from the left, W, how wide and how tall. Now on this, I like to maybe make that 3 from the top and 3 from the left. As I drop that into that section there, I know that I've got that. Maybe I want to come back over. I want to make it 4 and 4. So again, you're going there and just kind of playing with it. Where do I want to place that picture? Now, over here in the bottom right-hand corner, see that little caret there? By grabbing that, I can now pull my picture out and it will proportionally resize. I can grab the right hand side, drag it, and when I do that, it changes the width. If I grab on the bottom side, it's going to change the height because we proportionally resized this. There I have it. Now, I think someone said it here in the class. I'm going to take that picture and I'm going to center it. You can highlight. So the question is, if I got the wrong item on there and I want to delete it, do like I did with the text box, highlight it and hit the delete key. Or we do have a trash can here, second button from the left on the top row. So you want to highlight just that item or items by using your control key to select what you want to delete. I've got that. Let me continue on. So I've got 4 from the top, 4 from the left. It's 152 pixels wide. That's just what I got to when I stopped dragging it. 114 pixels high. I'm center justified, and I want that picture top justified also. Moving on over, because I've only got one picture on this report, I'm going to have a spinner there, and I want the label and descriptions. Now, remember on that last report we were looking at, the MLS client view, and I had 4 other pictures there? When I go to each of those different picture placeholders, it would still say primary. Do we want all of the pictures on the report show the primary photo? No. So as you select each of those individual pictures, you would come over and choose the first secondary. Move over to the next one, and it's the second secondary. Move over to the next one, it's the third secondary. I wish they would have just called third picture, fourth picture, because it's second secondary, third secondary. Maybe they're getting paid by the character, I don't know. But anyways, you would go through and choose it. I've got mine as the primary character there, and that's great. Now, what else do I want to do with this? I want to add boxes so that when I double click, I can go in and customize it. The other option is you got to hand place the fields, and now you've got to go in and grab the label and the description, drop them in, resize them, line them up, make sure the left sides are lined on both of the air. It's complicated. I don't recommend it. Okay. When I was a project manager, and I had just become, and I was a project manager, I was creating my first property report. One of the implementation specialists came over and said, Gary, you got to do it the elegant way. And that's where you hand place all those fields. It's horrible because if I put in 15 fields and I realized back at the third slot, I had to put in another field, it means I got to take those, 12 fields and slide them all down. But I can't do them as a math. I got to move each one individually using how many pixels from the top and how many pixels from the left. It's horrible. My recommendation, you always want to use a field preference section because it customizes just like I showed you a minute ago. So moving over here, over on the left-hand side, see where it says field preference section, left mouse click, hold, drag, and drop it. Now I want to have it so it's all lined up because if I got it here and another item here, it's going to look skewed up, okay? I want to make sure that everything's in line. So what I want to do is I'm going to click on my picture here. It's 4x4 by 213, okay? I come over here, I can now choose, I don't want 4 there, but from the left, I want 4. If I want 213, I can do that. So it's the same width, but I've got a lot of extra space out there. So let me do, and this is kind of that trial and error. Let me come over and make that 30. Let me come on over and make that 235. I'm going to make that 240. So again, I'm working with it. I'm trying to get that width over so I can give as much space as possible, but yet I don't want it going off the edge. And I have it there. I'm going to scroll on down and notice I've got some extra section room there. Oop, it jumped. Let me do 4 to the left. Okay, so there it is. This here is called a field preference section. Like a baseball field. Alrighty. Because I've got a gap here, and that's going to be a humongous gap, instead of being 178 pixels down for that upper left-hand corner, let's make it 175. Let me come back 173. So again, this is where you're just doing this trial and error, seeing what fits, that works. It doesn't take much between the sections or the elements in order to have a nice separation. White space is important. One time when I was working for the college student government, I was responsible for the newspaper ads, and I packed that ad with so much stuff. I crammed it all together, and the editor of the newspaper came back and said, "This is the first time for you to do an ad, isn't it?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Let me show you what you need to do." And one of the big things he did, he put in white space. He says white space is almost as important as the content you have. So if you have everything all crammed up together, you're going to lose the definition and the value of the report. Same thing applies here. So here I have this in. I'm now going to double click. As I double click, there's this field preference section. Notice it shows you right up in here what the name of that section is. I want to put in some information about this property. So if we're looking at the initial information about this property on this report, what's one of the things I need to have? There's a bunch of them. What's that? Okay, so let's take MLS number. I'm going to put in MLS number. I'm going to put in price. Now, I like the price field because it's going to show me the price of the property regardless of its status. You put in closing price, it's only the sold price. Okay, if you put in listing price, that may be, okay, what is the current asking price? If you put in original price, it's never going to show price reductions. So by putting in price, you now show whatever is the current value of the home, the price of the home, it displays it. All right, so we got MLS number, price. I want status. I want people to know that it's active and ready to be purchased. There we go. And then someone said address, so I'm going to choose address, city, and postal code. Now, do you have very many listings here that are in another state that are up in Tennessee? For the most part, no. So you don't need state. Why put in information that's a given? Now, if you're in Kansas City, we've got Kansas City, Kansas, and we got Kansas City, Missouri. They're neighbors. And so you need to differentiate because sometimes the street names flow across the state line. It's the same street name. It just has a different 100 block with it. So in this case, we don't need that. So we've got MLS number, price, status. We've got the address. What else is important for us to have? Again, we're talking residential. Did I hear bedrooms? Let's go ahead and select bedrooms. Did I hear bathroom? Yes, I did. Let's come in and take bathrooms. And I'm going to try to keep things simple. So I'm going to come down to the bottom. And where is total bathrooms? Oh, there it is. I see it now. Now it's called living area, right? Let me put that in for right now. Again, I'm going to say short label because I want as much information available to me for the road. Okay, I'm going to click on save, and there it is. It looks like I might be able to put in one additional field. So I'm going to double click again. And what would be another field we'd want to put in? There it is. I then choose the short label. I click on save, and there it is. Now, as I'm trying to double click there, it's moved it off to the right a little bit. So I'm going to move it back over. And because I want all of my labels bold, I click on bold, and there it is. Making sense so far? Okay, I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it, okay? I'm going to put in another field preference section. I'm going to drop it in right there. I'm going to say that it's 4 from the left. This one here is 240, so let me make this 240. I do a lot of checking back to make sure that things are good. And that is right down on the bottom edge. I don't want it quite that far, so I'm going to make it 147. I'm just grabbing random numbers. Instead of 147, let's make that 145. I just want to have a little gap there at the bottom for me. Okay, we're good. Down in here, I'm going to double click. I'm going to come over and I'm going to say remarks. I want the public remarks. I'm going to click on add, and I'm going to say no label. I don't need to say it's remarks when it's obvious this is a description of what's going on with the property. So I'm just going to take the assumption that people, when they see wording, they're going to know that it's remarks. I'm going to click on save, and there we go. Now, notice that the remarks is normal, which means the remarks information would be what? Bold. So I'm going to click. I'm going to make that bold. I'm going to click on save. And now my public remarks are going to be displayed in normal font. Now, one other thing I want to do is back up here at the top. See where the scissors are at here on that top row? Between the scissors and the black dot, where's font color, I want to choose the 3 lines. That means let this have word wrap and let all the remarks flow on down throughout that box there. If I didn't put it in, it could be it's going to be a single line, and I'm going to lose almost all of my remarks. So that's just a design element. It's like you're working in a spreadsheet. You say word wrap. That way, when the text gets to the end of the cell, it wraps around and keeps coming. Let me go ahead and save that. Let's take a look. Here in the upper left-hand corner, that's your preview button. As you click on preview, there it is. That's what it looks like. Come on up, and there's the picture. At least that's where the picture would be. It's not public. I'm being told I'm being charged $250 for not having a picture there. Okay. All right. So there we go. I'm going to come back over to my design mode. There we go. I'm there. Now, so I don't get a fine. Let me do this. I'm going to come out to the home button. I've still got my tab open there. I'm going to come over and I'm going to pick a property that's sold. I'm just going to click on that 31. I just need an MLS number because I can paste in an MLS number and to see how this is actually going to work with a real listing. That when we had that there wasn't a real listing because Nakia would have fined them $250 for it, right? What's that? That's right, I did. So I'm going to come over. I'm just going to copy that number there. Notice how I highlighted the MLS number. Right click, copy. Come back to my views tab right here. And now when I go out to preview this picture property report again, I'm going to click on the preview button. See where it says MLS number? I'm going to put my cursor in there. I'm going to right click and paste. There's that MLS number. Now I hit enter. It's now going to refresh and there it is. Okay, I put the MLS number in the MLS number field. Okay, I'm being smart. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so here's we come on down. There it is. Okay, pending at print. Okay, so I'm not sure what that's doing on with that. But anyways, there's that. Let me come back over to my home button, my market monitor. Let me choose a better property. Was that your property? That always happens. I always pick a property and it's somebody's property either that they listed or that they're buying, whatever. Let me come back over to views. Going to paste it in. I'm going to hit enter and there we have it. That's a better representation of what's going on. As I come on down, there's the public remarks. So for this particular listing, I hit the space for the remarks field right. Now, if I've got more remarks than I've got space to display, we're going to drop or we're going to cut off part of that. But here we have this. So let me do this. I'm going to come back out to residential. Going to come back to criteria. I'm going to click on search. That way, this new report is going to be refreshed into the results there. As I come over to reports, I'm going to move down to multi-ups. As I move on down, there it is. I believe mine is the second one here. As I click on it, there it is. There's the 3 properties across, and there's properties coming down. Doesn't look too bad, does it? Okay, but I want to perfect it a little bit more. I'm happy with what I've got here, but let me do this. As I'm working out here, I'm going to again come back over to my design mode by clicking on that toggle button in the upper left-hand corner. Back to my design mode. You click right here in the upper left-hand corner. So the question is, how did I get to the point where I could click on the preview button and I can then put in that MLS number? So there it is. And now from going forward, that MLS number will be there for every time I go in and preview this property in this report design. You got 7 minutes, okay? All righty. What I want to do is I want to come back over to my property report. There's a couple more things I want to add. See where it says checkbox? As you're out working at property reports, you're going to be checking a box to say, I want to print this. I want to email this, whatever. I need to give myself that checkbox on this report. So here where it says checkbox on the side, I'm going to select it. Left mouse click and hold. I'm going to bring it up and I'm going to drop it in there. As I click on it, it's 6 from the top. I want to make it 4 from the top. Again, I'm lining everything up to the top, so it's going to be there. And this is also 228 pixels from the left. Now there's other icons I want to put out here along with this. So I want to put out here, let's come down, and I want a map. Because this report does not have room for a map, I'm going to come over, add a map. Not where I want it at, so I'm going to come up to my box right here. I'm going to select that checkbox, that icon. I'm going to make it 228. So I'm now going to align it to the left. And it's too far down. So instead of being almost 40 down, let's make that 25 down. There it is. Maybe that's too close. Let's make it 30 down. There we go. So I've got my box in there. I can come over and I can choose other things. If I wanted to, I'm going to come over and grab the associated documents. That's that little D, drop it in. And if the listing agent put in anything that was marked as public, when this report goes out, the D would display because it would show only those items that are marked as public. So I've got that there. I could adjust the spacing top, bottom if I wanted to, but let me just go ahead and click on save. I've got this saved to this point. The one last thing I want to do with this is I want to give it definition. Right now, as we're looking at these property reports, let's come back over and look at this residential. They're all out there, but it doesn't have a lot of definition between the properties. So what I want to do is I want to come back to my views, and over here on the left-hand side, see where it says box? Left mouse click and hold, drag it up on, and I'm going to overshoot it. That way I can grab it out here as I'm working with it. So I'm going to select it. Notice how my box is now highlighted. It's not the picture. I'm going to take this left-hand side, get that double arrowhead. I'm just going to drag it out. No, I think, yeah, if I did the box there, 4 from the top, 4 from the left. I want to make that actually 2 from the top, 2 from the left. There it is. And so my box is there. I think that's my box. Is it? I may have grabbed my picture by mistake. So let me bring this back in. I think that because, yeah, I grabbed my picture. So let me do this. I'm going to come in and grab my picture, my box here. As I went to move that out, not only did my right side move, but also my bottom moved there. So I want to have that the way I want it. I want this to be 4 from the left, 4 from the top. I move my picture. Going to move this out something like that. And as long as I leave my box that I put on to give definition available, I can now take that with the double arrowhead and drag that all the way down. So let me just come on down, drag that down. Let me just click. I'm going to select my box again. There it is. I'm going to grab it there. Just continue dragging down. I want to take it beyond my remarks field preference section. So I've got it. So what I've got is I've got this box that is on the outside of all of my content. I'm going to come up to border. I'm going to choose solid. And by default, it's 1 pixel and it's black. Come out of it. I'm going to click on save. So I've now saved that layout. I need to get that save layout, get my green confirmation rectangle is there. Let's come back up to the reports. The reports don't show the box there yet, does it? So what I want to do is I want to come back to my criteria. I'm going to click on search again. I've refreshed my information out there. I'm going to come down. I'm going to choose underneath multi-ups, Gary's 3x3. There it is. Notice it has the blue A with it. As I click on it, there's the definition. Does that look better? Please say yes. My ego's on the line right now. Okay. But it gives definition to it. Now I can see a clear begin and end, and it's now out there for me. That's designing a property report. Now, I did it on a small report because I needed a small enough space so I can demonstrate key elements, but I didn't want to try to design everything so I could see this perfect 1-page report all designed out. So my recommendation to you as we close down this class, as I said at the beginning, take the piece of paper that you want to be utilizing and fold it to give you the size you want. So I did 2 rows, so I fold this in half. I did then 3 columns, so I fold this into thirds. And when I press that out, it's now going to give me my design area here for the top half of this. And on this piece of paper here, go ahead and sketch out what you want. Put in the different elements you want. And with this as your guide, you can start designing. And if you do that, you're going to find that you'll be successful as you do this trial and error process of creating a property report. Any final questions for me before we close down our webinar, before we close down the class? If not, everyone, thank you for being here. Have a great day and success to you as you continue to build your business with Paragon. Bye, everyone.